Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, December 22nd, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. I think this actually might be the latest show we've ever done in a calendar year. Usually around this time, we are on a break. Usually around this time, we're on vacation. We've shut it down. We've got some pre-recorded shows. You know, we don't usually leave you hanging, but once they announced that not only Misfits Mania was going to happen on December 20th, but of course, Jake versus Joshua on December 19th, we all said, all right, we've got to do a Monday show. We've got to do a reaction show. And yes, I did react on Friday night in real time, but there is a lot to discuss. A lot has happened, my friends. So just to let you know, this is our last live show of 2025. I don't know. What is going on? What is that? What was that?
I have no idea.
You just decided to play the GFL music just like that?
I thought that was coming from you.
You decided to play the GFL music at like a level that was so low that I thought maybe it was coming from my computer. So it was like it wasn't loud enough to be funny. It was just low enough to be annoying and to throw me off. Like I'm in the zone, I'm getting ready, last show of the year, we're feeling good about what transpired over the past week, and you decided to hit me with the GFL music, which didn't really pertain to anything. Like, what did I say something to prompt the GFL music, or was it just a total mistake? I'm still not sure. Is it comedic timing?
It was a total mistake.
Okay, I just wanted to know. I wasn't sure. Anyway, here we are, last show of the year. We have a lot to discuss. A lot has happened since we last spoke. We've got another great show. We're not going to leave you hanging for 2 weeks. Do not worry. There's more content to come. But as far as me sitting here, boys in the back, the crack, last live show of 2025. And I want to keep stressing that in case someone didn't know that we're doing this show live, because it does seem like a few members of the team didn't know we were having a show today. And perhaps that's why I'm a little bit on edge here. I actually don't think that's why. I think it's just because Frank thought he was being funny to play the GFL music. I'm still not quite sure what happened there. But my friends, nothing that Frank can do can put me in a bad mood on this Monday afternoon here in New York City. It is, of course, the holiday season. Hanukkah has come and gone. We did light all 8 candles. Christmas Eve is in 2 days. Christmas Day is in 3 days. It's a great time to be alive. It's a great time to be alive for multiple reasons. Of course, on Tuesday, we said goodbye. And there was actually some breaking news that happened Tuesday evening. Terrence Crawford, out of the blue, decided to retire, and we will weigh in on that. But I was preoccupied. You know, in retrospect, we probably should have thrown up a reaction video. We probably should have done something about it. But I was preoccupied because I was getting locked in not only to pack for my trip to Miami, very early flight, 6 a.m. flight the next day, but I had to lock in with my boys to watch the New York Knickerbockers take on the San Antonio Spurs in the NBA Cup Finals. And what a scene it was as we hoisted our first cup trophy since 1973. Unbelievable. I was emotional. I was happy. Wow, look at this. This is amazing. And so, yes, I haven't spoken to you all since. I mean, we did do the live show, and I'll get to that in a moment, but it was a very big deal. So in case you are wondering, I bought the hat. I bought the shirts for myself and my 2 boys. I bought some sort of like framed collage thing that I'm going to get in January. I watched every single video a million times. I saw Josh Hart stick his thumb up Jalen Brunson's butt. I mean, it was amazing. All of it was amazing. No, it was amazing.
Sorry, what?
Did you see that? Did you guys see that?
I saw it, but that was like a high point for you? This was like something worth noting of the festivities?
Well, first, let's address the elephant in the room.
Sure.
Hello, Rick. Hello, Pete. There he is, Georgia Burks, right over there, live from Georgia. It's reminiscent of the summer of 2024 as he's joining us from the man cave over there. There's a great collection of trains, I do believe, all around you, yes?
Yeah. We're back, but we are not in the same location. We're in Papa Burks's train cave as he calls it. This is actually the small part of it. The other half is even crazier with the lanterns. I mean, you got a nice model train right here. We can actually fire this thing up right now. I can do a little.
Does it actually go choo choo?
Oh, if you can hear it. Can you hear it?
Listen to that sound.
This is amazing.
It's actually moving as well, if you can see that.
Oh my God! Yes, I could see it.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Yes, you have told us.
Shout out to Pops and the Train Museum. Big pop upstairs from the nephews right now, getting to see this live on air. So,
I bet.
Yeah, we are in Georgia.
Home for the holidays, of course. Happy holidays to your family, everyone else.
Didn't forget there was a show today, though.
No. I mean, some people show up, some people don't. I'm not referring to you.
What is this about? I don't know. Who are you talking about? Come on, name and shame them.
Not you or you. I mean, you're all here. The gang's all here.
Who forgot?
I'm not naming anyone, PT. All right. They have
They should
been
be ashamed of themselves. They should be ashamed of themselves.
They have been spoken to. Okay, they have been spoken.
Reprimand them.
I mean, I only went through the lineup like 48 times over the past week, but neither here nor there. I guess people don't watch the show. And then others want to drop GFL music in the middle of the intro as I'm trying to like.
That was crazy.
It was an accident.
What happened, Frank? You pressed the button?
By the way, Frank, there's no accidents around here, okay? Everything is calculated when it comes to you. Everything, there's a reason behind everything. Okay, anyway, I was very happy about the Knicks win. Josh Hart, thumb in the ass. The fuck is this? The fuck is this, Frank? Frank, I swear to God, I will walk over there.
Nothing to do with that.
What is that? You had nothing to do with that? What is that? Who's controlling the music back there?
If only you knew.
No, seriously, what was that?
Well, while I'm trying to fix the issue from the beginning, I'm told to track.
Freddy Krueger? What is that? What was that?
Is that not the beginning of the GFL?
That's the beginning of the GFL song.
Yeah, bro. You got to know ball, man.
You gotta know.
Perhaps the story of 2020. Frank, I have this fucking splitter thing. I'm going to shove it so far up your ass the next time I see you, just like Chael with my phone story from last week.
Just like Josh Hart with the,
Josh Hart with the thumb. You guys didn't see that when he had the thumb up Jalen's butt.
I saw it.
We all saw it.
I loved it.
I thought you stuttered for a second. You said NBA. There was NBA championship.
NBA Cup. NBA Cup championship.
NBA Cup.
Yeah,
Cup.
I got the merch. It says it. And
The big one.
It's a big one. Hey, look, we've got other things. We've got bigger fish to fry. We've got other plans. Appetizer, as the New York Nike billboard said outside MSG. But we've decided not to hoist the banner. Not sure how I feel about it. I feel like we should. I feel like the NBA should make them. But anyway, that happened on Tuesday. I hardly went to sleep because I was so excited. I watched all the footage. It was amazing. You think I'm joking? I was legit emotional about it. Woke up very early, flew to Miami, did the presser, met up with the boys late night Wednesday, the whole team, not just the boys, Andy in the house. We had Rob and Pat there. Matt.
Pat was also there, but we did have Matt. Yeah.
And Rob. We had a whole crew. And everyone was there on air back at the HQ, PT doing his thing. It wasn't, I mean, other than just doing the crack a day earlier, that was the
doing his
the support, but it was great. It was great support. We felt it.
What thing was PT doing? I'm curious.
Just he did the show a day earlier, so I'm sure that was some.
Everybody was there.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I met everybody. Did you meet everybody? Because I wasn't there. I was here in Dublin, Ariel.
It was a great
That's
time.
where I was.
It was a great
Hold
time.
down the fort because the boys didn't want to do the show.
Yeah,
All
no, you're right.
That's what it was.
You're right. You're 100% right. Great crowd, capacity crowd. Shout out to Hard Rock Cafe, Miami. Shout out to Celsius. And most importantly, shout out to DoorDash, who teamed up with us to do this. Hopefully we'll do more with them in 2026. Peace and love, peace and love. Did a whole meet and greet afterwards. My parents were there. My sister was there. Andy Mayer was there. We had a great sushi meal afterwards. Shout out to Poke OG. Opened the store for us, opened the restaurant for us, late night, midnight. I mean, a time was had.
John the Barber was there.
John
the one
Barber
who
was
wrote
there.
us in on the
Yes,
on
great
the nose.
reveal. A dude flew in from Toronto just to attend, which was unbelievable. And did the
Jorge
weigh-ins.
Masvidal, Kayla Harrison.
Jorge Masvidal, Kayla Harrison. You can watch the whole thing, by the way. It's up right now on the channel. Then came Friday. Then came the fight. Then came the aftermath. And then came Misfits Mania on Saturday afternoon. So certainly a lot to discuss. That was the last few days. Let me go through today's lineup, and then we'll get right into things, shall we, guys? We will speak to Harley Cameron, who is one half of the AEW Tag Team Champions, at about 3:30 in studio. Fascinating individual, hailing from Australia. She's a musician. She's a performer. She's a ventriloquist. She's a wrestler. Great story, great vibe, great success story. She'll join us in studio. AEW was here over the weekend to do 2 shows at the Hammerstein Ballroom. So I'm looking forward to talking to her in studio. I think a very fun and nice way to end our 2025 slate of live shows. That will be the last interview of the day. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Nakisa Bidarian, CEO and co-founder of Most Valuable Promotions, obviously to talk about Friday. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Andrei Arlovski. You may have heard he was in a bit of a melee, a fracas. More on that in a moment, but we'll talk to him at around 2:40. And then prior to that, the man, Eddie Hearn, CEO of Matchroom Boxing, the face of Matchroom, let's be honest, will join us to talk about his guy, Anthony Joshua. So there's the 4-pack of guests, but we must start today's program talking about Friday night. And there's so much to say about Friday night. There's so much to say. By now, you know, Anthony Joshua defeated Jake Paul in the 6th round via knockout, a vicious right hand, which broke Jake Paul's jaw in 2 places. He had surgery later that night, early Saturday morning. He appears to be in good spirits, and he appears to still very much want to fight. A lot of people have had their say. A lot of people have weighed in. I've weighed in briefly online, but I actually made a point. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I made a point not to ask anyone on the team what they thought of it. I don't know if the rest of the guys, Frank, everyone, I don't know if you hated it, loved it, thought it was a sham, thought it was incredible, thought it was great theater. I didn't want to know. I wanted to react in real time. I actually went out of my way not to watch other YouTube videos. You know, you see clips here and headlines, but I really wanted to go in fresh. And so I'll tell you some of the things that I thought, and then we'll get into a bit of a discussion. First things first, I do believe that the way in which you feel about this fight on the Monday after depends on how you felt about it going in. And what I mean by that is, if you were expecting Ali Frazier, if you were expecting Gotti Ward, if you were expecting Canelo Crawford, if you were expecting the best of the best, perhaps because you don't know much about boxing, or perhaps because you fell for whatever promotional tactics or anything like that, if you were expecting high-level boxing, a firefight akin to some of the great fights over the past couple decades, Leonard Duran, stuff like that, Hagler Hearns, if you were expecting that, you were obviously disappointed, because there was no way that this fight was going to live up to that. There was no way, just given who was fighting, given the fact that Jake has, going into the fight, 13 fights on his resume, and Anthony is who he is. There was a massive discrepancy in terms of skill, size, height, weight, reach, resume, years in the game, everything. Everything was in Anthony's favor. So if you were expecting that kind of fight, you were obviously disappointed. The other group of people who are disappointed, so there's 2 groups. There's fans who maybe were, convinced that this was going to be something else. And then there's media who, for whatever reason, every time Jake Paul fights, feel like they have to virtue signal either to other promoters or to a community and fan base and say this was a sham, this was fixed, this was a black eye, this was the demise, this was the death, this was this, that, and the other. That's what they have to do. And then there's another group of people who knew exactly what it was from the get-go, who knew that, Jake Paul is still a novice boxer, who knew that he was biting off more than he could chew, who knew that, hey, he wasn't forced to fight Anthony Joshua. There was no matchmaker who said, hey, you must fight this guy next or else. No, they knew that he picked Anthony Joshua for whatever reason. Obviously, he can't fight Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. on Netflix. Netflix isn't going to be interested in that. There's only a certain caliber of fighter that they're going to be interested in. So a Ryan Garcia and Anthony Joshua, Terrence Crawford versus Jake, a Tank Davis would make sense. So he only has, a certain amount of fighters that he could choose from. The pool isn't as deep as if he was fighting on DAZN. So you knew once he picked Joshua that, okay, the deck was stacked against him. The odds should have been greater. We said this all week long. We said this all throughout the buildup. It should have been, negative 20,000 in favor of Joshua to be the favorite. And it was going to take, a real crazy circumstance for Jake to pull off the victory. If you are one of those people who knew exactly what you were getting, I would actually imagine that you walked away from that fight on Friday thinking to yourself, you know what? I actually think that delivered. I was actually okay with that. And I will say, and yes, I was working the broadcast, and yes, I was working for Netflix, and yes, you may say I'm flying a little bit too close to the sun, and that's totally okay. I walked away from that thinking, I thought that was entertaining. I thought that Jake actually earned people's respect. And again, I don't really know what people are saying online, but he hung in there for 6 rounds when most people said he's not going to make it past the first round or 30 seconds or 1 minute, 2 minutes. He went 6. Were there moments where it looked like he was hanging on for dear life? Absolutely. Were there moments where it was like, yeah, you shouldn't be trying to take the guy down or you shouldn't be hanging on as much as you were hanging on? Absolutely. Were there moments where he actually cracked him with a couple of shots? Yes, as well. In the end, he lasted 6 rounds with a former 2-time heavyweight unified champion, with an Olympic gold medalist, with someone who may not be in his prime, but is not so far out of his prime to where it's like one of those fights where it's, Jake versus Mike Tyson from last year. And so as I'm watching it, I'm sitting there ringside, and I actually watched it yesterday on Netflix, and I'm thinking to myself, it's actually 2 different fights. When you're sitting there ringside, and I know I'm blessed to be sitting there that close, I was captivated the entire time because I thought at any moment, AJ, who is built like a Greek god, as he said, could take his head off. Some of those right hooks, some of those left hooks, some of those uppercuts, some of those jabs looked like they were that close to making him make Jake Paul fly into the 5th row. And so the whole time, you're just sitting there waiting for it to happen. And then there are moments where Jake's hanging on for dear life and he throws a double jab or he throws a right overhand and you're like, oh shit, could this happen? You then start thinking about Andy Ruiz. So because of that, because I wasn't expecting Hagler Hearns and because I wasn't expecting, Holyfield and Tyson or Lewis Tyson or any of those great fights that I mentioned before, I felt like I was locked in the entire time. And then of course it ends the way in which it ends. But you then start talking to some people and you see some stuff here and there. And of course you can't ignore all of it. You can't escape all of it. It seems as though, and I said this before the fight, anything other than a knockout in the 1st or 2nd round, people weren't going to be happy with. And if it was a knockout in the first 30 seconds, they would have said, well, this was a waste of our time. And if it was a knockout in the 4th or 5th round, they would have said, oh, AJ was playing with his food, or AJ carried him, or AJ pulled his punches. I definitely saw some of that. And so it seemed like he had to knock him out in like the 2nd or 3rd, around the same time that he knocked out Francis Ngannou. And people aren't recognizing the fact, in my opinion, that A, it's ludicrous to say that AJ pulled his punches. I don't believe he pulled his punches. B, it's ludicrous to say this was scripted. Obviously, it's not scripted. You think it was part of the script for Jake Paul to break his jaw? Insane. How could he be pulling his punches and break his jaw at the same time? They're also ignoring 3 big things about Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua was coming off a 15-month layoff. I do think significant. Anthony Joshua had been knocked out in his last fight. I do think significant. Anthony Joshua was dealing with the pressure of the boxing community coming up to him at every turn saying, you have to knock this guy out. Please knock this guy out. If you don't knock this guy out, your legacy is shot. You're dead. You're done. No Tyson Fury fight. No fight in February. That's a lot of pressure as well. And so you don't want to take certain chances because you don't want to slip on that proverbial banana peel. He knows what it's like to get knocked out. He knows what it's like to get cracked when you're least expecting it. Just go back to the Andy Ruiz fight. And again, I'm not comparing Jake Paul to Andy Ruiz, but no one expected a short notice Andy Ruiz, who was replacing Big Baby Miller, to do that at Madison Square Garden. So he knows what it's like when you're looking past someone and you get unexpectedly cracked. The other thing that I think was significant is Anthony Joshua had a new team in his corner. We've seen, remember Ryan Garcia against Oscar Duarte, and he fought very weird in that fight. Sometimes when you have and that was just a couple of years ago, sometimes when you have a new corner, a new team, and he wasn't with those boys from Ukraine all that long, there's a feeling out process. You don't have familiar faces and voices and personalities around you. That takes some time as well. And so I think AJ walks away from that and his team saying 6 rounds in the bank, we didn't slip, we didn't get rocked, we didn't embarrass ourselves, and we didn't go the distance, which would have been viewed, I think, as sort of like a moral loss, if you will. We broke the kid's jaw, and now we're on to bigger and better. And oh, by the way, Anthony Joshua is on this Monday, and in the immediate aftermath, a massive star here in the United States. And I was actually surprised to see how many people didn't know who he was going into the fight. Like, you see the reaction online, and in particular with the females, it seems like people are just like enamored with the guy, and I get it. He freaking owned the week. His interviews were great. His press conferences were great. He looked fantastic. He comes across very likable. And you just got the impression that people are like, who is this guy? And it's funny for us because we've known him since the Olympic Games. We've known him for almost 14 years now. We've known him as the guy who beat Vladimir Klitschko and had the fights with Usyk and Ngannou and Dubois and all the stuff recently, the stadium shows and the Fury rivalry and all that. Madison Square Garden, Andy Ruiz rivalry. We've known this guy, but it seems like here in America, not a lot of people knew who he was. So that's why I don't expect these numbers to be as great as Canelo Crawford, because I think Canelo Crawford are way more well-known here in America, and the vast majority of the viewers are going to come from America. Probably the next day viewers in the UK will be greater because they maybe wanted to see Anthony, spark Jake Paul. But he's a massive winner in all of this. He comes across as a superstar, as someone that people are really interested in, and I bet his team is trying to figure out ways on how they can capitalize on this and maybe get him back to the United States at some point, because remember, this was just his second fight in America. The first was Andy Ruiz in 2019. I think Jake didn't embarrass himself. I think Jake took the beating like a man, answered the questions afterwards. Even in the aftermath, didn't get knocked out cold, is smiling, is sticking out his tongue. He came across like a lunatic, like a madman, but I think in a respectable way, seemed to have enjoyed it in a weird way, and seems to want to keep fighting. And so I think that he comes across as a sort of unofficial winner, if you will. I think MVP comes across as an unofficial winner, if you will, as well, because that was their third Netflix card in the span of 13 months. There have been 4 Netflix boxing cards. And in a day and age when we hear Dana White continue to say that we, Zuffa Boxing, are the only ones with a network deal, MVP has now put on 3 in the span of 13 months, TKO the other one, and 2 of those were with Jake. One wasn't, the July card with Taylor and Serrano. And if you look at these cards, these aren't influencer cards. The only fight on that card that you can deem like somewhat influencer-y is Anderson Silva versus Tyron Woodley, and they're 2 legends. And you think they're upset about being a part of the MVP Netflix era? They're getting big paydays in their 50s and 40s. Anderson all of a sudden is having this like revival. He comes across looking great. The knockout was great. The rest of the card, multiple title fights, 5 title fights total, 1 undisputed on the prelims, Baumgartner in the co-main. You got up-and-comers. Like, all this is good for boxing. And so you'll have people on this Monday say, this was a sham, this was, this was a black, all the usual stuff that we predicted they were going to say afterwards, ignoring the fact that boxing is on the biggest platform in the world, Netflix, ignoring the fact that Jake took on the biggest challenge he could possibly take on short notice. After Tank falls through, he goes and he's like, where's Francis? Okay, I'll go for the guy who beat Francis. I'll go for AJ. Ignoring the fact that, I think some people's stock were elevated on the undercard. Some of the fights on the undercard were really, really great. And ultimately, like, there isn't that much to be upset about. There isn't that much to be mad about. Netflix being involved in boxing is great. Jake stepping up and taking Anthony's best shots were great. I don't think Anthony looked bad at all. There were times where I felt like he was headhunting. There were times where I felt like he was like trying to knock him out because I think he wanted to get rid of him. But you have to understand, when you have a guy who's running as much as he did and take shots at him or not for the game plan, that was his best way of surviving. It's like trying to chase a wet duck. You have to get him. And I think Anthony did actually a good job of pinning him into the corner sometimes, cutting off the ring. But it's hard to get a guy who's moving so much, who's clinching you, who's trying to do the antics that he was doing. That was the best chance for Jake to survive and then hope that he could crack him. He got tired. The ring was big. It was 22 by 22 as opposed to 20 by 20. There was a significant difference. And ultimately, he did what he had to do to survive. He tried to sneak in some big shots, but in the end, the better boxer was going to systematically break him down, and that's what he did, and he got the victory. So I left that show on Friday thinking, this feels like a win for everyone involved. This feels like a win for Netflix, a win for MVP, a win for Eddie and AJ and Matchroom. That's their guy. A win for Jake, and then a win for all the other fighters. I actually thought, in a way, it was the best of all the Netflix cards so far as the 3 MVP cards. People were a little disappointed with Taylor Serrano in the main event and the lack of action. People had their say about, Jake and Tyson and the streaming issues and whatnot. This was one that I felt like it was like, if you are looking at it, with a clear mind, clear conscience, no bias, check. That was my view. Now let me ask the team. What did you guys think? Rick, I'll start with you. I've not asked a single one of you what you thought. Rick and GC were in attendance. You guys were watching it. Didn't see you guys, by the way. I saw my mom and sister. I was looking for you guys. Couldn't see you. Was hoping for a wave. Was hoping for a little, how are you? Didn't see you guys. What did you think?
I think everybody did their part. I think you kind of touched on the fact that it seemed like everybody involved won. I don't know if I say that. I think you could kind of debate individuals, but I think everybody did their part. And for that, I mean, for the longest time we've been hearing, and the outcry has been, Jake Paul doesn't take real fights. We have to see Jake Paul in a real fight. That's the only thing that I care about. He doesn't take real fights. He only fights old people. He only fights this. He only fights that. He delivered. He put his nuts on the table and he said, I'm going to take a real fight. Not only am I going to take a real fight, I'm going to fight a former heavyweight champion with knockout power who just dispatched of Francis Ngannou 2 fights ago in a way that was quite devastating. I'm going to go in against that guy. So to me, Jake Paul held up his side of the equation. I kind of view these I didn't have high expectations in terms of the boxing product. I think of this like the way that some people used to say, like, I read Playboy for the articles. I don't watch Jake Paul fights for boxing. I watch Jake Paul fights for spectacle. Like, if you came in thinking that this was going to be a display of the greatest boxing you've ever seen, you're just misinformed. Like, I don't know what you could possibly think that for.
That's my only takeaway when I hear people say this didn't deliver, this was a sham, this was this, because I'm thinking to myself, what did you expect?
Yeah.
What do you think he is? What do you think? And I'm not knocking him when I say that but yes, it is a spectacle. You see that walkout, you see that crowd, you see the energy in the building. That's what it is.
Jake Paul is fighting on Netflix, right? There is a certain expectation. There's a certain understanding there. I don't think Mike Tyson is currently one of the best boxers on the planet. But to put Mike Tyson in a ring and be opposite that, you have presented something that is intriguing to people. In this case, the sell for this fight was Jake Paul telling everybody, yeah, I think I'm going to die as much as you guys do. He's going to hurt me. So let's see it. And I was in for that. That hooked me. That got me going because that's what I've kind of wanted from Jake Paul. I don't care about, like, I've said this many times on the show, I don't care about Jake Paul fighting the 13th ranked guy in his weight class. I could not care less about that. I don't watch Jake Paul for the boxing. I watch Jake Paul for the spectacle. And as far as the spectacle it delivered, I don't think, like, Anthony Joshua deserves a ton of criticism for anything because he was, again, there's a lot on the line for him. He has to fight a little bit cautiously. And in the end of it, he ended up knocking him out pretty brutally, too. He broke his freaking jaw. So let's not act like, this was some nonsense where it was just like theatrics and show. In the way that I thought Jake carried Mike Tyson, Anthony Joshua was just trying not to get hurt and hurt Jake Paul. And he did a pretty damn good job of it. Ultimately, I think everybody brought what they needed to bring to the table. The promotion was great. I thought Jake and Anthony were great all week, and it delivered in that perspective. I was not watching to see a competitive boxing match, nor was I watching to see the highest level of boxing.
GC, what do you think?
You mentioned the Mike Tyson carrying one. When you go back and watch that, it really did feel like he was fighting against the 58-year-old man, and he realized he didn't want to hurt him, a legend in the sport, and it felt like he kind of knew he was going to win the fight. He took off the gas, and he carried him for the later rounds of that fight, so it went to a decision. With this one, it did not feel like, I see a lot of people claiming that, AJ, once he got through the contractual side agreement and they needed to go 4 or 5 rounds or whatever, that's when he really started fighting or anything like that. I think Jake Paul just came in with a game plan, like you said, Ariel, to survive. I think he knew that he was up against it. He was going to have to land a massive shot if he was going to win the fight. So he just came out there to survive, to last longer than Francis Ngannou, put on a show, and then eventually he ran out of gas. He couldn't run around the ring anymore, and he ended up getting knocked out like we all thought he was going to by Anthony Joshua. So I give him respect for taking the fight, for going in there and taking the shots from Anthony Joshua and trying to make, as Rick said, a spectacle of it and go out there and go out on a shield. But at the end of the day, it was sort of what I expected, just in a different way. It lasted longer, but it was never competitive. Scoring it, I had AJ up 5 rounds to none with a 10-7 in the 5th, so a 50-43, and then he knocked him out in the 6th round. So uncompetitive, but I guess it's like you said, it's still a win for both these guys, especially AJ, because anyone that's gonna fault him for it going longer is just gonna say that Jake Paul was running around shooting for takedowns, everything like that, and he ends up getting the knockout, massive payday, and breaks his jaw on the way out. So I think at the end of the day, I'm in agreement with you that everyone kind of comes out of this winning. Like as history goes on, people will forget about the running around, and the next time Jake Paul fights, they'll be just as interested as the last time.
What do you think, PT?
I thought the spectacle was great. The broadcast was great. I think, outrage and controversy are the lifeblood of these events. If we came away being like, that was good, everyone's happy, that isn't what a Jake Paul fight is. This debate, this kind of sifting through the debris of an event is part of this. There is still an element of, what do we want to see this guy do next? What do we want to see? I think the problem, I agree with GC, what he said, he was trying to last in there. I think that's where the boxing purists are getting upset about this, because it did seem like he was in an escape room for as long as this was going on. He was just trying to get away from the fight. He did catch him, as you said, on a number of occasions. But I honestly think, right, so we were talking about Joshua's position here. You were at the start, where he was at in his career. He was going to come back, and according to Matchroom, they were looking for like a top 100 heavyweight for him to fight, like just to get him going again, to get him, boxing again. I think if he had fought that, like a level of that kind of guy, and this guy came in and he was shooting these takedowns or whatever you want to call them that Jake Paul was on, I think he would have won a lot of controversy. He would have won a lot of criticism for that. But, the thing is, we're watching a Jake Paul fight. This is millions of eyeballs. If that had happened, that wouldn't have been happening on Netflix. You wouldn't have all these people watching if it was a fight like that. The sell of the event is like, look how crazy this is. And it did seem crazy as long as it was happening. I'm not trying to say for a second that Jake Paul doesn't deserve respect. He does, as we've pointed out here. He's broken his jaw, and that's a horrific injury for a boxer. Kelly Pavlik, Amir Khan are just a number of people who've had their careers completely altered by breaking their jaws. They were never the same again. Even MMA, Brendan Schaub, Nogueira knocked him out, broke his jaw, wasn't the same. Chris Weidman, I believe it was Rockhold, broke his jaw, wasn't the same. This is a very serious toll he's after taking on his body to do this. But I can see why people are upset about it, but at the same time,
I really can't. I can't see what you're upset about. I really can't. And if you're upset about it, then what do you have to say about some of the other performances on the card? Were you upset about those? Were you upset about the spotlight that was put on the likes of Alicia Baumgartner or Jamal Harvey or Yokasta Valle or Shanique? No. Or are you upset because you feel like, people paid attention to this, but they won't pay attention to Naoya Inoue on Saturday. Are you even going to pay attention to Naoya Inoue? I don't mean you. So it's like, it's all just kind of like this song and dance. It's all, as our good friend Jamal Hill will say, it's disingenuous. It's disingenuous because it's just the thing that you have to say if you're a boxing media member, especially the ones in the UK who drive me nuts. You have to say that to curry favor with the public. This was a sham. This was a joke. This was a black guy on the sport. Really? Was it? Was it really? Was it really? What was so bad about it? And then you see people coupling. This is the one that I find hilarious. They're coupling Jake losing and Andrew Tate losing. They're putting Jake Paul and Andrew Tate in the same category. Now I understand they're both quote unquote heels, but in terms of like what these two individuals have been accused of or what they've actually done in society, they couldn't be further away from each other. What has Jake done to actually deserve the hate that he has received? Here's KSI. And of course, KSI is going to spike the football because Andrew Tate, took his job at Misfits. We all know that that's not true, but this is part of the work. And he doesn't like Jake Paul. But let's be honest. Jake stepped up and fought someone that KSI has never fought. Like the caliber of fighter that Jake Paul fought on Friday is on a whole different stratus, a whole different level than anyone that KSI has fought. Jake Paul has never been accused of the stuff that Andrew Tate has been accused of. All Jake Paul has done over the last few years, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, correct me if I'm wrong, is build a promotion, give an opportunity to many women, bring the sport to Netflix 3 times. Like, where's the heel in all of that? I don't get it. Now, I know, you say I'm going to beat this guy, you say I'm him, you say I'm going to do this, you're annoying, you've got an annoying haircut, you've got an annoying YouTube, and all. I get that, but like, we're comparing him to Andrew Tate? That's crazy to me. It's not even on the same level.
There's real life things and then there's promotional things, and the real life things for Jake Paul don't quite stack up. They're not the same caliber of what you're discussing in terms of Andrew Tate. Like it's just different.
Like saying like, oh, this was a great weekend to see bad guys lose. I'm like,
yeah,
there's levels of bad guy in the world, right?
Right. The KSI thing is what the CEO of Misfits now, and then Jake is like his quote unquote rival.
Sure.
I really think the only reason people are comparing him is because it was like the hate watch of the weekend was
to what? Yeah.
The one area I do want to push back a little bit, a tiny bit.
Go ahead.
I'm with you on nearly everything you're saying, especially as it relates to the event, right? The promotion. But as far as Jake Paul's performance, I do think there's some criticism warranted.
I agree with that.
I expected something completely different. He did not try to win the fight. And I don't think you could argue that. If survive the fight, fine. But if you think that desperately that your only chance to win is to just run, plant your feet, throw a bomb, and get knocked out. Like, if you're Jake Paul saying, I'm going to slay Goliath, show me that. That did not look like trying to slay Goliath.
I think that it was his only chance.
Why?
Is it a good performance? No. And especially, like I said, the takedowns, they were sloppy. It was frustrating. I think it was the fourth round where things got like screwy and the referee got mad at them.
The first 4 rounds were an abomination.
I thought
an abomination. I mean, we're talking about takedowns in a box.
By the way, I actually thought he won the first round. They both landed the same amount of punches, and I thought his punches were more significant. They landed 2. But the thing is, I didn't what did you expect? You expected to sit in the pocket? I guess no. There was no way. There was no way.
So how is he going to win the fight? Is it a fight or is it not a fight? This is the problem. This is the problem that Jake Paul will have in any future endeavor. After this, people are going to still be claiming it's rigged, it's fixed, because they're going to say, oh, it took too long for Anthony Joshua. He will never defeat that with that performance, right? Because if he was just trying to survive, then you're not selling me a fight, right? The whole thing is, I fight in legitimate fights, and here's the horse I'm riding in on. You're not going to see any fixed fights. You're going to see me fight in real fights, and I'm going to go up there and slay Goliath. You did not show the performance that tells me that that's what you were trying to do, and I think that will have people calling it into question. If you truly were trying to slay Goliath, and the best path was either to do that running thing or plant your feet and actually throw some hands, show me the version where you plant your feet and throw some hands.
Thought he did that. What do you mean? He landed those punches that he had to land and that he could land. When the guy's moving around and he's moving around.
I'm talking about Jake.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Anthony Joshua didn't move an inch. He was plodding forward.
I'm saying he's trying to catch him and he's moving around. Jake is moving around. At some point, as you say, you have to plant your feet. Did he hit him with a couple of? Again, I'm not saying he hit him with like 100 punches, but we have seen fights where people have historically had very low output. Very recently, this year, right? Canelo Skull. The Ryan Garcia fight, the Devin Haney fight. People sometimes don't throw the Brian Norman fight of just a few weeks. So my point is, that was the only chance that he had. If he would have stood there like Francis did, he would have gotten knocked out in the first or second round.
That's what I wanted to see, because Francis, to his credit, was trying to beat Anthony Joshua.
Francis had a bad game plan. He was switching stances.
The game plan for both is to beat Anthony Joshua.
Jake's game plan made a lot more sense to me going into the fight. There was no chance. When I found out that the ring was bigger, of course he's going to run. The problem with running is that he was going to gas himself out, which he did, because he has bad cardio.
Run and then what, though?
Run and lay a Hail Mary bomb. That was it. And it's what he tried to do, but he's not good enough to land that. And AJ is too big. There was too much distance between them. But even AJ was throwing out a distance too. You saw him whiff a couple times. And so the two of them were playing this cat and mouse game, which led to a bad fight. And by the way, if you want to blame the fight on anyone, you could blame it on Jake. The reason
I am blaming it on Jake.
I understand that. But that was still the only way that he was going to win the fight. Yes, it was.
No, it's not. That is not a winning strategy. That was the way he was never going to win the fight.
But exactly. So if there was one chance to win, it was like that. And even with that, he was a negative 20,000.
And then throw a punch?
No, it was to run around and hope that you could catch him. And that's what he did.
Ariel, do you think that if, in the example I used earlier, if Anthony Joshua fights some no-name guy, top 100 guy, just a tune-up fight, and it went like that, what do you think people would say?
If Anthony Joshua fought...
If it was not Jake Paul, it was any other guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, the eyes of the world aren't on this.
Sure.
People watching it.
And the performance was the same for Jake?
Exactly the same.
For the Jake opponent, like the guy who's playing Jake? And how many fights does the Jake guy have? 13 as well?
Same, yeah.
Yeah. That's the only chance the guy has.
What would the reaction be?
Yeah, that wasn't a great fight.
And they'd say Joshua's fighting bums now. What's going on here? They probably say.
Yeah, but it's not the same. It's not the same. You can't say that because he's getting paid $50 million to do this fight.
Where we disagree is I don't think that's the only way he could win that fight is in the first round when he's fresh. You try to do it, and like Francis Ngannou did, I'm going to stand here. I'm not scared of Anthony Joshua. I'm going to fight him. And by the way, that was the sell, right? Jake Paul was, I'm going to slay Goliath. Again, like the words that he was saying was, I'm going to slay Goliath.
Yes.
He didn't. He didn't try. He ran. And there was no chance.
Wait, so Jake is the first guy to say I'm going to knock someone out and like have a different type?
No,
you know what I mean?
But
like we're going to hold this pre-fight talk.
It's different. It's different because his sell is only the pre-fight talk. The boxing is not the sell, as I've outlined and everybody knows now at this point. His sell, if you're somebody who can go in there and put on entertaining performances and you're like, I'm going to kill him, but you don't, but you actually are a competitive fighter and you can, in your next performance, show that, that's fine. But he can't. That's not what he's at. That's not his level. That's not what he's capable of. His sell is the sell, and that was the sell. So show me. Show me that. I can feel perfectly fine.
My response would be, it's up to you whether or not to believe the sell or not. So when he says it, you could be like, yes, I'm expecting, or you could be
that's
like,
a problem
no, you're not.
for him moving forward, I believe. I don't believe the sell anymore.
Every single Jake Paul fight we talk about in the lead up to it, like, don't be fooled, guys. This guy is a real boxer. We shouldn't be shocked when people suddenly hold him to the same standards as a boxer. Like that's what's happening here. Every other fight, it's like, this guy is a real boxer. This guy is for real. And I'm completely with Ariel. The disparity is crazy. Joshua was one of the greatest heavyweights of the last decade of his generation. Like this was only ever going to go one way. But I think that's where people are like, you've been telling us like this guy is a real boxer. So we need to hold him to the standard of a boxer to some degree, I think.
Rick is also making the argument for why people are upset, because there were a lot of people online that were upset especially through the first 4 rounds of the fight. So to Rick's point, I do understand why some people are upset with the fight.
I think Ariel's right, though, that there are some who are upset just to be upset. There's not people who are upset because Jake Paul had that game plan. They're the ones who are like, Jake Paul needs to fight a real fight. And then when he does, they're still mad. Like, they're still finding a way to be mad about it. Make no mistake. I respect Jake Paul for taking this fight, especially on the short notice that he did, for salvaging this and trying to make a spectacle, picking one of the hardest opponents he could possibly pick. Also, it sounds like Terrence Crawford was, in the mix and things like that. Like, Jake Paul put his nuts on the table with this thing. And so I respect him, but I also did not appreciate the performance.
There are different levels to 13 fights, right? There's a Moses Itauma who has around the same amount of fights. There's like the David Morrells who have the same amount of fights. So just because you say, because Pizza, you're giving me the example of, all right, so some dude with there's different levels. We all know that. There's someone who's coming out of the Olympics. There's someone who's coming from the amateur. Some dudes have 100 amateur fights. Jake has none. And I guess I don't view him. I kind of view it as, I was trying to think like, what's the best example, but there isn't a great example. There's a spectacle element to it. And the escape is, could this guy who has no amateur background, who doesn't come from a boxing background, could this guy who has taken a very non-traditional path throughout his career, fighting MMA fighters and all this other stuff, could this guy pull off the impossible? That's really the story here for me. Could David slay Goliath? And in this particular fight, it looked like that, right? The face-offs and all that stuff. And so to me, all the pressure was truly on AJ to be like, no, you little twerp, you're not going to make a name off of my back. I'm going to go out there and squash you. And he did. And I thought, given what we know about Jake, given his skill set, given his size, his reach, his weight, all that stuff, he had no chance other than to try to play the sort of, cat and mouse game. And so that's why when I'm watching it, I wasn't like, Moro was getting very upset. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, Moro, what did you expect? Like, what are you getting so mad about? This is exactly the type of fight that I thought it was going to be. I thought my official prediction was that AJ was going to knock him out in the 3rd or 4th. And so it took a little bit longer than that. But in the end, I thought he was going to try to run around. Once we found out about the 22x22 ring, that's why I asked AJ about it at the press conference. I was like, oh, of course, he wants more space to run around. But I thought to myself, he's going to get tired, and then eventually he's going to, he's going to get caught. All to say, again, if I'm trying to win someone over on boxing, I'm not putting this one into the VHS. My question, though, is, and I feel like his stock has gone up. I feel like people are like, all right, respect. You bit off more than you could chew. Now go back down to the cruiserweight division and, take a step back. Maybe you're fighting the Tommy Furies. Maybe you're fighting the freaking KSIs or the Andrew Tates or the Chase Demores of the world. Obviously, he's not at that level, and he may never get to that level. Does anyone feel otherwise? Does anyone feel like the fight was so bad, the knockout was so bad, that actually now he can't be on Netflix, he can't get these big fights, he won't get the attention of the people like he did on Friday and last November against Mike Tyson? What do you think, Rick?
No, I do not. I do not think that this was embarrassing or devastating, and I do think there are a lot of people out there who will give him the brownie points for, hey, you stepped in there, you got your jaw shattered by Anthony Joshua. Like, respect, tip of the cap, right? I just criticized his performance, but as I said, my respect level for him remains the same or went up. I've always thought Jake Paul is doing something admirable as far as this goes. And so I will give him that respect, and I don't think this was embarrassing to hurt the stock. The question I would ask, there's two things. One, I think it's going to be harder to sell Jake Paul from the perspective that the veil has fallen. You talked about, hey, the story is, can this guy who has no amateur experience beat Goliath? And the answer is definitively no. We know that now. There is no question about that. There is no mystery.
Well, for now, let's not pretend people haven't been knocked out and come back and rebuilt themselves to become a.
Again, this is where the performance itself matters to me, right? The performance itself was not good, and you pair that with the idea that this was the outcome. I do think that question.
But we watch a sport all the time where people lose fights and then come back and go on 10-fight winning streaks. I'm just saying, let's not pretend that a loss is definitive, right? You could. Do I think he will have it in him to go on a 10-fight winning streak now and work his way up the rankings? Probably not. He doesn't need to do it. He's a multimillionaire. But I don't think that a loss and a performance should be the definitive write-off of someone.
It's not a definitive write-off. I'm just saying it's harder. It's harder to sell that.
Take a step back. Yeah, when you lose, you take a step back. When you get knocked out, it's an even greater step back. What do you want to say, GC?
I was just saying that this is the first time we've seen him at this level. It's not like he's like a UFC fighter who has 4 or 5 UFC wins and then he loses a couple in a row and then he goes on a run afterward. This was his first step into championship level, and obviously I understand the size disparity, everything like that. Maybe it's different at a lower weight class, but this is the first time we've seen him go up against a world-class boxer, and it was non-competitive.
Yes. But then the question to you is, and the question to everyone is, do you now have zero interest?
No, I still have interest.
In watching it continue, do you now feel like he has lost?
What is it?
The
is
moral
it
victory. Is it boxing?
Yes. Does it have to be boxing? I'm more interested in Jake Paul competing in MMA at this point.
Oof, I don't know about that. I mean, I guess.
Is this a loss? Like everybody's talking about this. Everybody. Like, I was in a barbershop today. Everybody's talking about it. Like, and yeah, it's not positive. Everyone's like, oh, blah blah blah. Isn't this what this is what the product is? Is like, it's not like Joshua, as we were talking about, like in some heavyweight fight, in some rebuild. The eyes of the world are on this thing. And I agree with you in terms of the performance, Rick. But like, are we talking about the product here? As far as Netflix are concerned, they'll be like, this is brilliant. Everybody is talking about this event.
Here's my fear, though. I agree with you to an extent. Here's my fear, though. What are the names? The list of names has shrunk for me. I was willing to entertain a Canelo fight prior to this, when Canelo was the name instead of Anthony Joshua. I am no longer willing to see a Canelo fight. I was when Terrence Crawford's name was thrown around in this, I was willing to entertain it. Let's see it. I'm not entertaining that any longer. So the list of opponents has shrunk significantly.
I don't think there's anything wrong. Like, he went from Tyson to Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., right? So I don't think every time they're going to be blockbuster names.
Yeah.
So if the next one is Tommy Fury,
I'm not interested.
If the next one is KSI,
I'm interested, but I don't think it's real.
Loads of people are interested, not us. That's
what do you mean it's real?
Here's the thing.
You think it would be scripted?
No. I just don't think they'll ever fight. Like,
I'm just saying that caliber.
This guy's a genius salesman.
Yeah.
That caliber, yes.
He's gonna say, the ring is gonna be tiny. I'm gonna be fighting this guy. My jaw's just been broken. This is what it is. Like, he's gonna sell it again. I'm gonna be sitting there watching it again. And everyone's going to go fucking mad after it. And everyone's going to be like, oh, I can't believe this. Can you believe this happened again? And I'll be like, yeah, because it's happened loads of times. And again, I'm going to watch. That's the way it is.
To me, it's an entire story. It's an entire package. And again, if you want to call me biased, fine. I don't give a fuck. Call me biased. But to have this spotlight get shine on other boxers, on the sport of boxing, while everyone cries that boxing is dying, meanwhile, this dude brought boxing to Netflix 3 times in the past year. How could that be bad?
No, Jake is the promoter.
If you want to turn it off, after Baumgartner, go ahead, turn it off after Baumgartner.
No one's turning it off.
But you know what I'm saying? It's just like, so is it a net positive or is it a net negative? And I don't think, look, if you want to buy into the I'm going to knock him out, then okay, good for you for eating up the Wolf tickets. That's fine. I still think that he has come a lot further than a lot of people thought. And I think, of course, you can't sit here and give praise. You can't, because then you're on the take. But this guy will beat a lot of these dudes now. He will beat KSI. The version of KSI, the last version that we saw of KSI, he would beat Andrew Tate, who was in talks to fight him not that long ago.
He'd smoke both of those boys. It's a different game. It's a different thing.
Okay, so then we find out, now we're going to find out truly how much he loves it. Because as you said, you come off a broken jaw, it's hard to come back, period. So we're going to find out. You come off getting knocked out, it changes you. We're going to find out. We're going to find out by the opponents that he's going to choose. We're going to find out a lot about this guy. But I think I walked away from that on Saturday morning, thinking to myself, like, yeah, it could have gone a lot worse. We could be looking at memes today of him just completely knocked out cold in 30 seconds. Didn't happen. And I don't think, in 10 years from now, the minutia as to, how long he lasted or him running is going to be remembered. I think it's going to be that, like, hey, he took a loss and he took a knockout and then he got up smiling and he got up looking like a lunatic. I think ultimately that's why I think it's a win for him. Also, the millions of dollars.
I actually thought that was the biggest win, is that the punch that ultimately put him out, he goes to the ground and is like, whoa, that was crazy. I can't believe I just took that.
Like he enjoyed it.
Everything like that. Yeah, it was like he was enjoying it, loving it in there. And then in the interview with you afterward, he's just like, think my jaw's broke. Huge glob of blood. He's like, yeah, that thing's definitely broken. Like he's taking it in stride, like he's taking it like a real fighter, which is admirable and will gain respect of a lot of people. To Pete's point, he said it earlier in the show and he just said it again about the barbershop. You can't do a Jake Paul fight without it being shrouded in controversy, without people having all these hot takes and getting angry about it. And that's why people watch it. That's what gets people to tune in. And that's why I think Netflix loves it so much. But then also to Rick's point, I do think that the list is starting to shrink, because now if he goes and he fights another world-class guy and he loses again in a similar fashion that he lost to AJ, that's where I think the interest will truly start falling off, where it's just like, how can you even sell this? Because people just know that he's going to go in there and lose.
There is an element, I think I actually saw PT, you referred to it as like a Jackass fight, an episode of Jackass.
Knoxville against Butterbean.
There is a certain element of like, he takes the punch, he smiles, and he's like, whoa, that was nuts. Almost like he's doing like a stunt, and he wants, like Steve-O, like he wants to see, and that's why I think he sometimes doesn't play by the same rules as a traditional boxer who is trying to climb up the ranks and eventually get to a contender fight and win a world title. He defies all those rules that we have been beholden to as far as fight fans and fighters. And so he has that smile, and you're like, oh, his motives are different. Obviously, his motives are different. His career path is different. And again, I go back to the fact that I think that he has lasted a lot longer than a lot of people ever thought. The guy who made his debut in 2020 against a Nissan Gib certainly lasted a lot longer than I think most boxing fans thought, and most of his fans probably thought as well. And even his critics, the likes of Dana White, who would used to say, like, Jake, are you going to fight someone your size? Are you going to fight? Well, now he just fought someone who is like 40 pounds bigger than him, way better than him. What can you say now about him in terms of like, does he have the balls? And that's why I think ultimately you have to at least tip your cap to the guy, because going in there against Anthony Joshua was nuts. Can I just talk about the interview for a second? First of all, the fight ends. There's so many damn people in the ring that I swear the thing was collapsing. Like you can feel it. It was almost like you were in quicksand. The thing is collapsing, and I'm like, what's taking so long to read the damn announcement, to make the damn announcement? So it's taking forever. Everyone and their mom is in the ring. The thing is collapsing. I want to get the interview. Obviously, this is the big moment. It's collapsing. Finally, then I have to like weave through everyone to get there. I'm having the time of my life. I'm not going to lie. I'm having the time. This is exactly what I used to dream of when I would watch Larry Merchant on HBO Boxing. Like, this is the dream. This is exactly where I wanted to be in my life, and I get those opportunities few and far between. And finally, I get to AJ. I ask him a question. The first question is, what do you make of that fight? And he puts his arms on me. Well, first he pauses, almost like, I don't know if I stumped him. I don't know if he was expecting that. I don't know why he paused. And he thanks everyone. And then he tells me this whole story with his arms on my shoulders. Now, a lot of people mocked me for this, saying that it was a moment that I'll never forget. But I'll be honest, like, the guy is staring into my soul. It's Anthony freaking Joshua. I've told you forever how much I admire this guy. I've been watching him for years. How could you not have great admiration for his story and for what he's done? He's sweating all over me. And he's telling me in, I think, a very sort of thoughtful and candid way, what he thought of the fight, what he thought of the performance, what he thought of Jake. And there's a moment where I'm like, how the hell did I end up here? How the hell did I end up here? What is going on right now? My mom and sister are in attendance. Is one of the great highlights of my career. And I'm sorry if that makes me sound sus or anything like that to you weirdos, but it was a great honor. I didn't view it as him sunning me. I viewed it as him having some sort of comfort with me and just sort of feeling like that was the appropriate thing to do. And then I'm being told my jacket is being grabbed saying, go to Jake. And I'm like, how can I move away from this moment? This guy is talking about Tyson, like he's willingly talking about all the things that we want him to talk about. Again, I thought it was a great week for him. And then finally I hear, we're leaving if you don't go to Jake. So I turned to Jake. I was hoping AJ would stay. He's long gone by the time I talked to Jake. Jake, I thought, handled it well, made no excuses, revealed that his jaw was broken, asked him a bunch of questions. The ring is still sinking in as we are speaking. Turn, AJ's not there. I asked Eddie a quick question and that was it. And I walked out being like, man, I'm fucking lucky. Like and so if you want to sit here and be like, Ariel's looking at this through rose-colored glasses or he's flying too close to the sun, I am very grateful and thankful that I get these opportunities. I feel like I have always kept it real. I feel like I've always kept it honest. Again, I had that public, long before we even got to this point, Jake and I got into that little Twitter spat and he was talking about Rockhold and Costa and I asked him about the fake belt that he walked around with. Like, it could have all ended there. So I feel like I've always kept it real and I feel like I've always tried to be honest with my relationship, with the opportunities, and how much they mean to me as well. And so an opportunity like that, I hope you understand, for someone who has had to, eat a lot of shit sandwiches and take opportunities taken away from him, to be in that ring right there. I'm sorry if this bothers you that I say it, is a big freaking deal for me. From a career standpoint, from a life standpoint, that is a huge honor and a really, really big deal for me. And so I'm very appreciative. I'm very grateful that I get those opportunities, as few and far between as they are. They're not a consistent gig for me. I don't have another show next week or in 2 weeks or in 3 weeks or next month. I don't know if I'll ever have another one, to be honest. I have no deal with them. It's just one-offs. So yeah, it's just a big deal. And I hope that if you've been along for the ride, I hope that if you've watched us and are aware of the ups and downs, the trials and tribulations, that you can at least appreciate that. I try to keep it honest as far as the performances are concerned. Like I said, I don't think it was the greatest fight. I don't think it was the greatest performance. It was what I expected to a degree. Obviously, you didn't know when the knockout was going to come specifically, but I thought it was going to come, and it did. I thought AJ handled the week great. I thought AJ looked great, and I thought he worked with what he was given, in that anyone who is saying, why couldn't you have knocked him out in the first round, doesn't really quite understand how hard it is to catch someone as they are running away. I want to see AJ fight again. The fight that I was referring to, we could talk about it now at the live show, is the Rico Verhoeven fight. We'll talk to his promoter in a moment about whether or not that's still going to happen in February. But that is the left field fight that I was referring to. So let's see. I would love to see him fight Fury next. I would love to see that fight next. I feel like that's the fight that we've been waiting for and have been teased with. That's the fight. I'd rather not see them fight anyone else first. Can we see everything after that? Just do it now. Do it in April. Do it in May. Do it in June. But make it next so that they don't slip on a banana peel. And I want to see Jake continue this. And I think we're going to learn a lot about who Jake is and how much he loves boxing if he does come back and fight anyone. Because if you come back and fight anyone after suffering a knockout loss and a broken jaw, you've told me something. How you can sit here and describe him as just a YouTuber and not a fighter is beyond me. You step through the ropes, you fight 14 times now. Yeah, 14 times as a pro. You take shots like that from AJ, as few and far between as they may have been. You take shots like that from AJ, you have earned my respect as a fighter. And that's it.
2 titanium plates in his jaw now because of it.
Here, Ari, you did a great job, by the way. It was brilliant. It's a buzz seeing you doing that.
Thank you.
Really is. It's great. And don't worry about it. I think you're going to get a call up soon.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, but
I think you'll be all right.
I hope the audience understands. In MMA, the reason you've never seen me do that is because you have to work for the promoter to do those jobs. So everyone that you see on the UFC broadcast gets paid by the UFC. Everyone who you see on a PFL broadcast gets paid by the PFL. Everyone who you see on a one broadcast, and on it goes, gets paid by the promoter. That's how MMA has been structured, because that's how the UFC kind of set the rules very early on. In the NBA and the NFL, like you watch the NFL on CBS, they're not paid by the NFL, they're paid by CBS. NBA on ESPN, paid by ESPN, not. So you get it? The fight game is different. Boxing, though, at times, not every time, but at times, is structured in that the crew, the broadcast team is working for the network, not the promoter. So in this case, we were all getting paid technically by the production company that is hired by Netflix. If you really want to know, there's a production company called Everwonder. They're also producing the Christmas games on Netflix this week. So I wish them the best and wish them the best of luck. They're the most professional production company / network that I've ever worked with. They're unbelievable. They're the ones who pay, but it's not the promoter. And so if I wanted to work, a Matchroom card in the UK on DAZN, you would have to get paid by Matchroom. And on it goes. And that's a problem for me because I want to do this job as well. And I want to do it without any bias and not compromised. Now you could say just because you're on the broadcast, that's already, a knock against you. Fine. But like, I want to do that gig too. And you only get one life. And I want to try to do it as many times as possible. I wish there were more opportunities like in the NFL, NBA, NHL, Major League Baseball where you can do it. Unfortunately, there are not. And so that's why I relish those opportunities and enjoy them very, very much. I really do. There's no greater thrill than being in the ring with someone who just had a huge win. And to try to ask them 3, 4, 5 questions, you got to keep them quick because they're trying not to let the shows drag. Did the broadcast drag, Pete? Did it feel like a long night?
Really quick. And look, it was in terms of like MMA fans, people like that tuning in. Anderson Silva, come on, that was crazy.
Oh my god,
him and Woodley, it was insane. Baumgarten, I think, came across a lot better this time around. I was really, really in that fight. I don't think she kind of used the platform as well as she might have the first time around. I thought it was a really, really good fight, and yeah, it felt really pacey and really fun. Like as you say, like there is a spectacle, there's an entertainment element to this, and it felt like that, and it was a lot of fun. We didn't have time to speak about Andrei Arlovski, but low-key moment of the night, maybe.
Oh my God! Can I tell you something quickly about Andrei Arlovski? Andrei Arlovski, I'm leaving the arena, and I see him in a sort of like, not a holding room, but like kind of in between security, and I see him, and I'm like, "How's Taste? How's Taste, my friend, my old friend? Hi, Ariel. How are you? Oh, hey, Andre, how are you? Hug. This is my son. Oh, the baseball player that you told us about. Yeah, I'm like, hey, bud, how are you? Who's your favorite player? I don't have one. What position do you play? Catcher. He's like, you want a picture with him? And I'm like, wow, why is everyone so subdued? And then he's like, this is my wife. Hello, how are you? So nice to see you. She could not have given 2 shits about me. I'm like, Andre, is everything okay? And he's like, yes, I just got into a fight and she broke her phone. I'm like, oh man, I'm so sorry. What do you mean fight? And he's like, oh, I got into a stupid fight. And she's like, stupid fight. She's like yelling back at him, like a husband and wife, like, it wasn't a stupid fight, but you broke my phone. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Well, anyway, guys, I'm going back to the hotel. See you later. Go online, and I see the fucking fight. I was like, oh shit, this is what happened. And I'm walking like, how's Taste? How are you, bud? It's great to see you. I was like, oh shit, okay, my bad. Now I understand why everyone was so damn subdued and not happy to see me. But nevertheless, we will talk to Andre about that moment with Jack Doherty. I don't even know who Jack Doherty is. I've heard of him.
Wanker.
In 20 seconds, who's Jack Doherty?
Who's the
Wanker?
I don't even think we need 20 seconds. What Pizzi said, he's just a wanker, man. Any video I see of him, he's like a streamer on Kick or Party or something like that, and he just goes around picking fights, hiding behind bodyguards. That's all I ever see.
6 dudes immediately just go, oh god, no,
like
the
we're not
security
doing
guy
this.
getting pushed towards him, just like, I don't fucking believe this. I'm gonna have to fight Andrei Arlovski.
Well, we will talk to him about that. So stay tuned, gentlemen. Thank you very much. We'll talk to you soon. Much love, much love. Peace and love, peace and love. Still to come. Harley Cameron in studio. Nakisa Bidarian will join us. Andrei Arlovski will join us as well. But in a matter of seconds, we are going to be joined by AJ's best bud, his right-hand man, the man who has been by his side throughout his entire pro career. Since the moment he won that gold medal for every single pro fight, and you can see the love, the appreciation, the loyalty, the respect that AJ has for Eddie Hearn, because every opportunity that he has to speak on the microphone, he shouts him out, he shouts out Matchroom, he shouts out all the crew that he's been working with for his entire career. It's actually very cool to see some loyalty in the sport of boxing, because we all know that that is not the norm. And so on Friday he was very happy. I asked him a question very quickly at the end there because AJ left and I didn't realize he left, but I wanted to have a little more time to digest what we saw and process it all. And so Eddie Hearn is kind enough to join us before the holidays to talk about what transpired on Friday night in Miami at the Kaseya Center. Do we have Eddie?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Eddie. Where is he? I don't see him.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, there he is. Sorry about that. Hello, Eddie. How are you? I didn't see you there, so I apologize. How are you? Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it.
No problem. No problem, my friend. No problem. As always.
Back home from Miami?
Back home from Miami. I'm just actually in the car at the moment doing a bit of Christmas shopping. Because we've only got a few days before we have to head to Saudi later in the week for the inaugural card, which we're promoting in Riyadh. So, yeah, a very, very short time in the UK. And then off again for what will end an incredible year.
And there it is. The great Naoya Inoue fighting Alan Picasso, and I will ask you about that in a moment. By the way, you could have just got, your loved ones some of the new Matchroom merch that I saw you guys came out with. That would have been an easy present, no? I saw you modeling that.
You know what? I actually gave my daughter a hoodie.
There it is.
This morning. It wasn't her full Christmas present, just one of, but look at that. What a handsome guy there. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we're shifting so much product at the moment. Look at that guy.
I can understand.
Wow.
I can understand. Very easy question to answer, very easy question to ask off the top. And I'll ask you the same one that I asked AJ. What did you make of that fight? What are your impressions of that fight?
I mean, I thought it was much better than I thought it would be. I mean, I know that people are going to say, well, Jake was running and Jake was hold. But listen, I mean, at the end of the day, Jake had one job, and that was to try and survive. I mean, he was never, ever going to win the fight, ever, ever. And if you would have said to me, do I think he'll go 6 rounds? I would have said absolutely not. I mean, I felt that it would take AJ a couple of rounds to get hold of him, because I knew Jake can move a bit and he'd be moving off the back foot and he'd be holding. But it was the way that he did it, I think, was actually quite impressive. Like, not that particular part, but the way that he would, the way that he was strong in the clinch. He wouldn't let AJ get his shots off in the clinch. He made him miss a few times. And obviously, AJ's been out of the ring for a while. But to be honest, I think the most fascinating thing of the whole night in terms of the fight was how he didn't get flatlined by that right hand. I mean, I said going into the fight, it's probably going to take AJ a few rounds to get hold of him. And I also said, as soon as he lands clean, the fight's over, right? He landed a few before, but the first that he landed really clean was the final shot. But, he never flatlined Jake. I mean, he did break his jaw in 2 places, which is a disaster. But there are a lot of heavyweights that would have been out cold from that right hand. I mean, one of them was Francis Ngannou. A pretty similar shot, really. Do you know what I mean? So I actually give Jake unbelievable credit for doing it in the first place, but his performance as well. I mean, I stand by the fact that I think he's just a decent cruiserweight, but he did go in with Anthony Joshua, and look, the world is full of criticism and opinions and negativity. Who else is doing what he's doing at what is he, late 20s? I mean, quite phenomenal. I mean, the guy's a complete madman. I'm watching him come out to that ring walk, and he's just an incredible entertainer. And I'm sort of standing in the ring going, is he for real? And he did all right. I mean, I know people will talk about the holding, but his job was to survive, and he survived for nearly 6 complete rounds.
By the way,
he's remarkable.
You just referred to him as a decent cruiserweight, so I'm wondering, has he officially graduated? We all remember that face-to-face many, many moons ago. I was in the middle. You called him an average fighter, right?
Yeah,
he was very offended.
Definitely graduated.
Okay.
Yeah, I did say it before in the build-up to that fight. I said I used to think he was an average fighter. Now I just think he's a decent cruiserweight. In my opinion, nowhere near world-class. But how many are? I mean, he's obviously got a really decent chin. Maybe not anymore, but he did have a decent chin, because the shots that he stood up to and the final shot, he was conscious. He was trying to get up. Do you know what I mean? So I said before, he's dedicated himself to the sport. He's having serious training camps. He's got the best facilities. He's got the best training. He's got good sparring. So he's definitely improved. And, it's probably a mixture of a little bit of rust from AJ, just, and the fact that he wasn't overly rushing. Could he got him out of there sooner? Maybe. But he was never going to go in. I said that before the fight, and just start swinging away, throwing 100 punches around. So I actually quite like the fact that we got some rounds, because got a chance to work with a new team. And all in all, it was a wonderful experience for us. I mean, AJ made a fortune. His star power in the US has gone through the roof. I mean, if you take any notice the internet right now, I mean, he's just become like an icon, especially amongst the ladies, which he's been an icon over here amongst the ladies for many decades, but now in the US as well. And people are kind of coming across him for the first time, which is quite strange when I see that on social media, you know, because obviously from here, he's one of the most recognizable figures in sport. So yeah, wonderful experience. It ticks every box, right? Profile, money, activity. And it couldn't have gone better for us.
Okay, so there's a lot I actually want to ask you about what you just said, but I was just talking about that, how I've been watching AJ since the Olympics, have admired, I think I've watched every single one of his pro fights. It's an honor to work his fights, and to see online Americans and American women almost stumble on him like they just found it, like he's a rookie.
Who's this guy? Yeah, I know.
Who's this Greek god? Who's this? Oh my, they're like infatuated with him. Does that, obviously it makes you chuckle because you've known him for so long, but does that change any sort of future plans for him? Like, hey, we need to bring him back to America. There's something there.
I mean, look, I think obviously the American sort of strategy took a big blow in the Andy Ruiz fight. And I think if we would have won that fight, I think we would have returned several times since. Obviously, the size of the audience on Friday, and also, you know, we've even seen it on a much smaller level with our documentary. It's a different audience. Right, it's not boxing. Even every American boxing fan knows who Anthony. These aren't boxing fans that are suddenly going, "Oh, who's this guy?" These are just casual fans across various different demographics who don't really know a lot about boxing and have come across this guy who speaks so well, who looks like he's carved out of stone, and it's like, wow. And the answer to your question, yes. I mean, it's all day I've been thinking about our US strategy and how we can capitalize on this. This changes everything. You know, people don't like it when I say that AJ was already arguably the biggest star in boxing. Now, by far the biggest star in boxing. Right now, there is absolutely no question that Anthony Joshua is the biggest star in world boxing, right? But how does that strategy change moving forward, particularly in the American market? Because, you know, I know, and you know how personable he is, how likable he is. You know, his brand has just been so easy to build, obviously, with all his attributes over the years. And we can do the same thing in America, and it's a big market. So it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks.
When you were watching that fight and it's ticking away, second round, third round, fourth round, and Jake, he's not landing a bunch, but there are a couple moments, you know, a double jab here, an over right hand there. Are you thinking like, holy shit, man, please, please, please? Is there any moment at all, can you tell us in the aftermath, where you're like a little bit nervous, just a little bit, thinking of the worst?
No. I mean, I knew there was no way he could lose, but it was just the nerves were more like, oh, hurry up, you know, we need to grab hold of him here and cut him off. And, you know, he was moving so quickly around the ring. It's very difficult to cut a fighter off like that. So AJ was really patient. Like, he almost had a go at me after I got in the ring after. I was like, well done, mate. He said, stop rushing me. I'm like, I know, but I just wanted it over with, you know, and done. And the more rounds it went, I felt like, you know, the more kind of detrimental it would be to him in the end because of the way it finished. I mean, that's what everybody's talking about. That's the virality of it, is the, you know, the double broken jaw and the huge right hand. And you know, Jake playing along after with all his, you know, his social stuff. And no, I mean, never worried, only worried about how long it would take. And I thought it would be inside 3 rounds. I did, you know, but Jake was smart. He was smart in there.
I'll ask you this question, not because I believe the question, but just for the record, just so you can say it. Was there any discussion, any agreement about, hey, you need to get the fight into this round, you need to carry him for X amount of rounds, you need to do your part to get it into the 5th, 6th, or whatever?
Absolutely no way ever. I mean, if you look at a couple of the right hands that AJ missed with in the first couple of rounds, like, they would have done the same job on Jake's jaw if they would have landed. And Jake did very well to avoid them. So I always said going into the fight, AJ's not the kind of guy that's going to come out like a train, just start swinging away. He's going to take his time, and that's what he did. You know, the fight definitely went a few more rounds than anticipated from Anthony, but it's like, even now, it's like, yeah, it was definitely a fix. Some guy commented today on one of my posts, yeah, it was definitely a fix. I go, you do know that he's broken his jaw in 2 places. Like, he may never be able to fight again. People aren't really talking about this. People just think, oh, you just get your jaw wired, bolted together by a couple of screws, and on you go. There have been many fighters who have had their jaws broken that never boxed again. And they're like, yeah, oh, no, that might have been real, that bit. But the other stuff, it's like, we're not actors here, you know? Like, it was 100% real. There was never any strategy, any deal, any script. AJ wanted to land clean as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the only time he landed really clean was in the 6th round. And unfortunately, that happened to Jake. We didn't want that to happen to Jake. You know, ultimately, we wanted to win and get it over with. But that's the dangers that he took and the risk that he was in the fight. And, you know, we hope he can heal up.
What do you make of Jake's stock at the moment? My theory is it actually went up in defeat because of how he took that last punch. Showman smiled, broke his jaw, but didn't, make any excuses afterwards. Some say I didn't like the performance. He was hanging on. He was going for takedowns. He looked like he was scared. What do you make of it? Well, is there a market to see him fight after this?
No, I think his stock went up. You know, again, going back to the negativity of people, it drives me wild. Like, how can you not give him credit and respect for what he did? Like, we've all moaned the community, haven't we, for years and years? Oh, you've never fought a real fighter. When are you going to fight a real fighter? He fought Anthony Joshua. I mean, he was literally 50 levels out of his league, right? And it was a complete mismatch. It was always a mismatch. I never marketed it as anything else. But it was a spectacle. And it was quirky and it was weird. And, and look at the way he walks out with, the rappers and I mean, these guys, they're entertainers, and there is an element of WWE to it. That walkout with Logan and the music and Jake, that was WWE. He's dressed as Hulk Hogan, for God's sake, right? But everyone's talking about it. And, whilst I am boxing through and through, it's my absolute life. And I love the sport. This is a guy that is dedicated to that. For me, wasn't a YouTuber. That was a professional boxer that has a massive following and a huge platform. He's just not world class. That's just my opinion. But he's improved a hell of a lot, and he's earned the right to be a professional fighter. He just so happens to be very smart, have a huge following, and be able to. I mean, look at the money that was generated in the fight from Netflix and the gate and the sponsorship. Look at the brands that are on the ropes that you never see. Right? How can this not be a good thing for boxing? This isn't misfits. This isn't, and those guys do their own thing and it's cool as well. But that was professional boxing. There was just a huge gulf in levels. But like I said, for us, it couldn't have gone better.
If you were his promoter, would you tell him, okay, enough is enough. You broke your jaw. You're worth millions of dollars, multi-millions. That would be it? Or would you like to see him fight again if you were his promoter?
I think you have to see how he comes back. Like I said, that injury is a very serious injury. Like, you can come back from it. Jai Opetaia broke his jaw. Conor Benn broke his jaw in sparring. There's been loads of fights, but there's also been a lot of fighters that haven't come back from it. I think the next step's really important now for Jake. Like, he's made a lot of money, and when you get injured like that, you should look at the fights that you come back into. Like, do you want to? I think he'll be out for close to a year. I mean, that's around the rough kind of time when you break your jaw. 8 months, 9 months, 10 months. So it's got a long time to recover and decide what he's going to do. But MVP's not just Jake Paul. They've got a big roster of fighters now, and they do. I enjoyed working with them. We've had Abby. I put a post out today thanking MVP and Nakisa, and he messaged me saying, "Look, thanks for the." And I'm real. If we're treated well, you have no problem with me. And I will be honest, and I will tell people you've treated me well. It's not, and there's loads of shows that I go to where we get treated like shit still. And Friday wasn't one of them. We enjoyed working with their team. I thought they'd done a great job. And, we will sit down, myself and Nakisa, in January, and we'll talk business. Loads of business to do together.
What else?
Well, look, he's got a huge roster of female fighters. And when you look at the crossover fights that can happen between the stables, they've got fighters at 140, 147. We've got Sandy Ryan. You've got Sky Nicholson is now mandatory for Ellie Scottney in the Undisputed Championship. You've got Elif Turhan, who I believe beats their whole roster at 130 and 135. She's a world champion in Caroline Dubois' weight class as well. So yeah, obviously Katie Taylor. I mean, we got loads of female fighters. So that, and who knows what other business can be done together.
This 92 million number has been thrown around. Is there any validity to that?
92. What's that? The new 6-7?
No. Saying that they both made 92 million each for this fight. I've seen this number and it seems quite high.
No, I'm not gonna talk about the purses, but they both did very well. It wasn't a career high payday for AJ, but it was one of his substantial paydays.
Okay. There has been talk about February. What could you tell us about February and the Rico Verhoeven talk? I'll be honest, that's what I'm hearing. That's what other people are saying as well. Rico in February. What can you tell us about this?
So we are moving forward, obviously, with our plan now with His Excellency. That would be a fight in February, March, and then hopefully to fight Tyson Fury. So I will plan to sit down with His Excellency when I get to Saudi later this week. February the 14th, which is a proposed date. My gut feeling, and we'll talk to the doctors and the team over the next 48 hours, it's 7 weeks this Saturday. Obviously, we've just done, and some people go, well, that was an easy fight you just had. AJ's just done 8 or 9 weeks in camp, right? He's going to come home and see his family for Christmas. So there is a chance we'll try and push that into sort of middle end of March. Rico is a fight that has been mentioned by certain people. I mean, we're straightforward. I mean, ultimately, we'll field offers. We could do with a fight that's going to prepare us for Tyson Fury. It's quite a difficult thing to do style-wise. So we might look at other opponents as well. But, we're open at the moment. We're in a wonderful position. Obviously, we'll talk with DAZN because DAZN were one of the principal reasons why that fight took place. Without their blessing, we would never have got it over the line. So AJ remains exclusive with them, and we'll talk about a plan. But, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately for AJ because he's in a wonderful position, but those conversations will start quite quickly. And that's always a difficult thing to do because the fighter normally just wants to chill out for a week or two. But we're red hot right now. We've got offers coming in left, right, and centre, and we got to do business.
Why not just do the Fury fight next? Why tempt fate?
Because Fury's going to fight, right? So he's going to fight in April. So we don't want to sit out till September.
Why not scrap that fight? Why not try to come together and say, let's do Fury AJ in April?
We do that. I don't mind doing that, but I don't think Tyson Fury will take the fight straight off the bat. As I understand it, he wants to fight, and probably will feel, even though it was Jake Paul that we fought, we don't have to fight. We don't necessarily need another fight before Tyson Fury, but we're not going to wait till September because right now, AJ's message to me was, I want to get back to work. Let me have this week, and then I want to go back to Spain, go with Team Usyk, keep learning. Don't forget that was his first fight with completely new people, with a completely new team. And he loves working with those guys, and I think he's going to get better and better and better with them. So we're happy to fight, but happy also to go into the Tyson Fury fight. To be honest with Ariel, anything could happen. But, we've told His Excellency we're in for that fight. So, we'll get with him and, focus on those finer details and then get the plan together for 2026.
Do you like the idea of the Rico fight for him?
I mean, I understand it, I don't think it necessarily prepares him style-wise for Tyson Fury, but, Rico's a pretty dangerous guy. I mean, he's a big man. He can punch. Like, he's probably going to be a little bit unorthodox. But, just a name on a big pool of fighters. I think there's part of what you said is very much correct. We don't want to, if we sign in to fight Tyson Fury at the same time, the risk element, you got to weigh it up because we're there. We don't want to lose it on the line like Deontay Wilder getting beat and we lost that fight, when that was supposed to be announced in the ring. So I don't know a lot about him, to be honest with you. It's just a name that's been mentioned over the last week or so, and particularly like the journalists seem to have run with it, I think prematurely. But we'll see.
Okay, I want to let you go in a moment, but I'll hit you with some quick ones if I can. Are you and Shakur back together? I know you're promoting this show on January 31st. Are you his promoter now, or is it just because you are the principal promoter for the event?
I mean, I guess contractually, no. But once we were all moving forward with the show, so, you know, I think if you asked us the question, are we working together? I think the answer is yes. Do I have a contract with him? No, I don't.
Okay.
I have a contract to promote the ring show on January 31st in Madison Square Garden, as I do in Riyadh this week, and as I do on some others moving forward. So that's an honor for me to do that. And that was the focus, to be honest with you. I never went to Shakur and went, you know, I'm promoting the show. You need to sign with me, or, you know, it's just, we know what we're doing for this fight. We'll talk after the fight. I'm in his corner 1,000,000%. He's my guy. I'm Team Shakur, right? Love Tio, but I'm Team Shakur. And our principal focus is to deliver a historic event with Ring Magazine and Turki Al Sheikh at Madison Square Garden on January 31st. That's what we're doing. We're finalising the undercard at the moment with His Excellency. There'll be an announcement soon, and it'll be a huge event.
Has there been any talk of Katie versus Ronda Rousey?
Not from me, no. I believe that, you know, Brian is always going to chat away to people, and, you know, I can't tell you there hasn't been a conversation between, I don't know, manager to manager, but nothing with any legs at the moment, and nothing in the pipeline at all.
I feel like if Holly Holm wins January 3rd, that would be a huge fight in Ireland. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I think that could be a fight. I mean, Holly Holm's a very good fighter. She has a very tough fight against Han. You know, that's not going to be an easy fight. But I think if she was to win that fight, become world champion, then I think Katie Taylor against Holly Holm could have some legs. And there's another one, MVP, you know, as we talked about earlier.
Yes, that's what I was referring to. Holly versus Katie in Ireland, I think would be gigantic stuff. A couple of weeks ago, Nick Khan of TKO was doing a lot of media ahead of their congressional hearing. And I don't know how much you paid attention to any of this stuff, but there were a couple of interviews where he was like, what's the British gentleman's name? Edward Hearn, stuff like that. He knows who you are. When you hear that stuff, do you laugh? Do you chuckle? How do you take that?
It makes me feel great, because why would you do that? I mean, you know, like, if you don't know who I am, you're banging trouble in boxing. And of course you know who I am. But obviously there's got to be a reason for doing that. You know, and the reason for me, most respectfully as I could say, because he won't, you know, these guys are very, very bullish, is almost mild fear. Right? They know I'm a problem. And because they know how good I am. You see, and they are very bullish. They're like me, they're arrogant, and they think they're going to come in and dominate boxing. But it's not going to happen. And haven't they got a show on January 23rd? That's their first show, right?
Yeah, what are you hearing about it?
I mean, it's a month away. So, I mean, I have no idea. You got to come out the blocks with a bang. You can't come out with something lame. What are you going to do? Do a show in the Apex to launch TKO boxing? It's got to be a monster. And I just, with 4 weeks to go, how much of a monster can it be? So, you know, as I've said before, these guys that we're up against, and I say up against, I mean, I want to be up against them. Whether we are product-wise, we'll see very soon. But they're very good. They're very smart. They're very connected. And you know, boxing's boxing. It just, I can't explain it. But if they come out weak on January 23rd, they are going to get, because everybody's waiting, right, to give them an absolute shellacking. They are, though, aren't they? I mean, they so many people in boxing want them to fail. And I don't think they will fail. But if they get it wrong and it stinks the place out in January, like, the worst thing they could do is come out with something poor. So a rushed, poor product, because they don't actually understand boxing at all. And I'm intrigued because, as I said, these are smart guys. But where we are positioned right now, Matchroom, I mean, coming off that win with Anthony Joshua, you know, our TV contracts, our stable, our brand identity globally, our schedule that's already lined up now till the end of the year, which what we've just come off as well, and January and February. We are absolutely cooking on gas. 2026, we are going to smash it. Smash it. Bet on Matchroom. We are going to be unbeatable in the space.
2 quick ones to round out. Terrence Crawford, true or false? He fights again.
True.
You don't believe any of this?
I do believe it. I just think he'll fight. I just know, like, he loves it, and he's such a competitor, and he loves a dollar bill, loves it. And I think sometimes you can make that play. I don't know. I mean, look, he could have injuries. It could be a contractual play, or he could just have had enough. I mean, that's more than reasonable. But if you ask my gut feeling, you'll see him in the ring again.
And last one, the last time you were in studio, you hinted at some MMA ventures potentially for you. Is there anything more you can tell us about your interest in mixed
listen,
martial arts?
only that I've been approached to look at something, and something substantial. But, you know, again, like I say, I can't tell you that I can just go into the MMA space and just blow it out the park. It's something you have to have a passion for. It's something you have to have a deep knowledge for. And like I said, reversing the roles, that's why these guys, they can't sit up there and talk boxing. They don't know that they're commercial smart. They're outstanding marketeers. They just don't know boxing. And it's not something you can just go, we're going to do boxing, and we're going to do a new ring and change the color of the canvas, and, you know, we're going to do this league. It just don't. This is a historic sport that stems centuries of legacy and victory and defeat and narrative and storytelling. And yeah, don't fuck around with it.
Appreciate you, Eddie. Thank you so much. Happy holidays. Sorry for taking you away from the shopping.
That's all right. Back to shopping. All right.
Great to talk to you. Thank you so much. All the best, and good luck this weekend as well. There he is, the man, Eddie Hearn, the CEO of Matchroom Boxing, off to Riyadh for the Naoya Inoue card. That's really the last big show as far as combat sports are concerned, and that is this weekend on DAZN. We showed you the poster against Alan Picasso. So if you're looking for something to watch, that's on December the 27th. If you are looking for something to watch, there's something to watch on Saturday. There was all kinds of action as far as combat sports is concerned this weekend. There was an RAF card, a Real American Freestyle Wrestling card, which featured the return of Yoel Romero to the wrestling mat, rocking the singlet, going up against the much younger Pat Downey. We don't really know how old Yoel is. I think he's 48, but here he is against someone who's 33, accomplished wrestler named Pat Downey, and mauling him. Yoel Romero, proving that age is but a number. Look at this. Look at this from Yoel. The man's not real. He is absolutely not real. He was supposed to fight Bo Nickel or compete against Bo Nickel on the card. Look at this. Look at this. And they announced after the victory, look at this, backflip. They announced after the victory that he is in fact going to be competing against Bo Nickel on January 10th in South Florida. There it is, for the light heavyweight championship of the Upstart promotion. Colby Covington is on the card as well, and I do believe there's some breaking news. On this card, they've just announced Lance Palmer against Arman Sarukian. Would you look at that? Colby Covington, Luke Rockhold, Bo Nickel, Yoel Romero, Lance Palmer, former PFL champion against Arman Sarukian. Are we in now? Rick, are we in now?
I'm interested, but I'll be honest, like, Arman, that is interesting to me, but I'll be honest, what the thing that actually got me, Yoel Romero. I said I'm not that interested. That mother effer, like, he is just a freak. He is just a one of one. There will never be another like Yoel Romero. I'm going to watch his next RAF match. Like that.
Yoel versus Bo is.
I'm in. I'm freaking in.
So you're finally in.
I'm in, and it was Yoel that did it. Now, don't get me wrong. Now this little Arman cherry on top, like, now we're talking.
Wait, was that GC who said he was in too?
Yeah, he's there.
I am also in. I think
you're in now too.
Yoel gets this massive win, and then he immediately calls out Bo Nickel, and now we get to see it in 18 days later, 19 days later after we got the call out. I'm in.
And Armin is like a complete out of left field addition to this. Armin actually competed this weekend, guys, and was successful.
This is like Armin's 8th grappling match.
I know. The guy is. So I think he was in a BJJ match this weekend, AC BJJ 20. He went up against Mehdi Baidulev. Here he is getting the RNC. Armin competing all kinds of completing all kinds of side quests. Look how fired up Armin is here. Kind of love it.
I like it. I do wish we had the main quest, but I like it. I'll take it in the meantime.
Yeah. Armin, in the midst of all of this, engaged in a little back and forth with Ilia Topuria. Let's go through this rather quickly here. Here's an interview in which Ilia Topuria is speaking to El Doberdan MMA. He says, Armin had his chances, but he refused to compete. All fighters face arm pain, leg pain, yet we still showed up for the fight. Maybe he needs to change his underwear, Armin. From here, you can go F yourself. I think that's what the 4 stars mean. And then Armin responded to that interview saying, you talking about taking time off from fighting to fix your family issues, but it looks like you have plenty of free time for all these interviews. You're a joke, El Ponacha. Or Panocha? What does that mean? I don't know. We need
Who's
Andy
to check?
Here. Who is to check? I think it's all still from the same event, by the way, all the interviews, the WOW event from a couple of weeks ago. And was there another one? Or maybe there wasn't. Oh, okay. Here's Ilya. Is it Ilya on Islam or Armin on Islam? All right, let's see it. Let's see Ilya on Islam. Here's Ilya saying, when you have me in the octagon, you start to realize I'm not Jack Della Maddalena, I'm not Dan Hooker, I'm something very different. And when I put my right hand on you, you'll see that you're going to have a very, very long sleep. That is Ilia Topuria on fighting Islam Makhachev. Dominate him standing up, give him 3 or 4 punches, then submit him in front of Khabib. And if he wants a pass, I'll gladly step on his head too. The 3-way dance between Ilya, Armin, and Islam right now is just one big tease. One big freaking tease. But there they are going back and forth. Armin partaking in some new food quests as well. I think there's one of him. Do we have him eating the pancakes or something? What is he doing? He's in like some exotic locale. What's happening here?
I think he's in the red square.
He's actually in the red square. It's snowing. And it's captivating. Why is it so captivating? I don't know. Who's the guy filming all of this stuff, by the way? Also, a nice, wholesome...
This one was a bit more tame.
Yeah, it was you're right. It's just like... But Armin is the man of the people over there. He is interacting with everyone. I saw that he was chatting with some kid outside of a restaurant. And he's like Mean Joe Green in the Coca-Cola commercial. Here he is, looking all very festive. Hello, how are you? How's everything? That was a nice meal. Did you have the shrimp cocktail? Yes, I did. Did you have an iced coffee? Oh, hey, kid, how are you? Well, it's nice to see you. How's life? Well, happy holidays. Let me see that 1, 2. Ooh, let me see that 1, 2, little kid. Ooh, let me see that 1, 2, 3. Hit him with the hook as well. Ooh, oh, with the leg kick too. Yeah, with the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, another one. Oh, look at this guy. Making dreams come true. That's lovely stuff.
Can we get more Ariel dubs on these videos?
You like that?
Yes. I think we need that always.
All right. In a matter of moments, guys, we are going to be joined by the one and only Andrei Arlovski. Let's show the people the footage. Andrei Arlovski was at an event this Friday. I believe it was the Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua card. And I told you what happened when I saw him afterwards. But he crossed paths with one Jack Doherty, who GC says is a super duper influencer of sorts, who the kids love. In that sort of Aiden Ross ilk, would you say?
No, I don't know. I've never seen a stream. I don't know what he does. Anything that I see of him, people are just hating on him. I've never seen a man more universally hated.
Wow. Okay, so what do we have here? Let's take a look at the footage here, because I believe he is saying that he is not to blame. Here's Jack in the blue shirt, and there's Andrei, and there's a crossing of paths, and then one of his jabroni friends starts punching Andrei, and now it's like Andrei versus 4 people. and it's like a giant versus a bunch of Oompa Loompas. Look at this, with the broccoli haircuts. A kick there, a 1-2 there. There's Andrei's wife. I know exactly who she is because I saw her wearing that exact same outfit later in the night. And now it's just complete chaos. Do we think that these jabroni broccoli heads, do we think that they had any idea that they were crossing paths? This guy's doing the double bird to Andrei Arlovski, the pitbull. I mean, like I said online, you have to be a generational dumbass to step to Andrei Arlovski. I don't care if he's 40, 50, 60, 70, 75, 85. Who the fuck do you think you are? Now, what do you think? Now, I do believe there are some people like Rick who think that this is all a work. Is that true? And will you say that to Mr. Arlovski?
No.
But what's the payoff for the work?
I don't know. Like they
had a moment.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't.
And they're
know.
gonna fight.
I don't know what it is.
Doherty versus Arlovski.
My thing is just like, why did they even decide to mess with Andrei? There was nothing there. Like it could have just moved on. You know.
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know.
This is a thing that this guy does, though. He gets into a lot of fights like this and then hides behind the bodyguard.
There's another angle, right? There's another angle. I think the angle we just showed is the best angle. I've definitely heard of him. I've definitely seen him. Here's the fight happening. And Andrei, by the way, throwing the punches while holding the phone is very impressive. And he's like, who the hell? What?
That look that he gives after that like last punch that he throws where he kind of gets his bearings, he looks ready to kill someone.
See, the dude walking around with the lav mic thingy on his shirt is a little bit weird. So that makes you think that they were trying to start something. But I don't think for a second that he's in on it. I don't think Andrei plays that way.
That's Doherty. That's the guy streaming.
Yeah. That's what I mean. But like the fact that he had it on him, that means he was shooting content. But like you don't do that to Andrei. Andrei is just, you know.
Andrei 1,000% had nothing to do with it.
Yes.
I think Doherty definitely was trying to get that moment on camera. That's all that was.
I think the bodyguard recognized Andrei Arlovski and was like, oh shit, what are we doing here?
Like, come on, kid. You don't pay me enough. You don't pay me enough to save your ass. Doherty getting some hate online, responding to some people, including Uncrowned's own Ben Folks. He quote tweeted Blue Sky Ben, who was calling into question his behavior. Here it is. Ben Folks says, who the hell saw Arlovski backstage and was like, I should antagonize this giant man whose face bears a record of all the times he refused to back down. Jack Doherty says, it's funny how people think we did anything to start this, like watch the footage. I do believe he said something else regarding that. I think he called the Twitter people criticizing him Twitter old Fs or something like that. We're trying to minimize the curse words here. How did I start the Andrei Arlovski fight? Watch the video, you old Twitter Fs. You guys just point the finger at the kid who's half your age and way richer than you. I would do the same though. LOL. LMFA.
He's getting ratioed into oblivion on every one of these.
Well, let us talk to the man that he is talking about in that tweet, the former UFC heavyweight champion, the man who is fighting Ben Rothwell at Knucklemania in February, the living legend, the Pitbull, the original Pitbull, the one and only Andrei Arlovski. There he is, my old friend Andrei. Andrei, it's great to see you again. And I say again because I saw you on Friday night, and I have to admit, Andrei, I saw you. I was so happy to see you at the end of the night and meeting your son for the first time and your wife for the first time. And I couldn't quite understand why everyone seemed very subdued. And then I went online and saw the footage. I was like, now I understand why your wife seemed a little bit mad. And so I totally get it. I just want to know, are you okay after that big melee that went down?
Everything fine.
Okay. All right. So, Andrei, can you tell us what happened? And can you tell us at what point? Because I saw you at the very, very end of the night as I was leaving. When did this melee happen?
On my way to the parking lot, to the garage.
Oh, so it was at the very end too?
Yeah, I walked with my wife, my son, my other friend, and his pregnant wife.
Okay, so what happened?
I saw people like going and recording something, and I tried to avoid because that main guy character, he walked like kind of like he just lifted a lot of weight, and I tried to avoid all this bump into my wife, and shit happens, you know. I turn around, I ask, hey, what's going on? And boom, bam, 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 boom, boom, end of story.
Did anyone hit you, touch you, push you to lead to all of this?
He bumped me. I said, "Guy, what's going on?" And his friend jumped on me, and the bodyguard, and video speaks for itself. So
yes.
Listen, I want to get more footage from different angles, and that's it pretty much. And I went to the downstairs to report stolen or missing phone because my wife she tried to stop the fight. I'm very proud of her. My son also tried to be involved, and actually how young kids supposed to be acting, and shit happens. Yeah, we went downstairs, come back, and that's it. I woke up in the morning. I said, "What's going on? Fuck." Text messages, phone calls, some messages on Instagram, "You're a hero," etc., etc., etc. I was shocked. Listen, I didn't have so many attention after some fights in the UFC, and I was I start like reading, like etc., 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 and I was surprised. Video was edited already. It's like I I was so lucky to be picked for some video content, and it is what it is. And I'm again on Ariel Helwani show. Wow. Otherwise, he wouldn't fucking invite me. But because of this shit happened.
That's not true. Like, that's not true.
It's the second time in the last, I believe, like 3 or 4 months, right? Or 6 months, whatever. I'm super happy.
No, and that's not true. I love you. I was so happy to see you. I couldn't understand why your wife was so mad. I thought she hated me or something, and now I understand why she was mad.
Yeah, because she was upset because she thought like, it might cause some problem. She got some important information, like some contacts. She does real estate, and she's supposed to have closing on Saturday. So, and everything was missing. So closing didn't happen. So might get some fines, whatever. It is what it is. So new phone supposed to, I guess, come today or tomorrow. So
you never found the phone? What you think someone took it?
No. I'm pretty much somebody from that crowd who was around involved in accident because maybe not because I'm not so good with electronics, but I'm checking that app, find my phone where it is. Still I was there. I come back like next morning. I come back actually yesterday. And I said, like, it shows here, but said, listen, it was last time where the phone was seen here, but it's not there anymore. I said, okay. So I guess it's on, it's going straight to voicemail, but she done all stuff like cancel and whatever, I don't know, block. Yeah.
Right. Do you think they knew who you were?
No, if you pay attention closely to the video, it says, "Oh, guy walking like actor from 300, whatever it is." So, and boom, bam, beam, sucker punch, this and that.
Yeah.
I didn't want to lose my phones. It's actually might be a good commercial for iPhones, So
I saw you throwing punches while holding the phone. It was unbelievable. It was very impressive.
Because I just got my new phone, iPhone 17 Pro Max, whatever it is. I don't know, like my son forced me to update it. And remember that video when I believe in Texas, it was not hurricane, it was tornado, whatever it is, and it was a Chevy truck flipped. And back. So if you have connection with Apple company, let's
okay. I just want to show you one of the angles here because I thought it was impressive how you held onto the phone while still like defending yourself, and you have like 3-4 people coming after you, which obviously puts you in a tough spot. I know they're much smaller than you are. I felt like the kids, and we could show it, guys, while I'm talking here. I felt like the kids. Here's the guy, the main character, Jack, with the blue shirt. Yeah. And then his friend comes in and rushes you. I felt like the kids had no idea who you were, but I think the bodyguard knew because he wanted no part of you. He wasn't coming in there to save anyone.
Yeah, but at the same time, he threw a couple punches on me.
At the beginning, and then he backed off.
Yeah.
What do you think when you see this, Andrei?
Ariel, I think a lot of fucking shit, but video speaks for itself. And let me get more angles, and if you want, we can get back to the subject.
For sure. Can I play you a clip of this kid, Jack? He went online and reacted to it. I don't know if you saw his comments, but here's the clip, and I wanted to play for you, and because he's saying that you started
this fucking guy, Andrei, who the fuck? Yeah,
this guy. This video here. Can we play this for Andrei?
All right, so everyone's talking about that Andrei, whatever, UFC fight that we had at the Jake Paul fight. I did not start that, and I don't know why everyone's putting the blame on me, like, oh, you're hiding behind your security guard. Well, duh. This man walks by me, bumps into my cameraman, and throws a kick at us for no reason, and then my friend stepped in, and yeah, then everything else happened. But, like, bro, I'm not trying to fight this guy. Like, I'm not trying to instigate a fight. I'm trying to stay out of trouble. I'm on bond right now. You think we're trying to start fights? Like, hell nah. Like, that guy started the whole thing. You can see it. It's all on video, so I don't know why everyone's trying to blame it on me. I was literally just walking by, and this guy goes boom, and then little karate kick, but it lagged when he did that. But yeah, you can see I did nothing to start the fight. So if you think I started it, I would love to know in the comments down below how you think I started it, because I did nothing. All I try to do is de-escalate the fight and get everyone to stop freaking fighting, because I'm like, yo, we can't be fighting. I got to stay out of trouble.
So what do you think of that? He's saying you started it.
Everybody fucking blame old dog, old guy. Listen, and I spent some fucking time to read those comments, and 99% think you're full of shit, my guy. So
I love it. What do you, Andrei? You're yes.
Listen, Phil, like 25 plus years in the business. You think I don't have enough fighting time in an octagon, in a cage, in the fucking ring, in a practice, and I'm fucking stupid enough. I understand if I would be fucking by myself and I would be drunk, shit can happen. But video shows clearly, like, come on, guy. I tried to ask him what's going on and got fucking punched right away. It is what it is.
I've always known you to be a very no-nonsense kind of guy. What do you make of this new generation of kids who are streaming everything, causing trouble? You have a young child?
Yes, like I said, I'm super proud of my son. He was next to my wife and ready to jump in. Thanks God he didn't do shit. That's how he fucking supposed to act. At my, how old that Doherty guy? Like 22, 23, 25?
I think younger than that.
Okay, I was at this stage, I was in Chicago, I was working with Polish and Ukrainian people at the construction from 6 to 2. First workout at 5 p.m., second workout at 8 p.m. And like, so if tomorrow I'm gonna work with my mother and somebody gonna punch you in the face, so I have to turn around. I said, so nothing happened. I don't get it, what's going on, to be honest with you. All this, and you know what kind of like upset me? When fight starts, nobody tried to stop the fucking fight. Everybody was fucking on the phone. Make sure we're gonna get good fucking content. That's fucking scary, to be honest with you. I thought, to be honest with you, that shit only happens in Russia and Belarus. They call them Zoomers, I believe. Everybody like filming. We need content. Everybody going crazy about those fucking likes. It's not healthy, in my opinion.
I agree 100%.
I was lucky enough to get involved in this situation and somehow became famous again.
Not again. You are still famous, and I want to get to what's actually next for you. But I also wanted to ask, your wife and son, did they get hurt? Did anyone hit them, punch them, kick them?
No, that's why I try to, that's why I'm going to some once in a while. It's called WOFT in Orlando, protecting situation, like try to avoid situation like that, stop the threat. And of course, my first thought it was about if my wife and my son and my friend with his pregnant wife safe.
Okay, good for you.
I tried to kind of like put them against the wall, against the elevator, and yeah.
Is this going to lead to Andrei versus one of these guys, Andrei versus two of these guys, Andrei versus the bodyguard? Is there anything that's going to come from this?
Ariel, you have more connections, please hook me up. Yes, would love to, especially with that bodyguard guy.
Okay.
Somebody said he's a Brooklyn, yeah.
Yeah.
And another thing, everyone who wrote those like support messages is really like helpful and funny. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you.
You got a lot of love for that. But just to be clear, and I have to ask the question, this wasn't some kind of stunt, right? Because he pulls stunts of some kind online. You weren't a part of it, right? This wasn't some sort of thing that we're going to find out that you were a part of.
Ariel, how old am I?
I know I have to ask the question. I don't believe it, but I just wanted to ask it.
Of course not.
Okay.
Of course not. Listen, if it's like if it's some situation where you planning and acting, why I would put my face and get some punches and got some sucker punches on behind my head? So of course not.
Okay, so what is?
Listen, I have a lot of extreme in my life besides fighting and do this stuff in public and in front of fucking other people, which is embarrassing. And actually, Dan Lambert and post something, and I said, "I'm so sorry, don't act like a fucking professional athlete because." I should fucking avoid the situation and like leave it. It is how it's supposed to like bump and walk away, but you know I got punch him and it's it shouldn't be like how fucking professional athletes supposed to act, but shit happens. It is what it is.
What is actually next for you? February 7th, Knucklemania, you versus Ben Rothwell for the heavyweight title. Could I ask, how are you feeling about this chapter of your career? Because I saw you do the Misfits fight, now the bare knuckle as well. There it is, big fight for the heavyweight title. How are you feeling about what's happening right now in the state of your career?
Very excited. So hopefully everything's going to be smooth, yeah.
What is the motivation at this point to keep on fighting?
Keep fighting. Prove everyone who said old dog cannot learn new trick. So I want to prove them and everyone again that at age 47 you're good to go. And thanks to the Arlovski method, that's what's hold me like on be alive and keep motivated me training and do etc. Just doing what I love to do. And actually. I don't know, it's my luck or my experience, some like head movement, some footwork might save my ass at that night.
By the way, can I just ask you, what is the Arlovski method? What is that?
The Arlovski method, it's about mindset, personal training, people who went through some, who had cancer. Because actually next year, February 24th, it's going to be exactly 1 year when I got a tumor removed from my kidney. Since God, it's everything fine. But months later, I had my debut on a big on my dirty boxing fight, so I'm very happy. And
wow!
Now I try to put everything together, like put the Arlovski method and like how with my experience, 25+ years training and stay healthy, stay motivated, stay focused all the time. That it's going to be all about. So I still have a lot of work to do, but it is what it is.
Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Are you okay now?
I'm like Nike, just do it.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So I did not know that you went through that. But I do wish you the best, and I hope that everything is okay and continues to be okay. And I think that you're an incredible inspiration that you're able to compete after that. So much respect to you. Can I ask you, Andrei, just before I let you go, you were there for the Jake Paul fight, of course. What did you make of the fight, the way it played out, and the way Jake fought?
Because of traffic and security, I just get in when Anderson Silva won his fight, and it was one female fight, I believe, and it was Jake Paul against Anthony Joshua.
What did you make of the actual main event, Jake versus Joshua? What do you think of the fight?
good fight.
You enjoyed it?
No.
Okay. Do you have respect for Jake for fighting Anthony, or did you think that it was silly all around?
You know what? I do have respect for him because, first of all, he had great cardio for 6 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
He got fucking balls, actually. Stepped in the ring against Joshua because, come on, he's fucking not a joke. And everybody, actually, I saw some comments, everybody saw his fight against Ngannou. Plus, don't forget, guy much taller, have longer reach, and he's not joke 100%. For those kind of money, I'm ready to fight like any day, any time with one of or another or somebody else. If he can like set up the fight against those YouTubers and bodyguard, would be happy.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully he hears that message. Much love to you, Andrei. Thank you so much. It was really great to see you. I'm sorry that it was right after the fight. Great to meet your son and wife as well. I could tell something was wrong right away because they seemed a little bit.
You're a good psychologist, and you have that feeling, like what's good, what's bad. But at the same time, I was upset because she kind of looks rude.
Yeah.
But my son, he said, "Listen, I hope you understand. But thank you very much, Ariel. Happy holidays to you and your family, to all your viewers, to your family, to your friends. God bless."
Amen.
Hopefully, I'm gonna talk to you soon again.
Of course.
On a good reason, not because of some shit happens.
Thank you, Andrei. All the best to you, and happy holidays as well, my friend. There he is, the great Andrei Arlovski, kind enough to join us after a hectic night for him. And yes, I didn't realize that it was actually at the end of the night as well. So it really probably was like 10 minutes later that I bumped into him and his family. Yeah, let's see what happens. I hope it just remains as it was, and everyone can move on, and some of these younger cats can realize that guys like Andrei aren't to be messed with, and you should probably be careful about who you bump into. Probably the best kind of advice that I could give them. There was a Sean Merriman Lights Out fighting event that happened over the weekend as well. I did stumble across this one because it was interesting. It seemed like they had like a memorabilia section, and then it seemed like, what is going on here? What is this? Well, Sean Merriman posted it. Was this at a football game? What's happening here with these two guys? They're fighting over memorabilia. Look at this. Some dirty boxing here too. A little takedown, had him in his guard. Overhand, what is that, the right hand? Yep. He's still holding on to the shirt, so nice clinch work there. I can't tell if this is one long fight or the same clip over and over again, but I'm enjoying it. Just all kinds of madness. What do you guys think they were fighting about? The price of the jerseys? What was going on over there?
30 million for the kitchen scrap.
That's what it is. That is what it is. Speaking of perhaps unique fights, I did happen to see Merab Dvalishvili and Mark Zuckerberg have a little 30 million for the kitchen scrap themselves. I was actually quite surprised with the takedowns of one Mark Zuckerberg. Did you guys happen to see this? Look at this right here. Mark working the body, going for the double leg. Now in half guard, going for the back, trying to lock in. No, doesn't get the hooks in. And there's a slap. There's another slap. There's another slap. I think it's the same slap. Multiple slaps perhaps from Merab. By the way, is Merab medically cleared to fight this soon after the loss to Petr Yan? Look at that sweep. Oh, Aljo's there too. Wait, can we hear that? I want to hear the slap. The slap is actually quite loud that Merab landed on Mr. Zuckerberg. Here it is.
Beautiful.
Here it is.
Right hook.
Getting the hooks in. What? Merab, you're supposed to go easy on him. Open hand slap. Would make Nick Diaz proud. Nate as well. What is going on? What's happening in the world? He what?
Zuck ate that well, the slap there.
I thought so too. I thought he took it like a champ. There was a
Work or
fight.
shoot on the takedown.
Who's to check?
Who is to check? Who is to check? All right. Let us not go there. All right. I did see that there was a fight in Ghana, guys. There was a fight in Ghana last night. My good friend Ariel was there. There was a great scene. It was the Lawrence Okoli fight. Did you guys happen to see this scene with the referee doing the little, like, you guys are going to touch gloves, but they didn't want to touch gloves, and it was almost like when I'm in between my kids and they're fighting, and I'm like, you're going to make up right now. You're going to stop fighting. Enough of this. Never quite seen this before. They either touch or don't. Here's the clip in case you missed it. It's very fun.
Stop. Obey man commands, defend order at all times. Any question, Freezy. No. Any question, good luck and shake hands. Come on. Shake hands. Come on. No. Shake hands, man.
You have to shake hands. You must shake hands. I don't care how you feel about your opponent. And by the way, speaking of boxing collabs, did you guys happen to see who the Big Oos saw over the week? I saw Mr. Joseph Parker at the event on Friday. He came up to me. I wasn't expecting to see him in Miami, of all places. And then all of a sudden, I see on social media that the Big Oos had a nice little tete-a-tete with the tribal chief. Look at this. Look at these two guys looking like long-lost brothers. That warmed my heart. Look at the Big Oos over there. He calls Roman the Big Oos.
White balance on the pick.
Nah, it's good. It's good. Look at that. Living his best life in Miami. God, I love Miami. Isn't Miami great? Isn't Miami unbelievable?
It's so great.
I was just walking around. Oh, thank you. Frank actually had a horrible time over there.
Why do you keep saying
Why
that?
were you in such a bad mood?
I was busy.
Oh.
Jeez.
Busy doing
Are we going
what?
back to the Friday night, Thursday night bad mood?
Yeah.
What
You noticed that, right?
Who didn't notice it?
Yeah,
Andy noticed.
By the way, I spent the day on Saturday, instead of taking the first flight home, spent the day with my family, which was a great treat, and they couldn't stop singing your praises, GC. Oh, my dad was like, the skinny bald guy, he was such a gentleman. He walked us out. He walked us to the car. I was like, that's Southern hospitality right there. That's why we love him.
The feeling was mutual. Your family was lovely. Your mom, especially, she was giving great conversation on the way down. Big fan of all the Helwanis.
Well, thank you. Yes, I've always said that. I get my work ethic from my mom and my interviewing skills. Sorry, work ethic from my dad, interviewing skills from my mom. She's a great conversationalist. But I
could see it. They were all great.
I was like, what did you think of Frank? What did you think of the guy with the beard? Oh, which beard? With the bald head? No, the other guy with the beard. Oh, he never said hi.
This guy's a D1 glazer, bro.
I was like, what do you think of Andy? Oh, she was lovely. Rick, of course, you've known for over a decade. Wait, so everyone on the team said hi but Frank?
You know, I'm mysterious Frank, right? I'm not supposed to be out kibitzing with the audience.
Kibitzing, great word. With the audience.
There's that word again.
Yeah, with the audience. Wow, Frankie, with the audience.
Just saying.
They were like, wow, this guy walked us out. What'd you do? You walked them out to their... They didn't have a car. They had an Uber, right?
I walked them down to the Uber, waited for them to get in, and, bon voyage. Thanks for coming.
We should have got them a black car, if I'm being honest. Didn't think of this.
Yeah.
But it was nice. It was nice.
We'll know for next time.
Yeah, next time. There might not be a next time. Who knows?
Did they enjoy the fights?
Actually, my mom and sister enjoyed the fights very much. They, too, only arrived for the... they arrived at around the Woodley Silva fight, I do believe. So they saw the last three. They liked it very much. They stayed till the very end because they wanted to see, they wanted to see me in the ring. So I think by the time the interviews ended, it was pretty empty. I was looking for you guys all over the place. I couldn't find you anywhere. I mean, I thought...
First of all, I have to go back to what you were saying earlier about the interview, how it was so crowded in the ring. You could see up on the big screen, you like the outside of the ring, like they were showing the Netflix feed. And I was blown away by how many people were in there. And I was like, where the hell is Ariel? Where the hell is Ariel? And then at one point when they got Joshua, there was a pause of maybe 4 or 5 seconds before like you finally came in. There was like a moment I was like, oh my God, is he not in the ring right now? So I feel you on how many people were in there. It was madness.
It was a lot. And it was definitely sinking a little bit. And that was making me worried. I was worried that we were going to be part of some like viral moment. Could you imagine on Netflix, the whole ring collapses? But in the end, it was all's well that ends well. And we will talk to the man now who put on that event, the CEO of Most Valuable Promotions, the co-founder of Most Valuable Promotions as well. His guy was there front and center on Friday night on Netflix, on the biggest platform in the world, 300 plus million subscribers. And unfortunately, it didn't go his way, but some, including myself, think that it was a moral victory of sorts for Jake Paul. Let us ask the one and only Nakisa Bidarian about that and more. He is kind enough to join us just a few days before Christmas. Thank you so much, Nakisa. Appreciate the time. Congratulations to you and the whole team on the event. And so could I ask right off the bat, was that a moral victory for your guy, Jake Paul, on Friday?
Ariel, thanks for having me, and thanks for being involved in the event through Netflix. I think you did a great job as usual. I don't think it was a moral victory because he expected to win. I do think he showed who he is as a fighter. I think he deployed the strategy that he was very clear about going into, that he was going to look to make AJ miss, and AJ missed a number of times. And ultimately, I think the weight of AJ caught up to Jake Paul. If you look at the first 3 rounds, AJ wasn't really able to touch him. But when AJ was in a clinch with him a couple of times, pushed down on the back of his neck, pushed down on the back of his head, got him to the ground. There was a few times where Jake looked like he was going for a takedown. Again, that was Jake trying to engage in the clinch, and AJ smartly moved back. In one instance, I think it was the 5th round, Jake engaged for a clinch, AJ moved back and started punching down on Jake's back. So all of those things kind of deteriorated or emptied Jake's gas tank a lot earlier than I think he expected it to. But overall, I thought he deployed his game plan well for the first 5 rounds and actually had some success. He even moved AJ back a few times, 1 by just jabbing in the air, and 2, when he caught him, he moved AJ back. AJ came right back in and swung, but he did move him back.
When this fight was first announced, you said to several media members that, like, initially you weren't down for this fight. You thought it was just a little bit too much too soon, to paraphrase. Did he do better? Did Jake do better than you thought? Result aside, obviously you wanted him to win. You thought, I think, by the end that he was going to win, but did he actually do better than you thought initially?
Back in March, yes. By the time we got to fight week, I was always very clear, high risk, high reward. Either man could win. You know, I was getting ridiculed online for saying you don't believe in your guy. At the same time, people were saying this is fixed and Jake Paul was going to win. I just faced the reality of what Jake was trying to take on at such an early stage of his boxing career. And it was a monumental task. And ultimately, you know, I had said to my wife and my brother during the week that I think round 5 or 6 is where Jake could be in trouble. If he made it past round 6, I actually thought it would have gone the distance, but kind of given how I saw the fight going, it kind of played out in that scenario. But I did believe Jake could win, absolutely. And I think the funny part is online, people are saying, oh, Jake was totally outclassed. Sean Wheelock, the scorer for the night on the Netflix broadcast, gave round 4 to Jake Paul. I thought you could have made an argument that Jake Paul won the 1st round and the 4th round against Anthony Joshua.
So that would have meant, 3-2 for Joshua heading into the 6th round, which again, a lot of people thought that he would dispose of him rather quickly. Can you give us an update on how he's doing? We know that he broke his jaw in multiple places, 2 places to be exact, and I believe he has revealed that he's had surgery since. How is he doing? How is he feeling?
He's doing great. Obviously, you know, there's periods of time during the day where there's a lot of pain, periods of time where there is no pain actually. Recovery process is 5 to 6 weeks, and he's focused on coming back as a boxer in 2026. This is a sport that he loves. This is a sport that saved him from the path that he was on in the past. And I think in a funny way, I'm kind of glad he didn't win. And I know that may sound harsh, but imagine if Jake Paul, 5 years into the sport in reality, probably 3 years into the sport in terms of 3.5 years in terms of fighting top level competition who are fighters, beat Anthony Joshua. What would be the motivation to continue to get better, to double down on your training, to grind even harder had he had beaten Anthony Joshua? So Jake always says the best lessons or the best wins are from your losses. And I believe that happened with Tommy Fury. And I 100% believe that happened here. Because if Jake is truly passionate about this sport, he now realizes that he has to even commit more time, more resources, more days into elevating his craft.
So the injury obviously is different than your typical injury, because obviously it's right there. That's where you're getting punched, and as we were talking about with Eddie earlier, like that could sometimes change the trajectory of one's career. And there are some people who don't come back. Some do. Some have had great careers after breaking their jaw. Is there any part of you after seeing that says to yourself, hey man, you've made millions of dollars. It's been incredible. We built this thing. It's lasting far longer than your career, right? MVP can be a thing with or without Jake. You saw the event in July. We don't need to do this anymore. You proved your point. I don't want to see you get hurt.
I think that's ultimately his call. I don't view a broken jaw as career ending or defining. I think there's plenty of examples, from my past in MMA. Dos Anjos broke his jaw, had plates put in, came back and became champion after that. And I think Jake very much showed the kind of chin he has, very much showed the kind of movement that he has in the ring, and very much showed the heart that he has. And so I'm looking forward to what defines him going forward, not what we've done in the past 5 years. Has it been disruptive? Yes. Have we done massive things for the sport inside and outside the ring together? I believe we have. But I think there's a long, long path ahead for Jake Paul within the boxing world, inside and outside the ring.
In the immediate aftermath, he told me, I want to keep fighting. Is that still the sentiment a couple of days later?
Yeah, I think he made a post yesterday saying, I love this, I'm recovering, and who do you want to see me fight next, right? And I think now it's more important than ever for him to tell his story of who he is as a boxer, because he did take on a massive challenge and he fell short. And I think that is an important transition point to say, okay, here's how I go on from here.
And as far as the, I know you said that he didn't have any sort of moral victory. It doesn't work that way. He wanted to win the fight. But would you at least acknowledge, and maybe you feel otherwise, so tell me, that his stock has gone up? Do you feel, in other words, that he has earned the respect of way more people than perhaps, after some of his other recent fights?
I think definitely he's earned a lot more respect. There's, of course, the naysayers out there still who are spreading either lies or just being defamatory for no reason. But, social media is a perfect stat. And he's gained over 600,000 followers on Instagram for a guy who was a social media influencer to begin with and fairly saturated after a loss. He is the most followed American athlete on TikTok. He's added over 320,000 followers on TikTok. So people are following him, even though he fell and lost in his biggest fight of his career. And that speaks to his brand, his profile, his quote unquote stock going up. And I think you have to now respect him as someone who's willing to take on the biggest challenges in the boxing ring. To date, you could argue, people have said outside of Tommy Fury, the fights have not been even, or someone's been smaller or older or not as experienced. There's no such excuse or narrative here. And again, I want to be clear. Jake Paul did better than almost every single person out there who wasn't a Jake Paul believer said he was going to do. He did better than Eddie Hearn said he was going to do. He did better than Anthony Joshua said he was going to do. He did better than 99% of the media, 99% of the boxing community said he was going to do. So I'm proud of him for what he delivered, but we're not satisfied. It's not like, hey, yeah, we lasted 6 rounds with Anthony Joshua, we should be cheering. No, he got knocked down. I will say, and this isn't talked about enough, even after taking that massive blow, he got up back on his feet. And if the ref said go, he would have gone, right? This guy didn't quit. After round 5, many people would have said, I am making massive amounts of money here. I've been knocked down. It's been great. I'm going to call it. Round 6, before the ending, he was knocked down. Again, he could have said, okay, I'm going to take the knee here. Count me out at 10. I'm out. Didn't do it. And after he took such a massive blow where he said, whoa, he still got back up to his feet. And it was only then that the ref called it. Not because Jake said, I'm done, but the ref called the fight.
What is your response, Nakisa, to people who say there was too much running, there was too much clinching, it wasn't an entertaining fight?
I would say Jake told you how he was going to deploy his strategy. I would say Anthony Joshua, I looked at the stat in round 4 against Daniel Dubois, right? Year and a half ago. He got knocked out, I think, in round 5, threw less punches than he threw in round 4 against Jake Paul. Like, think about that, right? He was more active against Jake Paul than he was against Daniel Dubois in the 4th round of what was, one was a 5-round fight, one was a 6-round fight. I will say that Jake Paul lasted longer than 18 of Anthony Joshua's opponents, some of which were heavyweights that were 24-0, 25-0, 26-0. There was no world Jake Paul was going to come to Anthony Joshua, stand right in front of him, and say, let's throw down blow for blow. Even though I walk around at 207 to 209 on a regular day, and you walk around at 250 to 260, let's just go ahead and meet in the middle. He deployed his strategy, and he did a lot more effectively than people thought. There was a lot of comments around, a 22 by 22 ring. That's unheard of. Very common in boxing. Canelo's deployed that ring many times, and Canelo's a much smaller man. So all the talk is expected. I mean, that's part of the brand. It's part of disruption, and it's part of what gets people talking. So it's ultimately fine. I know what we did. I know what Jake did. And even Anthony Joshua was very clear that he respected the performance by Jake Paul.
Speaking of that talk, it always seems like after Jake's fights, there's I've seen the script, rig, this, that, and the other. Do you think now, at the very least, that talk goes away? Broke his jaw, went in there against Anthony Joshua. At the very least, do you think that you guys can move on from that? Like, that won't follow you?
No, I don't. I actually, our lawyers are actively going after a number of people. One who claims to be a lawyer himself online. I don't remember the name or the handle, but it was something that had like 200,000 likes. And basically this post said there was an agreement for AJ not to knock out Jake, but AJ disregarded the agreement and decided to not get his payday, but knock out Jake Paul. So it's pretty astonishing what people say. Your dear friend Lou DiBella, saw him put up a bunch of ridiculous things and even said, Nakisa, go ahead and sue me. But this wasn't a real fight. He was pulling punches. He wasn't giving it his full effort.
And so for the people, again, just to clear this up, because I asked Eddie this question, I'll ask you the exact same question. Once and for all, was there any sort of arrangement as far as it should go this many rounds? Because that's the one that I've heard. Oh, Anthony agreed to 3 rounds, 4 rounds. Can you tell us in black and white if there were any talks of any kind between the network, the promotion, the fighter?
There has never once in Jake Paul's career been any talk of that sort, of anything to do with the fight being anything but a real fight that has exactly the same situation as any professional fight. And that's exactly the same thing here for the Anthony Joshua fight. It's just beyond mind-blowing that people would think that. Anthony Joshua was on record saying that if he didn't finish him in the first round, that would be disappointing, that it would be a failure. The narrative changed as we got closer to fight night and obviously post-fight, and I understand why, but they were pretty adamant it would take max 2 rounds to knock out Jake Paul.
What, if anything, can you tell us about how Netflix felt about Friday night?
I think we were all happy with the numbers, with the performance. You have to remember, Jake Paul put on the performance that he did with 5 weeks, 4.5 weeks preparation for one of the best fighters in the world. And most time when fights fall apart, as you know, the replacement opponent isn't as exciting, isn't as dangerous, isn't as viable of actually beating the guy who didn't, or a girl who didn't fall off the card. So you couldn't be anything other than amazed at what we were able to pull off and what Jake was willing to do to keep the entire card together. Alicia Baumgartner, Jamal Harvey, Anderson and Tyron Woodley, Neeks and Amanda Galley, Caroline Dubois, Keno Marley, Avius Griffin. All of them got that opportunity that night because this young man said, yes, I'm going to take on this challenge. I believe I can do it. And lo and behold, his strategy worked for 5.5 rounds, and he landed some pretty good shots and won a couple of rounds from my perspective. So I think Netflix was very happy. MVP, we're very happy with the outcome, and I think they'll have numbers either today or tomorrow in terms of viewership, but it was a very successful night.
In the aftermath of Saturday, there have been some people being like, hey, what a great weekend. Jake Paul gets knocked out. Andrew Tate looked not so good in his fight. Seeing him put your guy, being put in the same category as Andrew Tate, who I personally don't think is a very good person. Does that bother you?
I don't think, look, it's internet chatter. Obviously, Jake has shown who he is inside the ring. He's shown who he is outside the ring, whether it's within the boxing community, whether it's as an entrepreneur, whether it's with the Boxing Bullies charity. So it doesn't bother me. It's just shows the world that we live in.
What about, early on, I feel like MVP and Misfits were kind of compared to each other. You guys were on Friday night, they were on Saturday, you were on Netflix, they were on Rumble. You had, 5 title fights, they had different type of title fights. To see the two events juxtaposed against each other, do you feel like this was a great weekend for the MVP brand?
I never think about Misfits as being in the same business that we are, right? I think they've created a WWE-like product that is boxing, but isn't really elite level boxing. I know they've started a new pro division that is going to be different to the product they currently put out. I have nothing but, appreciation for anyone who gets into the boxing ring at any level. I do not think that we're in the same league of promotion or in the same sport effectively, given the product that they put out.
What about your place in American boxing? Top Rank still doesn't have a TV deal. Golden Boy's deal with DAZN is coming to an end, and as of right now, to the best of my knowledge, they don't have any events scheduled for 2026. Is there a case to be made with your Netflix shows and your DAZN deal that you are the #1 American promoter right now?
I don't look at it that way. I look at it as we are the #1 brand, A, for women's boxing, unequivocally, and B, in terms of doing the biggest, most impactful mainstream events that increase the awareness of the sport, bring new eyeballs to it, and create opportunities for other athletes. That is where we are right now. We're not looking at Golden Boy and Top Rank and PBC. We're thinking about how does our brand affect an entire sport.
As far as the women's division that you guys have created, it's obviously robust. You just added Caroline Dubois. Are we going to see in 2026 more women's only cards like the one that we saw in July? What could you tell us about the brand that you are building with the women?
Yeah, look, the objective is to have a singular brand that represents the best in class fighters unequivocally within the sport. Very hard to do on the men's side, given the number of promoters that exist, the network dynamics, and the egos that are roaming around within it. On the women's side, people don't have the belief maybe, or the vision, or the trust that there is value in women's boxing. And I think the WNBA is a perfect example. It took 30 years for the investment to pay off, but boy, has it paid off. In MMA, it took a long time for Lorenzo to convince Dana White to have women's MMA, but Ronda immediately paid off. And I think women's boxing will pay off. If you look at January 3rd, what we're doing there is a main card that is all women and a preliminary card that is a mix of men and women. And I think that shows the power of the women's brand to be able to carry a card that is positioned, yes, as a women's event, but also has men fighting underneath them. And that's part of the vision of how we see it going forward. And I absolutely see more of those happening in 2026.
Speaking of the future, and I'll let you go in a moment, I do want to know, as far as Jake is concerned, obviously he moves back down to cruiserweight. He's alluded to that. But would you like to see him maybe just take a bit of a step back in terms of opponent now? Like, does he go back to the Furies or maybe even finally the KSIs of the world? Or do you think now that he's gone in there with AJ, he's swimming with those types of sharks? What would you like to see when he heals up?
I think, look, one, KSI is not anything to do with boxing. That's just like a nice to have if and when KSI ever, comes back into boxing and wants to do it. I think that's something that would be great for the fans. But I do think at this stage, Jake's skill set is way too advanced for KSI, and he'd be smart not to do it. In terms of who he fights next, we haven't had that conversation. I have certain ideas. Tommy Fury is not it. I don't think he's reliable to do that. But it's really up to Jake. I need to hear from him how he sees it going, and he does want to win a belt. And so I think there's ways of doing that in the right way to allow him to get back to that top of the mountain in terms of getting a belt. and also continue to do big, spectacular events.
Realistically, do you think we see him again in 2026?
Very much so, yes.
Okay. And one more before I let you go. The Zuffa boxing debut is exactly 32 days away from now. We don't have a card announced just yet. It sounds like the debut is going to take place at the Apex the night before UFC 324. Eddie was saying earlier, like, you know, what's going on? Where are the announcements? Why aren't you coming out with a bang? That type of thing. What do you make of the state of Zuffa boxing as of right this moment?
Biggest thing I make of is Saturday, January 3rd, Amanda Serrano is back on DAZN.
Yes, sir.
Long for Zuffa boxing. And Stephanie Hahn and Holly Holm are fighting. And both of those fights are 3-minute rounds. That's what I'm most excited and focused on. In terms of Zuffa boxing, to make your debut in what appears to be the Apex, it's a similar playbook to what they've done for their slap fighting league. Is they have a UFC event on the Saturday. They're going to fly in a bunch of VIPs, give them a free hotel, give them a free dinner, and have them show up at the Apex Center and make it feel like it's a big event. I hope it's a successful debut for them. I know they haven't announced the card as yet, but they're extremely intelligent, extremely well capitalized, and they're not going to go away easily, right? So you have to take them seriously, and it'll be interesting to see what it is. But I know the playbook. I see exactly what they're doing, and hopefully it's successful for them.
One more quick one. Eddie, very complimentary of you, of MVP, of the whole week, the relationship. I know there were ups and downs, but as far as working with him in the future, is this something you want to continue to do? And did you feel the same way as far as how everything went since the fight was announced?
Yeah, look, we operate how we operate, right? It wasn't this week. We've operated the same in every single event that we've worked with Matchroom. It's more about when we agree and negotiate on certain terms, those are the terms that we deliver on. And here, this was the first event that we've done together where AJ was truly bringing a lot to the table, and they negotiated in that fashion, and we delivered in that same fashion. I've said the entire time, you have to respect Eddie Hearn for delivering this fight on short notice. And I hope to continue working with them. Absolutely. We're going to see each other in January. There's lots of business to be done. And this is a moment to be strategic within boxing. The landscape is shifting. There's promoters who don't have TV distribution. There's promoters who are entering and want to disrupt. We've been disruptive. Eddie has a promotional capability like very few have within MMA or boxing. I believe he's the best spokesperson for his boxers of any spokesperson out there, or fighters, right? Dana White isn't a promoter anymore. He's not promoting athletes in my mind. So I have a lot of admiration for what Eddie does as a promoter. And I think they have admiration for what we do as a brand, as a company, as a executor of big events. I mean, if I look at our weigh-in from last Thursday, I was thrilled with the outcome, the vision that came to life and how we produced it. And I think people see that and appreciate that.
Last one, sorry, I lied. Is it true they both made $92 million?
They both made a lot of money.
Where did this number come from, this random $92 million? I can't figure it out.
I think Eddie said it wasn't Joshua's biggest payday, but it was a very good payday. I can't speak to whether it was Joshua's biggest payday or not, nor can I speak to that for Jay because that's confidential information for him. But they both made a lot of money, as they should have. They put on a massive event that had the world talking, positively, negatively, indifferent. If you are able to grab attention and have people take their time away from their phone or their family or their sleep to watch, you deserve to be rewarded.
Congratulations. Thank you, Nakisa. Happy holidays to you and your family. Great event, great way to end the year. Looking forward to what you guys do in 2026.
Thank you, Ariel. Have a great one.
There he is, Nakisa Bidarian, the CEO of Most Valuable Promotions, co-founder as well of MVP, and that was their third event on Netflix in a little over a year, 13 or so months to be exact. Of course, it was going to be almost a year to the day if the Tank fight would have remained. I said it, I like this fight a lot more. When you're someone like Jake, you want to kind of be going, up against the big dog. In his position, it's much better to be, David versus Goliath, as opposed to you being perceived as Goliath. My kids see the Jake fights, and when they saw the Tank face-off, they said, like, what is this? he's going to beat this guy. They don't know who Tank is. They see the AJ face off. They say, wow, he's taking on a giant. And so those are the types of people, not just kids, but a lot of young people. Trust me, there is no other gig that I have in which my kids' friends, and now I'm at an age, and they're at an age where their friends are online and seeing things to where I get questions about, what I do for a living. And to them, it's like, wow, he just took on a giant. And so that's, that could be perceived as a good look and an interesting hook going into the fight. Now we wait and see, A, when he comes back, A, how long it takes for him to heal and to come back. And then B, what kind of route he takes. That's always the big question with Jake. There was that brief moment where he was fighting the Andrei Arlovski of the world, the Ryan Borlands of the world, as we've discussed. And you wonder, okay, where's he going here? And then he takes a detour and he goes to Mike and then he tries to get the Canelo fight. It's kind of all over the place. And so it's really hard to predict. But one thing I know is that we will be watching and talking about it. And I look forward to seeing how it all plays out. All right. Still to come, by the way, more news and notes. Still to come, by the way, your super chats as well as we round out 2025. What a year it has been. And there's more content to come before our January 5th award show. But I wanted to end, as far as our guests are concerned, I wanted to end on a very fun and lighthearted and a high note and an inspiring note, because our final guest of the year is joining us in studio in a matter of seconds. She's one half of the brand new AEW Women's Tag Team Champions, the Babes of Wrath. Her name on AEW is Harley Cameron, but I saw her a few months ago doing a lot of interesting things that you don't see wrestlers, and in particular women's wrestlers, doing. Singing, doing ventriloquism, I do believe it's called, as a ventriloquist, just doing off the beat, different kind of stuff. And this caught my eye and I thought it was very interesting. And so I wanted to have her in studio to talk about this, because they're in New York over the weekend to do a bunch of holiday shows at Hammerstein Ballroom, which is an incredible venue in its own right. And then I started to learn about her backstory and I was like, wow, this person needs to get her story out. This is a great story and it's actually quite inspiring. And so without further ado, let us say hello to the aforementioned Harley Cameron, who is here in studio with the belt. Wow, with the actual belt.
I had to bring the
Hello.
merchandise.
How are you?
Hello, lovely
so
to
great
meet you.
Thank you so much. Wow, look at that thing.
Thank
there it is.
You. Yes.
Amazing.
My precious.
I appreciate it very much. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
I'm excellent.
We're very festive here, as you can see.
I love it.
Because it's the holiday season.
I feel
Look
like New
belt.
York, the festive season is fantastic. It's
It is
full swing.
Actually, you haven't been to New York that often, right? Because I saw an interview with you and the great Renee Paquette where you were
Yes.
talking about being in the city for the first time, and that wasn't that long ago.
Yes, I think it was around this time last year, actually, but she took me on the tourist journey. She took me to see the tree, and then we went to see what's the show called with the kicking?
The Rockettes.
The Rockettes,
At
yes.
Radio City.
Yes, we saw that, and then she took me to Magnolia Bakery, if I'm
Oh
saying
my
that
God, you
correct.
had the banana pudding.
Yes, the pudding.
Oh my God,
Yes.
amazing, right?
Yes, it was excellent. So it's funny, my parents are here right now, and I was walking them around to literally all those places. I was like, and here's the tree, and here's
Yes,
the pudding.
yes.
Yes.
And that was only a year ago. So your first time in New York was a year ago.
Yeah, I think I've been back maybe once before, but it was literally to do, I think, a signing. So it was in out. I didn't get to
Okay.
explore. So I do like it here. It's
And over the weekend, you were at the legendary Hammerstein Ballroom.
yes.
And what was that like?
Oh my gosh, it was fantastic. I actually was very lucky this time last year. I did have a match here and I got to perform last year, and the audience is just electric. And it's just such a beautiful like setup there. It's really special performing there.
Some legendary ECW shows, and then WWE had Raw there and whatnot. So great to have you in studio.
Thank
This is
you.
wonderful. Like I said, I saw a few months ago you doing some very different type of stuff.
Yeah.
I was like, who is this person? Who is this person with the puppet or doll?
Yeah, yes, the puppet. We can say
And
puppet.
and I don't want to get I want to build up to it.
Yes,
but what?
puppets don't like dolls. It's a controversy. But
Yeah.
yes, I
so
have
what is like the PC term for?
Oh, I mean, do you know what? I'm not one to get offended easy. You can call it whatever you like, but I call it my puppet.
Okay.
You're my puppet buddies.
How would you describe your 2025? Because this feels like a really transformative sort of kind of turning point in your life and career.
Definitely. This year has been, it's hard to put into words. It's been a huge year of growth for me. I have had some amazing moments, and I definitely am looking back at it feeling really proud because I think I had just a transformative year. I had a lot of fantastic opportunities. I got to, wrestle in my home in Grand Slam at the start of the year against Mercedes, which was amazing. I was in the first Blood and Guts, and now, I'm Babes of Wrath, the first ever AEW Women's Tag Team Champions. So looking back, I'm just, very, very proud.
This time last year, what were you expecting as far as 2025 was concerned? Where were you at?
I think this time last year, my focus was just to grow and be better. This time last year, I was in a completely different situation. And again, I was here in New York performing at Hammerstein. And it was one of my matches actually where I was like, wow, I'm really hearing for the first time the crowd was behind me. And it's interesting looking back at that now and how that has helped me evolve, It's this year was like, I just want to do better, learn more. And looking back, if I spoke to myself this time last year, I probably wouldn't believe the things that have happened. Yeah.
Okay, so you grew up in Australia, right? You don't grow up in Gold Coast, but you moved to Gold Coast.
Correct.
New South Wales?
Yes, so I'm originally from this tiny little town called Alstonville.
Okay.
It's got like a population of less than 2,000 people, like itty bitty.
Wow.
Yeah, and when we first moved to the Gold Coast, I didn't want to go. My parents, my mum and stepdad moved me, and I was like, no. But I'm glad it happened now because I love growing up on the Gold Coast. That area is just gorgeous.
And I know a little bit about Australia, so please correct me. Obviously, awful story last week at Bondi Beach.
Disgusting.
Anyone you know affected, or I don't know how far that is from Gold? Not close, right?
So it was in Sydney, and I have a lot of family in Sydney. So I will say it's just horrendous and awful and disgusting to see, and I'm very thankful that I don't personally know anybody there, but where it happened, Bondi Beach, like a lot of my sisters lived there for a long time. I got a lot of siblings, and most of my siblings live in Sydney.
Wow.
So it definitely was really heartbreaking, and it's also really sad because Australia was notoriously known for multiculturalism and also safety and non-gun violence, so it's really disappointing to see.
Awful scenes. Obviously, it affected me as a Jewish person as well, and I love Australians, and I always compare Australians to Canadians. I'm from Canada. I feel like we're kind of peaceful people, and we don't like gun violence and all this nonsense. I will have to say that the response has been lovely to see. The people show up, donate blood, to see the tributes. It's been very nice. So I hate that it happened, but I think the true spirit of Australians has shown up in the aftermath. Would you agree?
Yeah, I definitely think so. And again, too, it's really shocking because I agree with your comparison with Australian Canadians.
Yes.
We're very, easygoing, happy people. So it's heartbreaking to see, but I am proud that, Australia is now rallying to show that love and support at least. It's the only good thing that is happening from that.
So you mentioned siblings. 7, 8?
8.
8.
Yeah.
8 siblings.
Yeah.
How many boys, how many girls?
So there's me, Alex, Cindy, Lara, Renee, Matt, Dan. Wait, that's all of them. Did I miss a sibling? That's all.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The fact that you're asking yourself, did I miss a sibling, means you have a lot?
Yeah.
So you're the oldest?
I'm the second youngest.
You're the second youngest?
Yes.
How old's the oldest?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Forgive me. They're in their late 40s.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Tian and Michelle. There we go.
You forgot two. Oh my gosh. Are you guys close?
Yes, we're all very close, even though I've forgotten their names.
Oh my
Sorry,
dear.
guys.
Hopefully they don't see this.
Yeah, no, they'll see it and then they'll grill me later, but it's okay. I deserve it. No, we're all very, very close, and that's the hardest thing about being here is that I had to say goodbye to all of that because my family are my best friends. Yeah.
And forgive me for asking, but all from the same parents?
No.
Okay, I was like, holy
Mom, you had quite
smokes.
a time. No, she I've got half siblings and step siblings.
Okay.
I've actually, out of all of them, only one brother is from the same dad, Alex. Yeah.
Okay.
But we never grew up saying half or anything like that.
Sure.
Like families.
Did you ever grow up all under the same roof?
Yeah.
At the same time?
There was a time where there was 5 of us. Yeah, there.
Okay.
So there was always a very full house, and my mum at the time was a single parent, so my older siblings definitely helped take care of me and everything like that. So we're very, very bonded. We talk all the time. We're very close. We're a very loving, big, crazy Australian family.
I've heard you say Christmas time always very crazy.
Yes.
Is it hard not being home around this time?
Oh, it's so hard. I always say I'm it's America's wonderful, and I'm so lucky that my career is doing so well. I'm so thankful because saying goodbye to that has been very difficult, and I've missed Christmas was like huge for us. We'd spend all cousins, everyone. There was like a house full of 40 people, and that's my life was growing up. And then all of a sudden I'm over here, and I at the moment I live alone with 2 dogs, and it can be very lonely, but like AEW has honestly been like a family to me, and it is my family. Like I feel like I have a family at work now, which is cool.
So when you were a kid, when you were growing up, what was your dream? What did you want to become?
I think from a young age, I just knew I wanted to perform and I wanted to entertain people. I wasn't sure the avenue that it would lead me down, but when I was in like school, I was singing and dancing and trying to like make people laugh, that kind of thing. So my mum always said she knew that I'd be a performer of some capacity, but I never knew that I'd be a wrestler. I loved watching wrestling as a kid, but I lived in Australia, and it's very difficult to come and work in America, like as you I'm sure would know. And you kind of think there are certain careers and you think, okay, well, I watch this on TV, but that's not going to be my reality because I live in Australia. And how would I get to America and work there? So I never thought to myself, well, how could I go be a professional wrestler on that level, because I wasn't in a town with it where it was a big predominant thing. And additionally, I was like, well, how would I get there and do it? It wasn't until I moved to America I was like, oh wow, I'm in the land that I can do it now.
How old are you when you move?
Goodness, I think I was 25.
Okay. I mean, we could even see your singing chops there. Like you sung the answer there for a second.
What do you mean?
I saw the levels. Wait, so you're 25. Why do you leave?
So my partner at the time did come over here to pursue wrestling. He was a wrestler. And for me, I had a great job. I was performing in theater and I was very happy with, life. But I was in this relationship with him, and I thought, well, I like, he wanted me to move, and I initially was like, do I want to leave? Like, I've already got this great setup. And then I was like, I can't work in America. I can't do anything. But I thought to myself, if I go over there and maybe I could figure out what my life would look like. So I did initially come here with no workability at all. And that was a hard thing, because I came over here thinking, okay, well, initially I was like, maybe I'll be able to do Broadway, because I was in theater in Australia. And I came over here and I saw an independent show and like a wrestling show. And from that moment I said, this is what I want to do. And even though I know that was his journey, at the time I was like, I want to do this, and I hope that it's okay that he doesn't mind, because I was like, I want to do this. It's everything that I've done, and I didn't realize I had the skills for in different capacities, because I was like, it's athletics, it's entertainment. I used to be a bodybuilder, and I did personal training and nutrition. That was one of my backgrounds in my careers, and then I've been an entertainer my whole life. And I was like, this is athletics and entertainment together. So the light bulb went on there.
Did he mind?
Initially he was kind of like, why do you want to do, are you sure you want to do this? Like, he was more worried, I guess, about my safety. And he was like, it's rough. It's harder than you think. And I think he was very much maybe like, I don't think you can do it, because like I'm a pretty small framed gal. But then when I said, no, I want to do it, he was like, okay, supportive of it. And I will say, when I begun it, I was like, oh my gosh, now I wake up call. This is very challenging.
When you were in Australia, you ever take a bump, ever do anything sort of physical like that?
No, never like had been in a wrestling ring in my life. Yeah. So the first taste that I had was at Flatbacks Wrestling School in Orlando.
Okay.
And my first bump, I instantly thought, ooh, can I do this? Big wake up call.
How long ago was that?
Just over 3 years ago.
That's nothing.
Yeah, I'm still in shock that everything has happened in the speed that it has for me, because I've been very blessed. It's all fallen into place very quickly.
So I heard a story. You're living in a hotel, I think, and you see a brochure about like a sort of like an open mic night of sorts.
Yeah. When we first came here, we were living out of a hotel, and I knew that when I came here that I couldn't work. I didn't have any friends. I didn't have anyone to talk to, but I thought, well, if I come here and I network, because I'm used to that from entertainment in Australia, it's all about, especially as a musician, I was like, it's just about like being around musicians and meeting people. I thought, well, at least if I can have a hobby, I'll like find my people.
Right.
And I saw a brochure for this Orlando rock show, and I saw it, so I went there, I think the next day, and I went in and saw the show, and it was an impersonation show. And I went to the management and I said, hey, I'd like to perform here. And they said, well, like, who do you impersonate? And I'd never done it before, but I was like, I can pull off like Christina Aguilera or Lady Gaga. So I said, these two people. And then I said, but here's the thing. I said, I can't be paid. I can't work, but I can volunteer. So I said, I would just like to perform here. You don't have to pay me. And they were like, okay, well, you're on this Friday. Like, they did an audition for me, and I just like got up and sang and like played a bit of piano for them, whatever. They liked the Lady Gaga, and I went to, I think it was Spirit Halloween, bought Lady Gaga costume, and I was on that weekend.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how'd it go?
It was great. And then I from that moment, I met other musicians and other performers, and I started finding my people like in the respect of, okay, I have something to do here now. And then it's like, how do I now figure out a way to get paid eventually, because I've got to get a visa somehow. So I initially for a long time was just doing a lot of like performing with bands and at this show and like anywhere that would take me, but I had to do it for free because, obviously legally couldn't do it. But I'm so glad I did that because it is very lonely leaving your country and coming here. And I think that if I didn't do that, I don't know if that would have given me the drive to just, progressively do other things.
I don't think Americans realize how hard it is to work here as a foreigner. So that's why I went through that as well. A year I couldn't get paid, that whole thing.
Yes.
And so when I hear stories of this and then I see someone break through and persevere, because unfortunately there are some who just can't stick around. They have to go home, and that's a bit of a sad ending. It's very inspiring to me, and I relate to it. At any point, did you think to yourself, I don't know if this is going to work out.
Yes.
I might have to go back home. I'm a failure. Like, did you have that moment, and how close were you to actually breaking and going back?
So I was fortunate that in Australia, I was good with my finances and savvy. I had savings. I had enough to survive and get me through. And I also, obviously, I had a partner at the time who was taking care of rent and everything, but I had my own money to attribute from back that I bought from Australia. There was definitely moments where I was trying to seek initially out an agent to just support me as an entertainer, because you need a petitioner. I'm sure you need someone to back that. I was having a difficult time finding in Orlando the right people. I didn't know anyone. I didn't have the connections. And I think that there was definitely times where I was like, well, this is all well and good that I'm performing and that I'm doing it, but I can't get paid. How long is this money going to last? Is this realistic? I left this great job in Australia. Should I go back? I was very lonely. It's very difficult. I didn't have my family. And then I think the hardest part was when I found that passion for wrestling. That was a new challenge, because when I was like, this is what I want to do, I want to wrestle, it was then, well, this is even harder, because at least with entertainment, I had the backgrounds. We could have done the visa could have been supported through my body of work. But with wrestling, I was like, unless a major company picks me up, I'm taking a huge risk here, because I'm going to put all my eggs in this basket and hope it works out. And I think there was definitely moments that I was concerned it wasn't going to. But I'm very lucky it did work out and that I persevered, because, now I'm just living my dream. But there was a lot of times that I was like, failure is not an option for me, because otherwise I've left everything for nothing,
How long into that wrestling training do you start to think, I've got this? There's something here. I might turn this into a career.
My coaches, Breeze and Spears, from day one, they said to me, they said you need three things to make it in this business. You need to be entertaining, you need to be good in the ring, and you need to have your image, your look, your persona, whatever that may be, carved out. And they said to me, if you have all three, you'll make it. They said to me from day one, they said, well, your image, who you are, the personality, the promos, all that, that's your background, you've got it. If you can pick up the ring work, you could make it. So I think from day one, they kind of said to me, just know that you've got the things. If you work on the one thing that you don't have, if you don't give up, it's probably inevitable you'll be successful. So I definitely had their voice in the back of my head. And again, it wasn't until I was given my contract that I was actually like, holy crap, it worked out. Because there's a lot of trial and error, and especially finding your feet when you've never wrestled before. And, I did find the wrestling very challenging to pick up. It was, brand new to me. And I still am to this day, working on my in-ring. It's something that I will forever be working on because it's the newest thing. But it worked out, and I'm very, very lucky.
I think like as of now, you only have like 65 or so matches under your belt. Is that accurate?
I think so. I think the other day I'm up to 89.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to sell you short.
No,
But that's
I'm climbing.
nothing. That's nothing.
Yeah,
and
it's still very
the
new.
vast majority have been like, how many were on the indies?
I had when I got hired at AEW, I'd had 21 matches.
That's it.
That's it. The second match of my life was AEW Dark.
Wow.
Yeah, against Willow, funnily enough.
Wow, your current tag team partner.
Correct. Very full
Second
circle.
match of your life.
Yes.
How nervous were you?
Surprisingly, like, I felt confident because I, again, had these coaches that were fantastic and prepared me for everything. They kind of hyped me up a lot. I will say I was as nervous just then, like the butterflies are still the same to this day. That's how I feel about wrestling in general. It's why I love it. It's like I feel alive and the butterflies and nerves and all kinds of wonderful emotions. But I knew that like the wrestling is the moves, the process of that is new to me, but being on camera, holding a microphone, that's the stuff I'm very confident in. So I wasn't shaken by, we're on television now, we're filming now, that kind of aspect. It was definitely like, I just want to make sure I do good in the ring. But with the camera work, I'm like, hello, like I'm good at this.
Okay.
But
Is it true you spoke to WWE very early on?
yes.
Okay, so what happened there?
Here's
the music again.
Yeah.
The vocals. I don't know what
That's
to
my
call it.
thinking sound. I will say thank you to them because thanks to them, I have my green card.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Thanks to them, I learned to wrestle.
What does that mean?
That they helped me with my wrestling training to flatbacks. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I believe there was they went through transitional stages where I think in their office, certain people, were perhaps, released from the company. They went through some big changes. A lot of people were in, a lot of people were out, that kind of thing. And I guess just fate didn't lead me in that direction. And I, in the interim of not knowing what was going on, had an opportunity to be at AEW Dark, and then I had another opportunity there, and then I was offered, the contract with AEW. And after, being in this country for so long and knowing that I want to be a professional wrestler and this door opened for me, I went to AEW, and I'm so glad I did because I feel like it's where I was meant to be. Definitely no dirty, greasy story there or anything.
No.
But they definitely helped me with my wrestling journey. I just AEW snatched me up.
Did you train at the Performance Center?
No, because I
Okay.
didn't have the ability to. I couldn't legally be there because I didn't have like a working ability.
Okay.
But they sent me to flatbacks.
Okay.
And when I was initially kind of chatting with them, and I had fantastic training from Breeze and Spears, and then again, I don't know where the interest was lost in the journey, but AEW found me, and I'm very, very lucky they did.
How close were you to actually signing with them?
God, I mean, it's hard to say because I was in communications back and forth, but it's not like I got a contract offer.
Okay.
I'll say that much. But I initially was like, that was my initial first goal.
Sure.
Was definitely going that direction. I think AEW has allowed me to showcase who I am as a performer. Tony Khan has given me so many amazing opportunities, and I am so lucky that he took a chance on somebody who'd only had 21 matches, because I'm so proud to be working there, and I am, so proud to be a belt holder now, first ever tag team champion with Willow. So I think that, sometimes when you think the universe is saying no to you, it's because it has other plans.
And so that process of getting signed by AEW,
Yes.
what is that like? How do you go through the process, and then the moment that you were offered the contract?
Yeah.
What is that moment like?
It was surreal, honestly. So I knew that there was a faction being formed because I had been training with Spears and also Billy Gunn, who they had told me that there was an opportunity coming up they were looking for a female for this faction. And I spoke to QT Marshall, and we had a phone conversation, and then I had the like dark opportunity, and they decided that I was the right fit for the role. I had a match and I cut some promos. So I owe a lot to QT Marshall. He's the one that chose me to be the right person.
I like the way you say Marshall.
Yes.
I usually hear Marshall.
So
am I saying it wrong?
No, well, I mean, I said Marshall once and then I was told it's Marshall.
Oh, wow. I had no idea. Okay.
So, I mean, I add the little bit of flair on
Sure.
But yeah, so QT definitely gave me the opportunity to be in that faction, and then the rest is history, really.
Wow. And so when that contract comes your way that day, after everything you've been through, the doubts, leaving home,
yes.
How do you react? Where are you when you finally come to terms with the fact that this is actually going to happen?
I rang my mum right away. I think it was like 5 a.m. in Australia. But I was just so, like, I can't explain, like, the mixture of excitement but also relief, because it's like this terrifying journey leaving everything you know and hoping that this American dream works out. And, again, when it happened, I was just so ecstatic. Like, I can't explain. I still feel like very thankful to this day and very lucky to be here. There's not a day that goes by that I'm not like appreciative of it. We have the shuttle that takes us to the show on times, and I literally will sit there and kind of like stare at and just like look at the different towns we're going through and be like, how cool is this? I'm feeling so much gratitude.
Because you're relatively new to the game, and I know you said that as you were a kid, you watched wrestling. By the way, did you get into wrestling as a kid because your siblings were into it, or were you just a fan?
My little brother Alex and I used to watch together all the time. He was obsessed with The Undertaker and John Cena, and used to just like kind of like just beat me up.
Do you watch some of the older, I don't want to call them older, but like the Trish Stratuses of the world, the leader?
Yeah.
Now, maybe that was a period that you weren't watching, I don't know, to, kind of catch up to speed on the greats of women's wrestling and how to like learn from them and all that stuff. Do you find yourself doing that now because you're so into it now?
I definitely will say so. I watched from a young age, and then when I went into my teens, I probably fell out of it a little bit then. But then when moving to America and immersed in that atmosphere again, because again, my ex-partner at the time was on that journey, and I just naturally started watching everything and catching up, like you said. So I definitely think that when you're in it, you just become even more excited to learn more and more. So I definitely like dive in deep now and like love to watch everything I can.
And what about this bodybuilding? What kind of a bodybuilder were you?
I just did fitness competitions. So I did that for like, oh gosh, probably 4 years.
Wow.
I did multiple shows year after year after year. So I was very, very into it. I was a personal trainer at the time. I studied that and nutrition. So I was very focused on that for a long time in my life. And then again, I was doing that in theater at the same time. But, never in my wildest dreams did I think that it would attribute to wrestling.
Right.
But it did teach me a dedication. Like anyone that's done a bodybuilding show can definitely tell you that it's like, it takes a level of like focus and grit, which I will attribute to like the level of focus I have with other things today.
Did you also have a cup of coffee as a BKFC ring girl?
Yes, I was a BKFC ring girl.
Was it just once?
No, I did it. I did it for quite a while,
really?
actually. Yeah.
How did that happen?
At one of the, how did it happen?
There you are.
There I am.
I can't tell which one you are.
I'm the redhead. I used to have red hair.
Oh, wow. All right. Yeah.
Yes, actually, I wanted the red hair back, but I had to dye it twice a week. It's not worth it.
Oh. Twice a week to keep it up?
Yeah, it bleeds everywhere. It's crazy. And my
dear.
apartment was red, but look, there she is. Oh, there I am. Oh.
Yes.
I had a great time. And I'm still very close with the girls there, and Dave, who's there, and I think one of the girls just found my Instagram because I did a lot of modeling, and I think they just found me on Instagram, and they were like, hey, we like your look. Do you want to come do this? Kind of thing. So I was doing that for a while, which was really cool.
The wrestling is cool, the singing, all the stuff, the competitions. To me, what's most impressive, did you not study journalism as a youngster?
I did. I got a collegiate scholarship, actually.
This speaks to my soul. Okay,
yes.
So what kind of journalism?
So I got the scholarship to go to Bond University. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Is that Bondi Beach University?
No.
No.
Oh,
That was just, yeah.
that was a good.
Is that in Australia?
Yes, it is. It's a private university, and so what they do is they allow you to fast track it. Not fast track it. I shouldn't say that. They don't have like a holiday system that's similar here, so you can do your degrees much quicker.
Okay.
Yes, I went there, and unfortunately, actually, while I was studying, my father became terminally ill, so it was it was a difficult time. But I did for a while. I actually hosted a car show, and I knew nothing about cars.
Okay.
But yeah, it's funny. I didn't really enjoy the process of it.
Why not?
I think obviously because my father was really sick at the time. But again, it's funny that it didn't work out because I didn't continue with it because I wonder if I would have had a different path. You know?
Sure.
Yeah, but I did have like. I'll have to show you later. I did host a car show for a while, and like that was my first taste, was doing these reviews on cars, and I had no idea about any of these cars. So.
How did that even happen? Like, how do you even get that gig?
I can't remember how the man approached me. I think in Australia we have like this thing called Star Now, and it's like a online criteria for like entertainment, acting, like presenting, all that kind of stuff, and you kind of like upload your resume and past works, and I think they scouted me from there. Yeah, but gosh, it was so many years ago, but I think that's how they found me, and then I auditioned for it and then started hosting that show. But it was fun doing it, but I definitely I felt like my personality was a little too quirky to fit into most molds, if that makes sense.
So when I read that you were a journalist, I'm like, okay, like, are you doing investigative pieces? Are you writing for the newspaper? You know, like...
Yeah, no, I never did anything like that. And I also found like there was a certain part of it that I didn't enjoy with what came with like the investigative side of things. Like I didn't like a lot of to be honest, the work towards the approach for it. It wasn't something that resonated with me. I very much realized I'm a performer more than I am someone that likes to do, because as you know, a lot of it is a lot of work behind the scenes for a very short amount of work on camera.
Sure.
And I found like that I thrive more in like a live performance setting, and it's a lot of work.
You want the attention, you want the spotlight.
Yes, I wanted that spotlight, and
yes.
I think it was a big wake-up call that I was like, okay, 90% of the work is behind the scenes, and as you know, it's long and it's strenuous, and I said to myself, I don't know if I want to do this. I think I want to do something more forward-facing.
Okay.
Yeah, because when I first went into it, I initially was like, okay, I like want to be like presenting the news and that kind of thing,
yes.
And then it's the hard reality of like, oh, wow, it's like a lot that goes into this behind closed doors that you don't see. You know what I mean? So I definitely was like, I think that I would prefer to pursue something on stage as opposed.
So one thing that sticks out to me as far as your current character, and by the way, who came up with Harley Cameron?
I did, yes.
Okay, and why?
Oh gosh, I just like the name Cameron, to be honest, because I was like, that's a fun name for a girl. And then obviously I like Harley Quinn. I like the personality type.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a big comic book nerd, so I liked the name Harley in general. And then I think Cameron Diaz is just great. And I was like, I love that name.
Australian Cameron Diaz? No,
she's not. She's American.
Who's the one that's Australian? God, they're going to make fun of me.
Margot Robbie.
Margot Robbie, and then older, maybe Nicole Kidman?
Nicole Kidman, yes.
Okay, a few blonde ladies.
Yes.
They allow you to show your personality on television, and obviously you have the chops to do it. And I hope you take this the right way. You remind me a little bit of Chelsea Green.
Oh, and that's a huge compliment. I'm a big fan of her work.
Because I think that you don't mind offering comedic relief. I feel like historically in wrestling, the woman is either supposed to be like, you know, the valet and serious, or be sort of like flirtatious, things like, but very often not funny.
Yeah.
I think Chelsea's very funny. I think you're funny as well, and you don't mind sort of laughing at yourself or being that sort of comedic relief. Are you the one who comes up with that, or was that something that was sort of like molded as far as what people saw of you backstage and said you should go down this path?
I think when I begun wrestling, I was really fixated on who I was as a character, and I dabbled with a lot of things. And it wasn't until I did RJ City's show, Hey EW, where we just kind of had like an organic conversation. And he's so great at what he does. He like really pulls out, you know, your background.
Amazing, yeah,
he's fantastic. And on that show, we had a lot of back and forth comedic banter, and then like I sung, I got the guitar out and everything. And it was actually QT who saw that and said to me, he's like, you organically, I think is entertaining. And he was like, there's not many people that like, there's the old saying of your wrestling persona should be you times 1,000. I don't think that works in every scenario. He said, but I think for you, it's the right avenue to go because you're a natural performer and you're like naturally quirky. There's like when you're just yourself, I want to watch it. Like
Yes.
it's like, so I definitely will say doing that show with RJ allowed me to dive into that, and then I realized, okay, maybe I should be more of who I am because I have been a performer my whole life. It just kind of comes out naturally.
Why'd they end that show, by the way?
I think a magnitude of reasons. He has gone through a lot of people in the roster. It's a show that rotates the talent,
Right, yeah,
obviously, and it's been going for years now. So I think that it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, let's end this on his terms, where like as opposed to, well, who's the next 30 guests, we got to figure that out and everything like that. Also, he's one of the hardest working people, I will say, in the company, and I think that he's probably like ready to see what's next for him in what he can present. And I think that he was like, okay, it's time to wrap this one up. But he's very talented. I'm sure he's going to do something great next too.
Fellow Canadian as well, I do believe.
Yes, he is.
So as far as like you performing, the singing, the guitar stuff, all that stuff, how much of it is your say and how much of it is them saying, we know you could do this, so we're going to put you in this spot? Like, are they open to you pitching ideas?
So I will say, honestly, I've been given so many opportunities and spots that originally I kind of said, I can do this. Could I maybe do this for it? If that makes sense, I've kind of brought it forward. And then when it's gone well, then I was given the other opportunities and they said, hey, can you do this with the guitar? Like, for example, like the first thing I ever did with the guitar was on RJ's show, and then everyone was like, oh, she plays guitar. And then such things as I did Halftime Harley once on Collision, that was TK's idea because he was like, well, she can sing and she can perform live. Let's get her to do that. Like, I think some people saw me do the ventriloquism online in some capacity because I do that and I do stand-up. And I think that's where I was given the opportunity then to do it on TV, and then that picked up. So it's a mixed bag. I'm definitely given the platform to do it, and as long as it goes well, they're definitely like, hey, let's run with it.
You do stand-up as well?
Yeah.
Like stand-up comedy?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I've actually we've got a show this Friday coming in Chicago at the Lincoln Lodge. We do it's all elite comedy. Myself, RJ, and Colt Cabana.
What?
Yeah.
So you're actually going up there and like doing a set?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
What kind of a comedian are you? Like, who would you equate yourself to?
Oh gosh, honestly, I like to think that I'm unique.
Okay, fair enough.
Because the first me.
Yes.
I do vary my act. Sometimes I do it with the puppet. Sometimes I do comedic singing. So I think it's hard because I don't know anyone else that does those together. But it's a bit adult. It's a bit risque.
Okay.
But yes, I love doing it. It's very fun.
And so let us talk about this puppet.
Yes.
Ventriloquism.
Yes.
Quism?
Yeah.
Quism, is that it?
Ventriloquism.
Quism.
Yes.
What a word.
Quism.
I will admit, this is how I think it might have been the Mercedes Monet one when you popped up with it. That might have been it, or maybe a little bit before. And I was like, okay, I've certainly not seen this in pro wrestling. And quite frankly, you don't see a lot of ventriloquists in the year 2025. It feels like a very sort of like 90s thing, at least for me, because as a kid, I was always fascinated by ventriloquism.
Yeah.
I told you, I had a doll. I would do it in front of my parents. I was horrible at it. And I always thought it was like, how do these people do it? Like Pee Wee Herman would do it.
Yes.
And I was legit blown away by how good the good ones were, right?
Yes.
How do you get into this? How do you even discover that you can do this properly?
So I performed at a cabaret for years called Dracula's Cabaret in Australia. The people that work there notoriously had a puppet act every single year, but on a grand scale. I'm talking like huge. Like some of the puppets were like 5 people on one kind of deal. And I started doing puppetry for them for the years that I was with them in certain acts. And as I was backstage, I was a singer on the side additionally, and also at the cabaret. And I was just mucking around with it and realized that I had a knack for it. So I just started studying and I just kind of taught myself. And then the rest is history. I picked it up and I've just been obsessed ever since. But I would credit Dracula's to getting me invested in the idea of puppetry. And then the rest of it, I just kind of became like personally obsessed.
And how do you tell AEW that you have this skill?
Yeah.
And what's the process of sort of like introducing this part of your character on television?
So funnily enough, I think I actually just posted a video one day on Twitter to do Cameo because Cameo reached out to me to do stuff and I was like, well, I have a puppet, maybe I could do that. And I posted a thing and then it kind of blew up. And then funnily enough, at the start of the year, I had the feud with Mercedes, and Mercedes had mentioned like, oh, imagine if she had a puppet of me. And that's kind of where the idea sparked. So I made a puppet of Mercedes. And
Where do you make the puppet?
So I bought the base and then I just kind of literally purchased every other
You did it yourself?
Yes, well, I kind of credit the base. The base was I bought from Amazon.
Okay.
But the outfits and the everything like
tremendous.
that. And Chris from Wardrobe made her gear, I will say. But we didn't know if how everyone would feel about it. But we did the first one and people loved it. And then we just kept rolling from there. So I have to say thank you to TK too for allowing me to do it.
It's very unique. You were very good in that spot. How many do you own?
I own a few. I think I have about 6 at home, actually.
Okay. Oh my gosh, you have one here?
I have.
Wow.
Maybe.
This is huge. We've never had a ventriloquist in action here on the program. We didn't bring a second mic, Frank, for the puppet. Oh my dear.
Yes, g'day. You gonna say hello? Yeah, g'day. How you going? And
wow.
What's your name? Earl. Oh, well, it's very nice to meet you, Earl. Are you excited to be here?
Oh, yeah. It's excellent.
And what have you been doing while you're here?
You know, just a bit of this, bit of that, exploring New York.
Well, this is Earl. He's
Hello, Earl. This is amazing. I can't stop looking at your mouth. I'm being honest, and to see if you move it, and you don't move your mouth.
Yeah, she's good.
I'm sorry for trying to break the fourth wall here, but I've never actually seen it happen in front of me. Hello, Earl. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic.
I'm sorry that we didn't mic you up. Our audio guy was sleeping on the job earlier today, so we should have had a second mic for you, but I appreciate you working through the kinks with us here.
You should fire that guy.
I agree, actually.
I don't think they should fire him.
No. I actually, sometimes he gets a little bit too mouthy. Earl, thank you. Thank you for coming to the show. How do you like New York City?
It's fantastic. A little cold.
Yes.
It is a little cold. Actually, we went out for a walk before and I didn't have a coat for him, so he had to stay back and he's a little bit upset. Yeah, he didn't get to see the things. He wanted to see, what did you want to see?
Chicago.
Oh.
Yes, well, I went and saw Chicago without him, and then I came back and I said there was a whole act with a puppet in it, so he's a little bit jealous. But we have something for you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we've got a little gift.
You got a gift for me, Earl.
Yeah, do you want it?
Is it for the holidays?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I would love to see it. Yes, please.
All right, stay here.
Okay, we're staying. I'm not going anywhere. Earl bearing gifts.
I know, he's the puppet that keeps on
Oh my
giving.
dear, look at this. Wow, an actual gift.
Yes,
really?
we got you an actual present.
Oh my God. Should I open it?
Yeah.
Oh my dear. Thank you, Earl. Is this from Earl or is this from you?
It's from Earl.
Oh, Earl, what a mensch you are, as we like to say, Earl. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. That means a lot. Wow.
What is it?
This is Earl and Harley. This is a My Buddy.
That's
wow.
OG. That's one of the OG puppet kind of things. Well, he's not a puppet, but he's...
To be honest, the wave of nostalgia that is washing over me right now, because I told Harley that I used to have this exact guy. Do you remember this guy?
My buddy.
My buddy and me. And then he had a kid sister. Kid sister. And this was huge in the 80s, sort of around the time that Hulk Hogan was big, mid-80s, rock and wrestling, Dusty Rhodes here.
Yeah.
And I had this guy, and this was my guy that I would use as my fake, because I didn't have one that you could put your hand up your butt.
Yes, this was your version.
Yes. This is my guy. Wow, and it's the exact same one. Do they still sell these?
Well, apparently so,
Okay,
right?
well, I didn't know if you got an old school one off eBay. That means a lot. Thank you so much. I could try to do it. So can I tell you my I want to try to do it. Can I try to take it out here?
Yes, please.
Let me try to do it with you. Can I?
Oh my God, yes.
Here
I
it
want to
is.
see what you did.
Well, I haven't done it in 20 years, if I'm being honest.
The pressure's on.
The pressure is on.
The pressure's
How do you
on.
deal with the pressure, Earl, when the lights are bright?
I don't get nervous.
You don't get nervous at all?
Never.
It seems like you've been around the block there. I mean, I see the white hair. You're losing a little bit of it.
Yeah, spilt my coffee.
Spilt your coffee?
Where?
All over my face.
Oh my gosh. Well, you look fantastic, Earl. And this is my friend Buddy. I'm trying to do it. You see? I don't know. It's hard not to smile. And I'm telling you, you don't know. Hello, Buddy. How are you? I'm doing okay. How are you?
Oh, that's actually kind of good.
It's so nice to see you again. It's been 30 years since I last saw you. Yeah, it's great to see you too, Ariel. Hey, you know what? It's actually not bad.
You're actually pretty good. I'm actually impressed.
Ariel, I missed... Oh, fuck. You can't move the lips there, right?
Right?
What's the key? How do you not move the lips? What's the key?
It's a lot of trick. I mean, for me personally, I will kind of like the tighter I pinch, I feel like I can
Pinch what?
like my mouth in a
Oh, you have to
grasp.
keep it there.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, I do this like this.
You have to just leave it there.
A lot easier, yeah. And then also it's like you practice the tongue work, you know?
Yes.
You know, I gotta get it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta sit it, then I gotta show it.
Okay, that was super impressive, but you don't move your teeth.
Yes. Well, I will say this is why it's an art form, you know? It's
It is.
a lot of practice.
I am very see now I'm sucking. I'm very no, it's really hard. It's actually really hard.
Yeah.
Wow, it's been a while. It's
Hey,
been a while.
I still rate you a good 7 out of 10 for that.
7 out of 10?
Yeah,
I feel like I could do better.
No, 7.
I think I'm a little nervous in front of you guys. Well, I'm so happy to see you, Ariel. I mean, it feels like it's been a really long time since we last spoke to each other. And look at these cool people in front of us. Isn't it great? No, it sucks. I suck. I absolutely suck, Earl. You're fantastic. And actually, you know what? The other thing is that I'm not thinking about. You have to move the mouth at the same time.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
Wow.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah, we're a good team.
And so, and so, which is your favorite one?
Which is my favorite? Oh, I can't pick favorites, but I will say Earl is actually one of my OGs when I first started picking it up back again. He was the guy that what video, wait, what did we put it on?
Twitter.
Oh yeah, we put it on Twitter. And that's when people were like, oh, we like ventriloquism. So we were very honored.
I saw a great one. We have one, I think it might be with a beaver.
Yes,
You know the beaver.
Mm-hmm, my beaver.
Let's show it to the people. Was it on Cameo? I think.
Yes, possibly Cameo or Twitter or Instagram or something of that nature.
And who is the beaver as a character?
Barry
the beaver.
Yeah.
And why?
Gary, sorry.
Gary. Wow. He's
Yeah.
gonna be offended the next
He's going to
time
be
he sees
offended.
you.
I know, just like my siblings. I forgot their names. Jesus.
I thought that one was a really good one. That
Thank
one.
you.
So they all have their own personalities. They all have their own
They-
sort of gimmick.
they
if
do,
you will.
they do, yes.
Okay.
They're all
So we've got Gary. We've got. Oh, here he is. There. Look at this one. I like
Oh,
this
yeah.
one a lot.
Yeah. He's my big boy. I can't travel with him because he's too big for the suitcase. He gets FOMO, you know?
Yes. No. I understand.
He's
I like.
not the good one. I am.
Okay. That's why you're here, okay?
This is the big time. You made it to the big leagues, my friend.
Finally.
Do you get a lot of people asking for cameos with the dolls?
Yes.
That's the main thing, right?
I want to see Earl.
Yes, we obviously.
Yeah, no. You're a star. You're a star.
I know.
Well, I'm not the star.
I know.
You're the star.
I know.
Yeah.
How often do you bring them to the wrestling shows? Like how I know the Mercedes one has popped up before.
She lives on the truck. She likes
Okay.
to travel on the road. But the Earl stays with me most of the time. Actually a big Earl. It's
Okay.
It's like a bigger version of Earl. He's also called Earl.
Okay.
I don't like him.
Yeah, you don't like him because he's the big version of you, and he's sad because he's little.
Okay. Earl, can I ask you, are you a wrestling fan?
Of course I am.
Okay, can you give me your current Mount Rushmore of women's wrestlers?
Oh, Harley Cameron.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tony Storm.
Ooh, I like that.
Like that one a lot? Big fan?
Willow Nightingale.
Okay.
And Chris Statlander.
Wow.
Oh.
Coincidentally, all working for AEW right
Do you know
now.
what? He's got good taste. You got good
Yes.
taste.
Well done. Well done. What about your all-time Mount Rushmore?
Oh, Trish Stratus.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Gail Kim.
Okay. Legendary Canadian as well?
Yes. And wait, are we doing all women?
All women. Mount Rushmore.
Oh, yeah. Okay, in the old school only.
No, all time.
Oh, of all time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Tony Storm.
Okay. Well,
Okay,
yes.
yes. And do you like, you like
Mercedes.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, interesting choice
I
there
wasn't
because
expecting that
she's
one.
kind of mean to me sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Oh, well, I guess I can't judge his choices, you know?
Could I ask what was it like working with her?
Honestly amazing. She has taught me a level of hard work, and she has taught me that it doesn't matter how successful and accomplished you are, certain people will continuously put the work in. And that is a standard I'd like to hold for myself, because I think the things I see her doing, I think to myself sometimes, I'm like, oh, you don't have to be doing that, and you are.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of the training sessions that I've gone to, like in Orlando, like in warehouses that have no air conditioning and everything, like she's been at, like she's constantly wanting to get better. When we do matches, like she's pushed me to new levels, and I think that working with her has made me go, okay, this is the level of professionalism and the standard that I want to hold for myself in this industry.
Wow. Okay. And Toni Storm, I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys have a lot in common. Like as far as performing, what she's done with her character, timeless Toni Storm. I mean, it's really, it's unbelievable. What do you think of her?
I think Toni has just revolutionized women's wrestling. I think that she is so talented. I would say, like personally, like in my opinion, she's like she is the woman. She is her character ability, everything she brings is so unique and refreshing and different. She's also just like the greatest down to earth person you've ever met. We're actually from the same area in Australia.
Yes, of course. But you didn't know each other.
No, we didn't know each other.
And by the way, my audio guy is going to be so mad that Earl is on the mic and you're not now.
Yeah.
He's stealing all the...
You want to go to bed?
Yeah, I'm tired.
Okay, well, do you want to say goodbye?
Thanks for having us.
It's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. And thank you for the gift, Earl.
You're
You really blew me away with this one.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
You too.
Okay, go to bed now.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, he's hogging the mic. He does that. He hogs the mic.
No, I understand. Naturally, you want to put him up against the microphone, but I don't want Frank in the back to get
we need to
mad
make
at
sure
me.
I can talk.
So she's from the same town as you, and what she's done is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Right now, which promotion would you say has the better women's division?
AEW.
Okay.
I can't, I'm just biased, but I just think that our locker, it's funny, I was talking about this the other day. Our locker room is just so strong, and we have so many people from different walks of like experience in life. We have a lot of new people that have come in, like from Japan and so on and so forth, and there's a lot of different styles going on. But everyone is like really close knit, and there's a lot of talent there. I think Blood and Guts was a good testament to that. I think that was a good showcasing of the women we currently have, the game we play, the lengths we go to, and I think that I really feel like our division feels stronger than ever.
What do you say to the people who say it's like a little bit too far sometimes? Some of the blood and guts type of stuff, some of the antics.
I mean, well, the reality is it's in the name. It's Blood and Guts. If you want to watch my pony club, then we'd call it that. I think that showcasing in itself is exactly why it's titled as such. And I think, of course, certain people are going to like have limits of what they'd like to watch and everything like that. But it is one of those like special, rare occasions where it's this like, it's unique. It is called that for a reason. And I think that that's what kind of separates us sometimes is it's like, we aren't afraid to push boundaries and go a little bit further. And sometimes the things we do are shocking and they go above what some people have seen in the past, but that's kind of like what makes us unique.
How would you describe the locker room right now?
Really strong. Really strong. And again, too, I'm not just saying it to say it, like, it's like a family to me. Like there is, I come into work every week excited to go to work. We train together before work. We hang out after. Like there is a really strong sense of family there. It's really nice. And again, too, like I'm getting to work with all these amazing athletes who have so much more experience than me. And I feel really lucky to be around such talent.
Has it evolved since you've been there?
Absolutely.
And what was it like when you first came in?
When I first came in, I wasn't wrestling, so I wasn't able to give too much of an input because I wasn't in the thick of the wrestling side of things. It's completely different when you're in that ring. My buddy!
I saved him. I saved you, bud. I saved you. Sorry about that.
He wants to lay down too. He's jealous.
He's got a very heavy head. He's got a very, so it acts as a weight.
He's a tilt, you know? So obviously I think for a good year I didn't have a match in the company. I was in QTV and I was just managing and doing promos. So I didn't, it's hard for me to make an accurate comparison because I will say it's different when you're in the thick of it with the locker room, but everyone was always pleasant. It's when I started wrestling, obviously that's when you become closer and you bond and you find out what people are really like behind closed doors and everything. But honestly, I've just had a really positive experience.
Was there a point where you thought maybe I should just be a manager?
No, there was points where there was points while I was just a manager that I was like, I really am worried that I'm only going to be a manager.
Okay.
Because I wanted to wrestle from day one. Like it's all I wanted to do. And also I had a lot of people when I begun say to me like, you should just be a manager, just stay there, do that. That's your lane. But that kind of stuff just made me want to be better and it made me want to train harder.
when you won that belt not that long ago. What was that night like?
Yeah, it was amazing. I think that it represents faith in you as a competitor, as a performer. Also, it was definitely a moment, as you were referring to before, like, are there moments where it kind of clicks that you're like, oh, it was worth it, it's made it. This, being with Willow, who I absolutely adore, getting to make history together and being the first ever AEW Tag Team Champions is something that I am like, wow, it's going to, like, there's ups and downs in life and there's ebbs and flows in the business in general, but there's monumental moments like this that you go, well, no one can take that away from me. And that no matter which way the journey goes, there's moments that you can look back and be proud of. And I'm so elated that I get to have that moment,
It's incredible. You're the first ever.
Yeah.
What an honor. Before it's all said and done, dream matchup, dream opponent, a match that must happen in your career.
Oh, gosh. I will say, truthfully, we have World's End coming up, obviously. Will and I against Mercedes and Athena. I think that our first tag match against them was one of my favorite matches I've ever had in my life. And I genuinely am so excited for that. When I had a taste of it the first time, I was like, it was one of those matches that stays with you and again makes you go, oh gosh, I'd love to face them again. And like now it's happening. And so I will truthfully say that I am very, very looking forward to that.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
That is a good answer. When is that, by the way?
It is this Saturday.
Coming up, yeah.
Coming up the 27th
yes,
December at the Now Arena in Chicago. Woo!
The night after
the All Elite Comedy Show.
Which I will be honest, I did not know about.
Yes, well, we do them often, so we're trying to do them more often, and we do them in Chicago all the time.
Okay.
But we're trying to do them perhaps more often in different cities. But it's great. We do a lot of fun stuff. It's really, really fun. Yeah, again, Colt Cabana and RJ City host it and kind of run the night. But I will always be there doing stand-up.
Are there other wrestlers who are doing stand-up as well?
So Tony Schiavone sometimes.
Tony Schiavone,
yeah,
the legend,
himself.
He called me a very mean word on Twitter one time.
What?
Shall I say it? It's a little bit. He called me a slapdick, and I don't even know what that means.
Know what that means?
I don't even know what it means, but I don't think it was a term of endearment.
Oh gosh, you know what? I'm gonna ask him.
But I love Tony Schiavone, by the way.
I love him, but also he's
a legend. I was watching him when I was.
Yes, he's one of my favorite people. Again, too, when I talk about how the workplace feels like family, I'm very close with him. He's a wonderful person. I'm close with him and his wife. They're wonderful people.
He's doing comedy.
Yes, and he is funny,
really?
Man. Oh, yeah.
Okay, wow. Tony Schiavone, I had no idea. So it's like a rotating cast of people.
Yes, so it's usually always myself, RJ, and Colt.
Yeah.
And then we have people that are rotating. So, for example, this week we have the Outrunners, and we've got Marina and Roddy there.
Okay.
But in the past, we've had like Tekla, we've had Willow, we've had all kinds of people. So we usually do certain people, like I'll do stand-up, the boys will do stand-up, like Tony Schiavone, people like that. He'll do stand-up, and then we'll play like an improv game, which is the rest of the comedy show.
Wow.
But it usually is pretty wild.
All right. Well, one day I'd love to see it.
Yes.
This has been phenomenal. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming in. I think you had to stay a little bit longer, so thank you so much for that. If not, really, really appreciate it. Thank you for this too.
You're welcome.
Thank you for bringing in Earl. Congrats on all your success. Really.
Thank you so much.
It's a lot of fun, and in my opinion, you've broken through. And I think what's tough in this day and age is to kind of stand out and be unique and sort of not fit into a certain mold. And it feels like you are getting to be who you want to be, and you're having great success doing that. So bringing in all these other elements of your personality, I think really comes off the screen, and it's very fun to see all these different. You're playing piano one day, you're playing guitar, you're singing. It's really impressive. So
thank you so much.
Well done. Continued success. There's a show this Wednesday, right? It's Dynamite on TBS this Wednesday.
That is correct.
Is that the New York show?
Yes, and then we have the Thursday as well.
On Christmas.
On Christmas.
Golly.
The Christmas show.
And then the Friday, and then the Saturday show.
That is correct. And then the Saturday is World's End. So we've got a really big week coming up. It's going to be excellent.
Good luck. If people want to check you out on Cameo, we just put that up there moments ago, so people can check you out. Perhaps for the holidays.
Yes.
A couple of days
I've
left.
got Earl with me,
Earl's here. She can do it on the spot. And again, thank you so much for coming in. There it is. There's the Cameo.
Oh, there I am. Look, I usually do it in my pajamas, so don't expect anything glamorous.
Listen. $1,000 did I see there, or was that for a business?
$1 million.
Okay, $1 million.
No. I don't remember what it's priced. I'll do a Christmas discount.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. All the best to you. We will take a quick break. Say goodbye. I keep calling you Harley, which
Yeah, that's fine. Call me Harley.
Kayfabe
Yes.
name. Kayfabe.
Absolutely, yes.
I'm sort of not really in the business, but I try to pretend. We'll say goodbye to Harley. Be back to answer the rest of your questions and wrap up the news and notes as my Canadian flag goes down. Do not go anywhere. The reigning, defending UFC Women's Bantamweight Champion. She defends that title in a bit over a month against Amanda Nunes. She is Kayla Harrison, everyone. Yes, there she is. Kayla Harrison is here. Thank you so much. Please have a seat, Kayla. This is amazing. I can't believe you're actually here.
Me either.
I threw like a Hail Mary to Kayla. I said, I know you like to stay home. I know you like to go to bed at like 8 o'clock. I know you live in the boondocks. But would you mind joining us? And you did the classic, let me sleep on it.
Yeah, obviously.
You prayed to God. You asked him.
Well, yeah, and plus my children, my beautiful daughter
Yes.
Kyla, my son Emery, my mother Jeannie are in the audience with us. I said, we roll deep, so if you want me to come out here tonight, Ariel, then you're going to have to bring my whole crew.
And we did it gladly. I think you embarrassed your son over there. He put his hands.
Oh, he
on
doesn't
his
get
face.
embarrassed. Show him the guns, babe.
Yeah.
Show 'em. Yeah.
I love it. I hope they know their mom is a badass. Well, thank you so much for doing this. I appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
I did. So tell me about that. I did ask you if you wanted some snacks, and you almost bit my head off.
Yeah, listen, we're deep in camp. We're like 37 days away. I mean, I tell people, like, I train for basically, I eat like a bodybuilder, so I'm on like 1,200 calories a day. I train for a marathon. I run 6 miles every day, 8 miles on Sunday, and I'm also training for a fight, so you don't have to be quiet. It's okay.
I'm trying to. I'm used to doing interviews in a quiet studio here. All this chatter.
He obviously has
Yeah.
never been to Miami, like.
Yes. Okay. All right. That is true. I'm a Northeastern. But you're okay.
I'm great.
Okay.
Best shape of my life.
So, interestingly enough, last time we spoke, you were just about to head out to Vegas to do the presser and all that, and
Yep.
then you did the face-off. So
Yep.
tell us, what did you feel? What were the vibes? What happened there?
Yeah, it was great. Honestly, I'm super pumped. I have a lot of respect for Amanda, and she's considered the GOAT for a reason, but we did the face-off, and I saw a little bit of like a nervous twitch.
Really?
There was like a little bit of a lip twitch.
Wow.
And then she was like, let's go, cutie. And that's what we used to call each other when we trained together, cutie patooties. And I was like, oh, she nervous.
What makes you think that she's nervous based on saying that?
I saw the lip twitch.
You saw it?
Yeah.
Is that common?
I mean, my lips don't twitch.
No, I understand that, but do you usually see that from your opponents? Because, like,
Sometimes, yeah,
Yeah.
you can read it.
Why do you
Have you ever faced off with someone?
I mean,
You can feel the energy.
100%, but she's the supposed GOAT. That
Yeah, I'm
surprises me.
Kayla fucking Harrison.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Were you surprised to see that? Were you surprised to see that?
No, I mean, no. I know Amanda's personality.
What does that mean? Come on.
No, I mean, I just know that there are two types of athletes, right? There are workhorses.
All right, back on the program. That was my conversation with Kayla Harrison from our live show in Miami, Hard Rock Cafe in Miami, right next to the Kaseya Center. Go check them out. It's a beautiful spot. And they were very kind, and I want to do it again there. I want to do another one. Jorge showed up, Kayla showed up, the fans showed up. We had some great banter. You can watch the whole thing up on the channel right now. Shout out. Well done. I think Frank's mad at me.
Yeah, what do you mean by mouthy?
I mean, sometimes you get a little mouthy.
Mouthy like when you were moving your lips while you were trying to do the ventriloquism?
Frank, don't be such a nilly-nilly, okay?
Wow. I just can't. Of all the things you could have said, mouthy. That hurts.
You got to change the voice a little bit when you do it.
Yeah.
It's your voice to your voice.
It is, you know what? On the spot, it's tough.
It's tough.
Frank, don't be such a nilly-nilly.
Oh, so now all of a sudden.
Who's this supposed to be, BT?
Frank, stop getting your panties in a hunch, you little son of a gun.
30 million for the kitchen scrap.
Yeah.
Wow. It's like
And Frank, we all know you don't kiss your horse's ass. You just kiss your mom's ass.
Jesus! Is it not the holiday season?
It was the buddy. It was not me. It was the buddy.
Yeah. Let me get a hold of that buddy.
The mouth is not moving at all on the My Buddy doll.
It's tough. It is tough.
I actually used to have a My Buddy doll. It was a blonde one. I used to have bleach blonde hair when I was younger. My older brother showed me Chucky, and I got so scared of it, I forced my parents to throw it away.
Was that like a Wish version of My Buddy?
No, they had blonde version.
They had blonde versions? I just remember this one, like this specific one. This guy's a legend right here. This was like back in the days where you'd watch Saturday morning cartoons and you'd see something on TV and just beg your parents to get it because you thought it was the cool. I mean, like I haven't touched one of these. It's got to be like 30 years. No, it's got to be more than 30 years. I'm 43. I haven't touched one of these. So like I feel the nostalgia. Do you know what a My Buddy is, right? GC?
Yes, I just said that I owned.
Well, I know that you had the blonde one. I don't know what it was called.
The Temu version.
Was it called like,
you just call me broke for having a blonde My Buddy.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying broke. I'm just saying sometimes,
they had the blonde version for sure.
You know what? Blonde.
The blonde buddy was pretty prolific.
Oh, I see a blonde. 1991. Oh, okay. Prolific might be a stretch.
Maybe it was after your time.
Rare 1986 blonde My Buddy. Wow, how about that?
I actually had the exclusive, bro.
You had the exclusive? Damn. All right, well, that was a lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed. What about Tony Schiavone doing stand-up comedy? Who knew?
I'm there. If we can get tickets, I'm there.
By the way, I knew he was a comedian when he called me a slapdick that one time. The son of a... in any event, I do like Tony Schiavone. I don't have any hard feelings towards him. Frankie, do we have any super chats?
You might have one or two. Can you please stop hitting?
By the way, that was our last live interview. Unless there's breaking news between now and December 31st, that was our last live interview of 2025. How about that? Guys, how many interviews do you think we've had in the year 2025? What do you say?
I think Rick knows.
No. Rick, do you know?
Over 500.
Over 500.
For sure.
Live interviews.
Rick, how many? See, okay. And is that including today?
I think it's over 500.
Who's to check? All right, Rick. Thanks for your contribution
And
to this.
Jake Paul really hasn't taught me a lot. I'm not interested in seeing Jake Paul. Jake Paul, he's just not interesting to me at this point, guys.
Buddy, he's not here to defend himself.
No, this is him calling in from outside. He's just not that good. I'm just not interested in his career path. But you know what I am interested in?
You know who is here? SIBMW.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Says, hit that GFL sound again, bro. Ariel,
Swear to God.
be chill.
I swear to effing God. I don't mind if I know it's coming.
Mysterious Mr.
By the way, can I just say, did you guys realize that the GFL draft was almost exactly a year ago, January of 2025? Yeah, 2025. Isn't that crazy?
It's been a long year, man.
It feels like it's been 3 years since that, right? But then in a weird way, it feels like it was yesterday. I don't really know how to put my finger on it. Okay, what else, Frankie? What else?
Mysterious Mr. J921 says, I won my first MMA fight by second round sub this past Saturday. Thank you guys for the great content all year. Your show helped motivate me during camp.
Shout out.
That's awesome.
Yeah, congratulations. Well done. What else, Frankie? What else?
LeBlanc 8073 says, hi, Ariel. Ever thought about inviting Long Neck for an in-studio interview? We need that neck to nose face-off.
First of all, if it's blanc, like French, you don't pronounce the C.
You just can't help yourself, can you?
And who's Long Neck?
I looked it up. It seems like some influencer with a very long neck.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll work on that. What else, Frankie? What else?
Describe in vivid detail how the AJ embrace felt. I have never been more jealous of another man in my life. Just ask my wife.
Well, I asked him a question. The question was, how would you describe that fight, AJ? And he said, well, first, I want to thank everyone. And then he puts his arms or his hands on my shoulders, and he just kind of kept them there. A couple movements here and there. I don't know. Like, GC, what did you make of it? Because I was talking to someone who's like, oh, he was trying to big brother you. And I was like, no, I just kind of felt like he was comfortable in the moment and happy. What did you think of it?
Yeah, I feel like he's typically kind of reflective and in the moment when he's having these post-fight or interviews. So I think that he was just doing that again, and he saw a familiar face. You had been there in the lead up to it. It seems like he's grateful, happy, on cloud nine, and he was just taking in the moment. I can't lie, I was dying laughing. Like, he was looking through your soul. You said it in the reaction video after I had already said it as well. Like, we were on the same wavelength there. He was. I saw the memes where it was like, get you a girl that looks at you like AJ looks at Helwani.
Yo, I have to say, there's a moment there when he's talking, and I'm thinking to myself, how did this happen? How is this happening? Why is this happening? How did I get this, this lucky? How did this moment materialize? It was just all very weird. It's Anthony Joshua. It's not just some like regular Joe Schmo fight. It's Anthony freaking Joshua staring into my soul, arms on me, on Netflix. The ring is collapsing. He just knocked out Jake Paul. The whole thing was wild. And he's sweating all over my new suit. And I loved every minute of it. I absolutely loved every minute of it. It was great. And I think some people are clowning on me for saying that, but it was really a career highlight. I've always wanted to be in the ring interviewing the big fighters after the big fights. And so for that to be not your typical post-fight in-ring interview, for it to be that kind of interview and be that memorable was really, really special. I enjoyed it. I'm sorry.
Everyone clowning on it is a hater. It was a big moment. You should soak it in. Also, you've mentioned it and Eddie Hearn mentioned it. The discovery of American women to Anthony Joshua.
Crazy, right?
I mean, we were with one of our coworkers, Nicole, and she saw the face-off for the first time, and she was like, "Oh my God, that's Anthony Joshua!" And I was like, "Yeah, the 6'5" guy." She was enamored, as many other women have been.
Every time I went on Threads, on X, on Instagram, it was some woman just absolutely glazing Anthony Joshua. Could you imagine what this guy's like? But it is true. They really, I know there was some talk of the Rico fight, and let's see if that materializes, and him fighting in Saudi. They really need to consider bringing him over to America more because, he's not going to fight forever, and clearly there's something there. He is exclusive to DAZN, but if I'm Netflix, I'm like, let us make this Tyson Fury fight and let us put it on Netflix and just watch all the people tune in. Like, this was the perfect appetizer to the Fury fight, and now, dare I say, AJ becomes the A side, right? Anthony Joshua is way more beloved in America than Tyson Fury because of what transpired on Friday, and I don't know if that was always going to be the case. Speaking of which, a lot of people are asking me who did it better, me and AJ and I, or Tom and Sergey back in the day. What do you think? I mean,
the main difference here is AJ is going double-handed. Sergey and Tom are each doing one. You're not doing it back to Anthony.
Sure.
I can't think of a proper comparison for this one. It's
pretty close, though.
Oh, it's very close, especially the fact that you guys are in a ring as well. It almost looks as if your hands should have been around his waist and you guys were at a dance.
That would have been too far.
A prom dance.
That would have been too far.
Has Eddie ever been happier than in this photo? Can we show it again? Like, look at this man.
I mean, you're right. You're right.
Cheek to cheek.
It is amazing. There was a picture of a meme I saw of Eddie being compared to Fred from Scooby-Doo with the the Union Jack around his neck. What do you guys think? Is that a fair comparison? Is that
like a miniature flag? I thought it was an ascot at first.
Yeah, it does. With the white shirt, it's not a bad shout. It's not a bad shout.
Eddie Hearn somehow, even in December, has the sun.
A perfect tan. By the way, we showed some of the highlights when we were talking to Eddie, but I just want to go over them. Could we go over them real quickly? Here are some of the highlights that we're allowed to show from the fight on Friday, the Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua highlights. If we have any of these. Yeah, here we go. Here's some moment. Cracks him there, got cracked back while trying to throw the overhand. Here's one of the single legs. Well, I don't know what it was, really. By the way, shout out to Christina Poncher. I thought she did a marvelous job. That was a significant moment. It looked like Jake may have rolled his ankle or tweaked something, and you could tell he was very, very tired. The ring was massive, no doubt about it. And again, some of these shots, that one was ruled a knockdown, and here's the finishing blow. That punch right there could have ended it. He's absolutely insane for doing that in response. Here's the knockout blow, that shot. And it's wild. When they showed the replay, that moment when he's shaking his head. Yeah, right here. He's like, wow, I can't believe that. Like, look at that look on his face. Whoa. I don't know if I've ever seen someone get knocked out and got his jaw broken and have that kind of reaction. Shout out to Christina Poncher. I thought she did a great job. David Hay did a great job as well. It's not easy in those booths to have three people work together who have never worked together before. Like HBO Boxing, Showtime, NBA. There's continuity, there's camaraderie, there's like some sort of unity between the booth, and there really wasn't. And I thought they did a really, really nice job. So shout out to them. Anderson Silva, by the way, we haven't really talked much about him, but he is an amazing talent, 50 years young. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this right here. This is second round after he was booed a little bit in the first round, but I think he was just downloading the intel. Uppercut. Man, 50 years young to be doing this. And I know Tyron took the fight on short notice, and I know he's not a traditional boxer, but that is a 50-year-old man knocking out a UFC legend. The part that was probably most impressive about it, can we go to the very beginning of this clip? Just back to the very beginning. The touching of the ankle, the fake leg kick is something that I've never quite seen before. And then he kind of level changes, and then he nails him with the uppercut. Anderson Silva is unbelievable. He really is. He is timeless. He said afterwards that he wants to fight Chris Weidman. Bang! Someone posted a photo of Anderson and I on Friday, and Anderson and I from UFC 126, which I do believe was in 2011 when we were dancing. Yeah, shout out to Abe 209 Fights. Look at us. Haven't aged a day. So what is that? 2011. It's almost 15 years ago, believe it or not. And yeah, I feel some sort of way when I see Anderson. He is unbelievable. And he also revealed he's studying to become a Beverly Hills Cop. Beverly Hills Cop 5, perhaps, for Anderson. I stole that from Jedi. What else, Frankie? What else?
It's a great franchise.
Glad you asked. We have another chat here saying this is bringing this eyes to boxing is like people saying Nelk boys are being eyes to MMA.
Not true.
I am proud of you getting the job. From what I have saw, Rick take is the people's take. Surviving does not equal fighting.
That is an awful comparison. If you want to say surviving isn't fighting, that's one thing. But Nelk boys don't fight. That's the thing. Why is there such an aversion to just giving the guy props? We're not talking about if he's good or bad. He makes the walk, he steps into the ring, and he's fighting people. The Nelk boys aren't fighting anyone. What are you talking about? It's like, I do think that there is something to the fact that people can't quite make out how this guy who we saw grow up on Vine, on Disney Channel, on YouTube, how he's turned into this, and he has actually the cojones to do this, because for the longest time, we convinced ourselves that he doesn't have the cojones, that he's a con man, and now he's actually doing it, so you have to come up with some sort of fakakta reason as to not give him his props. You could not like him, you could say that the fighting style sucks, you could call him a novice, you could call him X, Y, and Z, but he's a fighter. He is an actual fighter. He steps through the ropes and he fights other people, and he gets cracked in the face. So no, it is not comparing it to the Nelk boys. And I also think you're 1,000% wrong if you say that he is bad for boxing. How could he be bad for boxing? Ask Anderson Silva and Tyron Woodley if he's bad for boxing. Ask Layla Baudouin and Alicia Baumgartner if he's bad for boxing. Ask Jamal Harvey if he's bad for boxing. Ask Shernika Johnson and Yokasta Valle if he's bad for boxing. Or Keno Marley. Is he bad for boxing? No. How could he be bad for boxing if he's giving all of these other boxers an opportunity? And by the way, speaking of Keno Marley, So it's crazy how these things kind of like stumble on your feed. I saw one clip go viral because he wanted to say one last thing in the interview with me. And in my ear, I was told one question, all right? Because they wanted to keep it moving because those are the prelims and we have to get to the main card. I asked him two. I snuck in a second. So then when he goes, I have one more thing, I'm going to get my head cut off. I'm going to get my head cut off if I give him the mic for a third time. And so you have to understand, there's people talking in your ear. They have a show to produce. I have to stick to the rundown. If I start going rogue with a live microphone and asking questions when they're telling me to rap, I'm out. So it was a weird thing, but it's not me. I'm not the one who's trying to like, and no one in the back. Usually you say goodbye, you say thank you, you say congratulations, that's that. And he wanted to have one more question, and I feel bad about it, obviously. But I wasn't trying to be a dick. I wasn't trying to clown him. I wasn't trying to mock him. I just didn't really know what to do. I'm like, and I could see that we were still on the screen. So I was like, I don't even know if the mic is working at that point. It's tough. It is tough, but
it's tough.
On the Jake Paul thing, I actually don't think like Milk Boys or any of those like comparisons, but I actually think he's kind of like pro wrestling in the sense that people don't want to admit that they watch it, and then they watch it, but it's this kind of like there's almost like a shame to it, like that they don't want to admit that they have participated in this or watch it or feel like it's for kids or whatever this is. But I agree with you that the lack of kind of understanding or the lack of admission about what Jake Paul has done is bizarre. Like there is a clear effort to say like he hasn't done anything or he's bad for this or yada yada yada, and I don't quite understand it. It is baffling to me in the way that the wrestling one is.
One thing that warmed my heart was Al Ferran, our boy.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Getting the spotlight at the post-fight interview. That was tremendous. At the post-fight press conference. He went on this whole thing, and you know what was great about it? Eddie and AJ were like egging him on. Eddie and AJ were asking him to play the hits. If you missed it, here's a snippet. Eddie and AJ asking the comedian Al Ferran, who's been on the show before, to do his best Tyson and John Fury. And as you can see, they were loving every single second of it.
Tyson, what are you saying about maybe going straight into the fight with no warm-up?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll do it right now, 100%. Go back into that Casilla Centre, put that ring together, and put me in with him! 100%!
And what's John Fury saying? How's he feeling about the fight?
I tell you what! You know it! We all know it! Everyone here in America knows it! It's the biggest fight in boxing! Let's do it! 100%!
It's so damn good. He really nailed it in a big spot. My one complaint, no Katie Taylor.
Yeah, you would think maybe Eddie could have teed him up.
Yeah.
But, God, he is so talented with that.
So good. So good. And AJ was loving it. Again, I think AJ throughout his career has been like perfectly crafted. What's so funny?
Connor's light just like went out or something.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
I don't know, man. I'm in the basement.
It's tough.
I got their motion censored.
AJ's been so perfectly PR crafted, and so to see him this week kind of shine on his own, I thought was really, really great. Speaking of Tyson Fury, he did take some issue with some of the things AJ said before the fight. He didn't like that AJ said, like, look, if I want to kill him, I could kill him. And Tyson went on social media and said, basically, hey, AJ, you're a classless loser for saying something like this. In case you missed it, here's what he had to say.
You know what? He's a little bit long in the tooth to be talking shite like that. He's 37-year-old at the end of his career, fighting a YouTuber, a Disney Channel guy, who Tommy B. And now he's talking about killing him and all that to try and sell. Please. Barking up the wrong tree, idiot. Here's a fun fact. If I ever come across you, bum, I'm knocking you dead spark out. I ain't a YouTuber or a man half your size. I am him. The man. You're a classless loser. Coming off a 15 months knockout defeat to a local lad. Imagine if someone from Morecambe knocked me out. You big bum, useless tosser. Get up, and I can't wait if Jake Paul knocks your spark out, you big bum.
Well, that didn't happen. I do love the comparison to getting knocked out by Daniel Dubois, local because of London, to someone who's from Markham. I mean, it's not quite, the same, doesn't quite produce the same type of talent. Here's the thing, that fight needs to happen. It should happen. And it's mind-blowing that they would do this warm-up thing when it's right there. It's right there. Make the fight happen. Everyone wants to see it. We've been doing this dance for, I don't even know, the better part of 5 years, if not more. Enough is enough. What's that?
Has to happen. Put it at Wembley, please.
Wembley and no tune-up needed. Come on, guys.
Don't need it. Also,
yeah, but Eddie
Tyson?
said Tyson wants to take a fight, and so Joshua has to stay busy in the meantime too. Tyson is known for this because Tyson retires and then he needs one fight and then he goes into the big fight. This is just the Tyson Fury cycle. Here we go again.
Oh, what else? What else? Oh, well, go ahead.
Looks like he's in like a caravan, like getting ready to go like whitewater rafting or something.
It looks like he's dropping the kids off at school or something, right? There's like kids talking behind him and laughing. It's a weird place.
One of the kids, they have like their head up against the window, like they couldn't be bothered. Like, oh, there's Dad going again, telling someone.
Yeah, hey Dad, can you hurry this up? We don't care. We don't care. Yep.
We don't care.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Sin City Los says, I doubt Paul boxes again. He's mentioned MMA.
I doubt he does box again. I'm not saying he will never do MMA, but he's got something with.
You said you doubt he will box again?
Oh, did I say that? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean to say, like, no, I I doubt he doesn't. Meaning,
Okay, got it.
2 negatives. Yeah, he will box again. Yeah,
I agree.
I hope he does MMA though. At some point, I'm not saying it has to be next. I want to see in MMA
against Usyk.
What?
Well, that's the one.
Hell no,
Usyk's
Nate
the one-
Diaz.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. No, I say that because Usyk called him out in MMA recently.
I don't want to see Usyk do anything of the sort. Like,
what's harder for him, AJ in boxing or Nate Diaz in MMA?
AJ in boxing.
What's harder
Because
for
I
him?
think Nate would probably throw hands with him. Like, I don't think Nate would be gung-ho about, like, trying to take him down. So I think it'd be a boxing match, essentially, with 4-ounce gloves.
Could he beat Usyk in MMA?
Yes. I don't think it's likely, but yes, he could. He definitely could. In the way that I had he would never have beaten Anthony Joshua in 10. They could run that fight for eternity every single day. He will never beat Anthony Joshua in that fight. He could conceivably beat Usyk in MMA.
I say no.
What if he just shot like a double leg on Usyk?
Is he that much better than?
We've seen some of his takedown skills, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess he wasn't able to pull off any against AJ.
No.
Well, yeah, you're right.
I mean, he was kind of like, 40 pounds bigger than him. But yes. What else, Frankie? What else?
If Lopez wins the title, Murphy is getting skipped again because they will make Lopez versus Rodriguez in Mexico.
Oh, yeah. I wonder why this gentleman wrote this today. It's not like we were talking about any of those people. But yeah, no, it's possible. I hope it doesn't happen. But yes, it is possible. That is a weird one. I mean, I hope they do Lerone Murphy versus Movsar Evloev in London in March. And hopefully the winner of that fight gets a title shot. I think that's the most fair thing. What else, Frankie? What else?
Sleeto wants to know, GC, what's the story behind your right ring finger?
It's actually my right middle finger. Jammed it in a door real bad. If you open up my window in my apartment, it kind of creates a wind tunnel, and I was closing the door and it closed behind me right on the lock. Jammed it bad. This is like a month in now. I don't know if I'm going to have to heat up a needle and pop this sucker, but one of the worst pains I've experienced in years. I was writhing in pain. I was legitimately screaming on the ground. I can't believe how bad just like your nail can hurt. It was unimaginable.
I've been there before. It's awful. It will fall off, and then it'll be fun to kind of play with it when it falls off.
I'm just going to straight up have zero nail here. It's just going to
No.
clean off.
By the time it falls off, there will be another one kind of like halfway through that will grow, and then before you know it, it will just pop up. It will just be like...
It's a very odd look, though, yes.
It will be like a sort of like little nubbin,
Yeah.
and then it will just kind of grow.
Do you
So
think
right
we'll
now,
have
the new
questions
one
for
is
you
growing.
now?
What's that?
Said he thinks he has questions from people now. Just wait till you have.
There you go.
Although I will
know
say...
everyone thinks that I painted it. Everyone keeps asking about it.
It's 2025.
Sometimes it doesn't fall off, and you might need to do the...
No.
If you need help.
It's happened to me a lot, and
It's happened
always
to me a lot, but I also have had ones that stayed, and then the blood kind of stayed underneath, and you got to
I had to pop
extract.
one once.
I actually couldn't sleep the night that it happened. I almost went to the ER. That's how bad it was hurting.
Yeah, that's when you pop it. Now it's just dried up. Anyway, Merry Christmas, y'all.
Hey.
Broccoli heads are the worst hairstyles ever. I'm ashamed of my generation, Gen Z.
I try
Frank's a
to...
bit of a broccoli head.
I try to steer my
Excuse
kids
me?
away from it. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Wow, that's interesting. Frank, why don't you show us your haircut, Frank? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's right here.
And shout out to Nick for filling in for us. An OG of the Helwani show from way back in the Vox days. Shout out to Andy as well, who's not here with us. But Nick's sliding right in like he's riding a bike in 2018 or 17, maybe 16 even. Perhaps it's been that long.
For bikes.
Yeah. Frank, you were just in your father's nutsack when he was doing the show back then.
Better there than... Never mind. All right.
That was good, Frank. I was thinking that.
I needs a 99%. Think you full of shit, my guy. Drop. I'll put it in the drop.
Wait, what is that?
I don't even know. What is he referring to?
Oh,
I think Andre said 99% think you full of shit, my guy.
Fucking Andre.
I like the bing bang boom.
I love the bing bang boom bomb.
He's incredible. What else, Frankie? What else?
Happy holidays, Frank. Favorite DAW.
What is that?
A digital audio workstation.
Oh,
So,
wow.
My all-time... Oh,
Sorry.
wait, we're moving on.
No. I just... What a dorky question.
Wow.
He's a big Volvo fan, too.
Wow.
Go ahead, Frankie.
Okay, so my favorite is Reaper. I use Pro Tools daily for this show, and then when I'm mastering, I use Sequoia. But Reaper, Sequoia, then Pro Tools.
All right.
Lastly, what's your favorite and least favorite Christmas movie?
Home Alone.
Wait, is that the last one, or are they prematurely lastlying?
Yeah, how would they know?
Well, they have sent in messages before this one. Are you guys not paying attention?
No, I know.
Is this also the last one?
This is the last one.
Okay, so they did hit the lastly. Good for them.
I would say Home Alone, and then worse. I mean, there's a million worse. I want to see the Hallmark Buffalo Bills one with Mario Lopez, but I haven't come around to it yet. I don't know. How do you even
Christmas Story.
Christmas Story is the
Eyes
worst
Wide
or the
Shut?
best?
No,
The worst. That's my least favorite one.
Frank, we're trying to do worst right now. That's your favorite.
It's Christmas. Who's
your
in Christmas
favorite?
Story?
I don't know anything.
The little kid with the glasses.
So shoot your eye out.
There was a Santa Claus in it.
Is that the one where It's a Wonderful Life, the one that they always
Fragile.
play.
The kid gets his
Christmas Story gets a lot of heavy
the-
rotation too, though.
Too much rotation.
Oh yeah,
On
TBS
TNT
does
or whatever it was, or
24 hour.
TBS, they play it all year.
It used to hit hard. Now it doesn't. So it went from favorite to least favorite.
Christmas Vacation #1.
Oh wow, more than Home Alone.
I do like Home Alone, but Christmas Vacation.
One or
That's with
two.
Chevy Chase.
Yeah.
Are
Is
you
it
asking?
second?
What's that?
Are you saying 1 or 2 to Christmas Vacation or to Home Alone, Frankie?
Home Alone.
I love 2, but the OG is the best one.
I am with you. I'm OG.
I think actually Home Alone 2 gets a little weird, like with the Central Park turtle doves and the
No,
lake.
that's the best.
Where like the dad is yelling all the way from the apartment. You could hear it in Central Park at the end.
I thought what got weird was when we turned into hitting people in the head with bricks and
Right.
flamethrowers
It's
and
no
shit.
longer-
Like it
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
no longer like pranks with
Whimsical,
a
it's-
paint can or like little Matchbox cars. It's like, no, we're gonna kill you. We're going to actually kill you.
Well, listen, you come for the king, you best not miss. I do appreciate the questions. There's just a couple other things that I wanted to get to before we go. A slew of UFC 326 fights have been announced. And it's shaping up to be a really, really good card. Kind of flew under the radar, I think, because of all the madness over the weekend. It happened later in the week. UFC 326, March 7th in Las Vegas. Caio Borralho versus Ranier de Ridder. That's a really important fight. Both guys coming off tough losses. I mean, there's a world where this fight was either happening for the belt or was a number 1 contender fight not that long ago. So big bounce back fight for both guys. Caio versus RDR. Paulo Costa versus Bruno Ferreira. That's a really nice fight as well. Costa looking to go on a bit of a run. Saw him, when was it? In July in New Orleans. We also have our old friend Renato Moicano finally going up against Brian Ortega. The finally isn't because he's finally fighting Brian Ortega. It's because Brian Ortega is finally moving up to 155. Long been in the works. It's about time. Very important fight at 55. Important, maybe crossroads fight for Ortega. Important fight for Moicano, looking to bounce back after a tough year. Very good fight as well. I like this one. And I believe there is one more to discuss. Yeah. Xiao Long against Cody Garbrandt at 135 pounds. Nice little card. Main event for that card, of course, is the BMF title fight between one Max Holloway, champion, and Charles Dubronx Oliveira, 2 legends of the game going toe-to-toe for the second time in, when was the first fight? We've talked about this a million times. Well over a decade ago, that's for sure. Speaking of legends, what about Tony Ferguson winning that middleweight title over in Dubai against the Mechanic? The Mechanic had no business being in the ring with El Kakui. Great win for him, winning that middleweight title at the Misfits card. How would you guys describe Andrew Tate's performance? And is it fair to say, guys, legitimately, is it fair to say that of all the discussions we've had over this topic over the course of the year and throughout our lives as combat sports, whatever you want to call us, pundits, journalists, whatever the hell it is you want to call us, is it fair to say that the greatest fraud check of all time happened on Saturday when Andrew Tate lost to Chase Damore?
It's an interesting philosophical question because if you wrap in the persona part of
Yes.
it, then yes, like that's pretty.
This
damning.
might be the quintessential fraud check because his whole thing is
world champion.
Yes.
-500.
alpha male, the man, commenting on other fighters. And the best part is the cope. And look, I have respect for everyone who steps through the ropes. I don't care if it's misfits, amateur, pro, you're a veteran, you're a rookie. But him trying to break it down like what he did against Chase and what Jake did against Anthony are two of the same things is hilarious to me. Like to describe Chase in the same breath, with all due respect, as Anthony freaking Joshua. Like you went in there against Chase Demore, Misfits champion. Jake went in there against Anthony Joshua. These two things are not like each other. Completely not like each other. He should have never taken this fight. If there was any sort of doubt about him winning, he should have never taken this fight. And now he's going online and he's doing the babyface thing of like, you have to live. And I'd rather try and fail. No, that's not who you are. Your persona has nothing to do with failure. Your persona is about winning. Your persona is about achieving wealth and success. Your persona is not about trying and hey, if you don't succeed, you gave it the old college try. That is the antithesis of everything that you have spewed over the past 5 or so years. So miss me with the like, I'm proud of myself for trying. And I went in there against the champion who's really good. No, you didn't. You went in there and you looked awful and you failed. And so just be honest about that. Because you have spewed all kinds of venom over the past 5 years about how you are the best and how you are the alpha male and how everyone else is a step below and all this other nonsense, and then you go out and fight. Like, why would you do that? Unless he really needs the money, I am shocked that he did that. Knowing that the fight could turn out like that, I am shocked that he did that. I'm truly shocked that he did that.
I'm shocked that it wasn't an easier opponent is what I'm shocked about. Like, I'm shocked that it wasn't just somebody who really was a cupcake, right?
A total
look, don't get me wrong. I don't think Chase Demore is like something to write home about, but he at least has a pulse and he's big and he can kind of hit pretty hard. Like, I'm surprised it wasn't just cupcake number 5. You know, they pick some dude out of the crowd and just throw him in there. I do agree with you that like it feels like a little bit of a miscalculation in terms of that, and also like you would think that there would be a reckoning due to what the commentary has been, but I don't know that anybody's going to really hold him accountable. I feel like I'm the man in the arena. I gave it a shot. It's not about, this. It's get up, fall down 8 times, get up 9 or whatever the Dwayne Wade nonsense is. Like, I think that will kind of work, actually. I don't think there's going to be any accountability on it. Like, I don't think people are going to be like, oh man, he was the top G, but now he's not anymore. I think his fans will still be his fans, honestly.
I think this was a misstep.
Yeah, I mean, like the shtick kind of doesn't work when you go out there and you lose to a Chase Demore. Like he posts the video of like, I sparred 50 guys in one day and I knocked them all out, and it's just like that's
Let
all
me
like
ask you a genuine question.
Yeah.
You guys are saying like it's not going to work. I don't think that's true, because the only people it worked on are the same people who this is going to work on, right? The initial thing, the initial sell of like, I'm this alpha male, apex predator, yada, yada, yada. Like, there's people who have seen him kickbox many years ago, myself included, and many others who know that that's not true, right? I know that the same way I know Jake Paul is not going to beat Anthony Joshua. I'm aware of enough of combat sports to understand that. The people who believed that and supported that are still going to probably be okay with seeing him lose and go, he's this age, he was this long out of the ring, he's got this going on in his life. I don't think they're really going to, I don't think anybody who is in is going to flip, and I don't think anybody who is out cares. So I think it's going to be the same.
But how do you market yourself the same way?
I tried. I gave it a valiant effort.
He's trying to do that. Yeah, no, he's trying to do that 100%.
I think it'll work.
And it may work, but to me, why? Why did you do it?
I do agree. I feel like it was a miscalculation. It should have been a guy with no pulse that you could have just walked in there, knocked him out, his hands would have been at his side, and just ride off.
You know what I don't get? You know what I don't get? I mean, clearly, KSI is still a part of Misfits. And clearly this was an angle. And fair play, they want to do it. Like, it's fine. I'm not offended by it or anything like that. But if you were doing all this, and I think they were, to try to build up to a KSI Andrew Tate fight, right?
Sure.
For the CEO spot, give him a freaking can.
That's what I'm saying.
Chase Demore is not a well-known commodity. To a win over Chase Demore means anything to the general public. Give him any sort of jabroni, have him win, right? Hopefully he would win. I'm not saying script the fight, work the fight, but I'm saying if you give him a jabroni, and then he calls out KSI, and now you have a quote-unquote big fight on your hands. To have him fight Chase Namor, and by the way, maybe he's so bad that they thought that he was going to do that to Chase Namor, and he didn't, clearly. But he gassed out. I mean, it was just not a good performance. It was not a good performance. And don't you dare compare that performance to Jake performance. I'm sorry. You cannot do that. You are a hater if you're doing that. You have Anthony fucking Joshua standing in front of you. That is not the same as Chase Namor. It's not. It just isn't. You have to be cognizant of the fact that he can knock you out into the 5th row. You just do. Chase Namor ain't doing that. And especially when you've been talking all this shit for the past 5-6 years, you have to have a better performance like that. You just do. Your whole persona was built off of being the alpha male, being a man's man who only succeeds, and everything you do turns to gold, filled with wealth in your life and success and riches and all this stuff. And then that's the performance? That, to me, if we ever had a fraud check, that was the one. Was it not? That was the one.
I agree with everything you're saying, but I also still feel like how often do we see, I have to be careful how I phrase this and how I word this. How often do we see some people that many people consider to be grifters or not what they claim to be or propped up by this and that? When they stumble, how often do we see the people that supported them come to lift them up as opposed to go, no, you are not what you told me you are? I feel like we see it significantly more. I feel like we see more of them getting bail and excuses made for them as opposed to the alternative when they do stumble or when something like this happens.
He'll still have supporters, but it's just like the shtick just doesn't work as well. When you say you're the alpha and you're going to win every single fight, the stick just doesn't work as well when you go in there and you have that performance against Chase Namor.
I will say this, like, if he didn't have the shtick, if he didn't have the prior persona, the way he's handling it is the right way. He showed up, he spoke to the media, he did everything that you're supposed to do after a loss. And I always respect fighters who do that. The problem is you had just told us for the past, how long has he been famous for? 5-6 years? You've just, or internet famous.
It's been a bit, yeah.
Infamous. You've just told us for all this time that you're this guy and you look nothing like that guy. And this has nothing to do with the stuff he's been accused of, his legal issue. No, I'm just talking about the persona. I'm just talking about you saying that you are the man, the alpha male. You're commenting on other fights, all this stuff, and then that's the performance that you put out. I don't know. It's a bad look. Now he could come back and he can say, "Hey, I had to, dust off some of the rust and the cobwebs and all this shit, and I'm going to look great in the next fight." And maybe he does look great, but in the moment, I just thought it was a bad look. It was a tough look, and especially if you're going to try to build up to the KSI fight and do this whole CEO thing, it puts Misfits now in a weird spot. I'm still unclear as to why that card was on Rumble and not on DAZN, and the only thing that I could think of, and I haven't asked anyone this, but the only thing I could think of is they didn't want to air an Andrew Tate fight. That's the only thing I could think of. Again, I'm not reporting that that's the case, but it just seems weird because I know Misfits has this deal with DAZN. But anyway, on a positive note, I was very happy for Tony Ferguson. And I do think that he should be in the running for Comeback Fighter of the Year. And speaking of Comeback Fighter of the Year, right now over on arielhelwani.substack.com, I have posted a form in which we want you to fill out who you think should win our awards. Again, the awards are on... I screwed something up here, didn't I? I have the wrong date. January 5th. I will correct that. I copy-pasted from last year, and I forgot to change the date. Last year was January 6th. This year, January 5th. In any event, January 5th are our awards. We've got an incredible amount of categories. Male Fighter of the Year, Female, Knockout Fight, Round Submission, Breakout, Most Improved, Comeback Fighter, Comeback Fight, Upset, Rivalry, Coach Event, Crowd, Walkout, Promo, Poster, Photo Story, Feel Good Moment, and there's also some awards that GC gives out. There's a social media award as well. Frank, do you want to do an award like Mysterious Fighter of the Year, Mysterious Fight of the Year, anything, or maybe another MVP Fighter of the Year, anything like that?
Yeah, I got a couple of things in the old
in the old hopper?
Yeah, exactly. So
okay.
You just let me and On Air Jordan figure that out.
All right. Oh, I like this.
Wait, so just to be clear, you and On Air Jordan are coming up with your own thing that you're going to then debut on the show.
It sounds like a Frank endeavor I don't want to be a part of.
I can't wait to see this.
Okay.
I can't wait.
I can't wait to see it either. We all remember, of course, Pizzi's big tux reveal last year.
Incredible.
That was tremendous.
Absolutely incredible.
So I want you to go on there right now because I always like to give the temperature of the people. Go on there, let us know your picks, and then I'll give you the people's picks when we do the awards. So January 5th, we are going to have that show, the prestigious Helwani Knows MMA Awards. On January 6th, our old friend Ade Oladipo is going to come back for the second annual Ariel and Ade Boxing Awards. Looking forward to that. And then on January 7th, we will have our 2026 prediction show. We'll make picks, Paramount Plus, White House, all that stuff and more. Paramount Plus, by the way, right now, $59.99 for the essential plan. I'm told it's gonna go up at some point, but you can lock it in for the year right now if you want, and you'll get all the UFCs. So that's something to look out for. They're gonna hike it up at some point, but right now, if you buy for $59.99, you will get the entire year of UFC events. Every single one is going to be on Paramount Plus. Some might air on CBS. It seems to be a little bit up in the air right now, but yeah, that is to come. January 24th. One last thing before we go. We didn't really talk much about the Terrence Crawford retirement. I do agree with Eddie Hearn, who says that Terrence is going to come back. We don't really know the motive, but it seems like he is still young enough, still successful enough, still thriving, and making the most amount of money of his career. I don't understand why he would walk away now, especially with his relationship with TKO and Turkey. He is finally cashing in. In that retirement announcement, he said that TKO was the first promoter that he's ever had to believe in him, and he's only had one fight with them. I would be very, very surprised if he walks away and never fights again. I'm not saying that his announcement was not genuine, but something is going to pop up, like a Jake Paul fight. My understanding is he wanted to take that Jake Paul fight. Timing wasn't ideal. He had just fought all this. But, like, there's going to be an opportunity for him to fight, and I think he does fight again. Does anyone disagree?
No, absolutely. He will 100% be back if the offer is made and it's a compelling offer. There are no retirements in combat sports. One of two things happens. One, you come back, or two, nobody wants you to come back. Those are the only two options. That's why every time one of these guys goes, I'm retired, and then they come back a year later, it's because there was an offer on the table that somebody was willing to make them that they're still relevant for. Terrence Crawford is an undefeated all-time great that there's still mileage that somebody could get out of him even 3 to 5 years from now down the line. Like, we hear about Andre Ward coming out of retirement every so often. It will happen if the right offer is made. 100%.
I agree.
And also it doesn't hurt him at all to just walk away right now. Like, there's no looming fight that he needs to take. Go rest, go relax, go enjoy your life, and then when the offer comes, you come back.
What was that, GC?
I was just agreeing with Rick. Combat sports retirements are typically not real.
It's not real.
So I think it's real right now. I just don't think it sticks.
But real right now is not real.
Well, I mean, it's
not a retirement. Then it's just going on vacation.
When Michael Jordan retired, I believe he was sincere in his retirement, but then it didn't stick. Do you know what I mean?
You're talking about the Bulls one? The middle of his career one?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, man.
What?
I'm retired until I get a better offer.
You think he really retired to go to baseball and was never coming back? That's what you think?
1998 Jordan, I think, was done.
Oh, 98?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm talking about the middle of the career one.
You're subscribing to all the conspiracy theory nonsense.
Is it conspiracy? And the 98 one, yes, I believe Jordan thought he was done.
Yes.
But I don't, like, the Wizards comeback was kind of just like a treat for the fans. Like, I don't consider that like a real, like, genuine.
I'm just saying, I do think sometimes people retire and then they have a change of heart. I do think sometimes.
Give me an example. I love GC sitting in
the
the dark.
Give me
a non-Jordan example.
I appreciate you fighting through this.
I cannot wait to get back in the studio for the reason of these lights are like motion activated and now it's getting dark outside, but also credit to Pizzi. Trying to have like a 3-way and 4-way conversation on Zoom while you guys are in person is incredibly difficult. It's hard to tell when you guys are done talking, so I don't know when to jump in, and there's a bit of a delay. I'm very excited to get back to New York.
Yes. Now you're fighting through it. You're like AJ Hawk back there.
Just the smile.
Exactly.
I think he comes back. I wouldn't be surprised if it's against Canelo, to be honest. I would love to know what prompted him to do it when he did it. It just kind of came out of nowhere on a Tuesday night. It was a great video, by the way. They put together an amazing video. It was really actually like well produced, and it seemed thoughtful, and it didn't seem like it was cobbled together at the last minute. Like it just seemed like it was nice. It was high quality. It was a good job. As far as like, actual, retirement videos and announcements are concerned, it was a good job.
It's a good way for him to get his flowers right now. Right? Because he retires, and then everybody can celebrate you when it's not sad, right? Terrence Crawford's retirement is, holy shit, this guy's one of the best of our generation, go out on top. Second, he doesn't have to worry about holding these belts. He doesn't have to worry about the sanctioning bodies. He doesn't have to deal with any of the politics and any of the bullshit. And when it's time to come back, he's so far above belts at this point, it doesn't really matter. It's calculated. It's brilliant. There's no reason for him to be around right now. Go enjoy your life. And then when that offer comes, he'll be back.
The main reason why I think he's coming back, this guy's been scratching and clawing for acceptance, for big paydays, for big fights, for having a promoter who believes in him and pushes him as a superstar. He finally found it. He tasted it once on the biggest platform in the world, and then he's done.
Only one man has ever turned it down, to my estimation.
Who's that?
Habib.
Oh.
He's the only one who said, oh, you want to pay me more for my next fight? More than the biggest fight in UFC history? Oh, you want to pay me double, triple, quadruple, whatever? I don't want it. That's the only guy who's ever done it, in my opinion.
And Terrence probably made like 3, 4, 5 times what Khabib.
And now he's going to make even more than that the next time out if somebody can make that offer.
Yeah. Plus, now that he's a champ at 168, I mean, he's got opportunities at 68, at 60, at 54, at 47. He's got the pick of the litter. So, yeah, I think he comes back. I'm not sure what the motive is. Hopefully we'll hear from him soon. There are some fights coming up over the next 2 weeks. Like I said, there's the Naoya Inoue card. It's called Night of the Samurai, and it's happening in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for some reason. It's featuring a lot of great Japanese fighters. Naoya Inoue up there. The promotional material is always top-notch. Junto Nakatani, and if he wins, we're definitely going to get Nakatani versus Inoue. Both will be 32-0. And that would be incredible. So this is happening Saturday very early in the morning on DAZN. So check that out if you are so inclined. There is an Octagon card on December 28th. It's actually a pretty big one for Octagon. Will Fleury against our boy Martin Boudet. I know GC is going to be locked in for that one. You love that one.
Right. Are you kidding me? Gotta end the year right. That and then Ryzen on New Year's Eve.
And then there it is. Ryzen on New Year's Eve. Technically Tuesday at December 30th. It begins at 11 p.m. It bleeds all the way into December 31st with the time difference. The big Ryzen show, which I think is going to look great, by the way. I think it's going to look really, really good because Ryzen's had quite the year and they're on quite the run. And then it's a little quiet. And then RAF is going to be the next big show with this card headlined by Colby and Luke, and I think it should be headlined by Yoel and Bo, to be honest, at this point. Like, that's the best one. And then Armin's on it. So that is very exciting stuff. All right. We're out of time. How about this, guys?
Yeah, can I get a little more?
What a year it's been in. What a year it's in.
Is you or the dummy?
I'm not sure. I just want to try to keep. Oh, what was that?
Look at that slow fade.
What was that?
It's
what a year it's been in MMA. What a year it's been for our show. Uncrown.com, the #1 unbiased site in combat sports. Mysterious Frank brings the quips and laugh. The audio technicalities aren't great, but what about on air Jordan and his cooking skills? He became a dad in 2025. New York Rick is holding down the fort. What an EP he is. And GC is there with all the memes representing the great state of Georgia. And he is our fearless leader. What an element she brings to the show. But don't forget cameraman Brad and his beers and deers and bears, oh my, in the snow. Almost had that one. P.T. Carroll is our Irish firecracker. We love him so very much. And as well, we love Shaheen, Casey, Chuck, Ben, and the whole crew over on the site. I am running out of people to talk about. Shout out Pat, Spencer, and the rest of the crew. James Tahuna, you are the man. I will never forget you, and I salute you.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. All right, we're done. You can play my music. Oh, we're actually playing it.
The music's already playing.
Okay. Thank you all. Love you very much. Thank you for a great year. More content to come next week. You did it too soon. I wasn't quite done, but next week
re-rack that thing.
We're gonna re-rack it. Next week we're gonna have a studio tour on Monday. Some other content coming up, but it's gonna be relatively quiet around these parts. Thank you for the support. An incredible amount of subscribers. What were we hoping for at the beginning of the year? 350 or so? I think we were hoping for 350.
I looked back at my goals. My goals for this year was 325. We smoked that. We're at 381. 500 coming in 2026.
Who is saying that? Who's speaking right now?
Some man in the shadows.
That is the man in the shadows. We did a live show in Miami this past week. And thank you to everyone who came out. Much, much love. We did our great show, International Fight Week. We've got big plans in 2026. Uncrowned Films. 3 films so far. If you haven't seen What is Fight Circus, that came out on Wednesday. Thank you to all who checked it out. Appreciate you all very much. The whole crew, the .com, the website, the social media, uncrowned.com, baby. Everyone in this game is biased. Everyone in this game is compromised, but not here. Not here on this show. Not here on this platform. Not here with this crew, telling it to you like it is each and every day from not only the world of MMA, but the world of combat sports, MMA, boxing, pro wrestling, BKFC, kickboxing, whatever it is. When it comes to fisticuffs, we talk about it here, and I'm so proud and honored. And I just absolutely love doing this show and working with these people each and every day. I love the community that we've built. I love everything about it. Feel so blessed, so grateful, so thankful for all of you. It's been a great year filled with blessings. I wish the same for all of you. Happy New Year. Happy holidays. I hope you get to spend some time with your loved ones. Hope you get to relax, have some eggnog, lift your feet up, and then we'll see you right back here January 5th for the Helwani Nose Awards. My friends, peace on earth and peace. I'm out of here.